protecting your investments. Thinking about investing in a company guaranteeing your returns? Great decision. But before you commit your money, ask one important question. Is the company approved by Capital Markets Authority, CMA? CMA Uganda approves the offer to the public of investment options such as shares, bonds and unit trusts, and also market intermediaries such as brokers and investment advisors to ensure they follow the law, protect your money and act in your best interest. Don't fall prey to fraud. Avoid shortcuts. Visit the CMA website at www.cmauganda.co.ug to check if the investment product on offer is approved and if the market intermediary you're dealing with is regulated by the CMA. Your peace of mind starts with a simple check. Capital Markets Authority Uganda, protecting your investments. Thinking about investing in a company guaranteeing your returns? Great decision. But before you commit your money, ask one important question. Is the company approved by Capital Markets Authority, CMA? CMA Uganda approves the offer to the public of investment options such as shares, bonds and unit trusts, and also market intermediaries such as brokers and investment advisors to ensure they follow the law, protect your money and act in your best interest. Don't fall prey to fraud. Avoid shortcuts. Visit the CMA website at www.cmauganda.co.ug to check if the investment product on offer is approved and if the market intermediary you're dealing with is regulated by the CMA. Your peace of mind starts with a simple check. Capital Markets Authority Uganda, protecting your investments. Thinking about investing in a company guaranteeing your returns? Great decision. But before you commit your money, ask one important question. Is the company approved by Capital Markets Authority, CMA? CMA Uganda approves the offer to the public of investment options such as shares, bonds and unit trusts, and also market intermediaries such as brokers and investment advisors to ensure they follow the law, protect your money and act in your best interest. Don't fall prey to fraud. Avoid shortcuts. Visit the CMA website at www.cmauganda.co.ug to check if the investment product on offer is approved and if the market intermediary you're dealing with is regulated by the CMA. Your peace of mind starts with a simple check. Capital Markets Authority Uganda, protecting your investments. Thinking about investing in a company guaranteeing your returns? Great decision. But before you commit your money, ask one important question. Is the company approved by Capital Markets Authority, CMA? CMA Uganda approves the offer to the public of investment options such as shares, bonds and unit trusts, and also market intermediaries such as brokers and investment advisors to ensure they follow the law, protect your money and act in your best interest. Don't fall prey to fraud. Avoid shortcuts. Visit the CMA website at www.cmauganda.co.ug to check if the investment product on offer is approved and if the market intermediary you're dealing with is regulated by the CMA. Your peace of mind starts with a simple check. Capital Markets Authority Uganda, protecting your investments. Thinking about investing in a company guaranteeing your returns? Great decision. But before you commit your money, ask one important question. Is the company approved by Capital Markets Authority, CMA? CMA Uganda approves the offer to the public of investment options such as shares, bonds and unit trusts, and also market intermediaries such as brokers and investment advisors to ensure they follow the law, protect your money and act in your best interest. Don't fall prey to fraud. Avoid shortcuts.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
www.cmauganda.co.ug.
Is it morning? Is it evening? UNIJ levels. Good morning. All right, thank you very much. Please allow that we start officially this event. I want to invite our very own Sarah from USE to come and give us the opening prayer so that we can formally start this event. Please welcome Sarah with a clap. Motivate her. You can come.
Thank you. Let's humble ourselves for our word of prayer. Loving Father, King of glory, we come here today to give you all the glory for the lives you have protected, for the region that you have sustained. We give you all the praise in this conference, and we dedicate this to you, King of glory. We pray a blessing upon every participant, upon every organizers, and every item on the schedule today. May you be present to guide. May you take your presence, fill this place. Be the guide in this. May your Holy Spirit come and hover and take preeminence in this event, King of Glory. And as we start, we bless your holy name and give you all the praise. In Jesus' name I have prayed. Amen.
Where I have been, they usually clap for the person that has prayed and the opening prayer as well. All right, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Allow me go through the protocol so that subsequent speakers are at liberty to kick off with this protocol at ease. My name is Gava Ibrahima, and I'll be your host for this conference. I'll be showing you a couple of other individuals that we shall run with this event. Allow me mention in absentia our guest of honor, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Honorable Matia Kasaija. Our keynote speaker, the Managing Director, National Social Security Fund, Mr. Patrick Ayota. The Chairperson, East Africa Securities Regulators Association, Mrs. Josephine Osia, together with members. The Chairman of the East African Securities Exchange Association and Chief Executive Officer of the Uganda Securities Exchange, Mr. Paul Bwiso. The Board Chairperson of the Capital Markets Authority, Mr. Saul Seremba, together with board members present. The Board Chairperson of Uganda Securities Exchange, Mr. Samuel Mwogeza, together with board members present. Managing Directors here present. Chief Executive Officers here present. Our sponsors of this beautiful conference, PKF, MTN, New Vision, STT, Old Mutual, DFCU, NMB, Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda, Financial Sector Deepening Uganda, Cornerstone, our distinguished panelists, our hosts, Sheraton Hotel, our partners and key stakeholders in the room here present, members of the Fourth Estate, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to say good morning once again. Above is the protocol, and so subsequent speakers are at liberty to adopt that protocol as they come to speak here. Allow me officially welcome you to the East Africa Capital Markets Conference. Can each one of you exchange a right hand of friendship to your neighbor and tell them you are welcome? Karibuni. The moment you see that your neighbor is not greeting you with a smile, change seat. It is a clear sign that where you are, it is quite a challenge. All right, allow me make a correction in the protocol of the board director. This is Mr. Samuel Mwogeza, the board director of the Uganda Securities Exchange, and so allow me make that correction in that protocol. My apologies, but let's adopt that protocol as ably mentioned. Habari ya asubuhi. Habari za asubuhi. Mazuri. Yeah, don't go any further. Some of you now anticipate that I know much Swahili. That is it. Yeah. Some of you, I see that now you're trying to threaten me going deeper in different directions. I will not take it. Allow me also say hello to my colleagues from Ethiopia. Salam. The people from Ethiopia are not yet in the room. Okay. Allow me say hello to my people from Burundi. Mwaramtse. Very few people here also speak the language from Burundi. But I'm sure that once they come into the room, we should be able to take the conversation further. It is important that I also introduce the people that I'll be working with here on the microphone. Allow me invite Lynn from CMA to just come and greet you before we officially kick off this event. Please welcome Lynn to come and say hello.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lynn Tukey. I serve at the Capital Markets Authority as the manager in charge of communications and public relations. Very nice to see you all. Thank you for honoring our invite. I'll be your co-host, as mentioned, and I hope that you have a great day today with great discussions being had. I thank you.
So to make sure that I do not bore you with just the male voice, we decided to add the feminine touch to the conversation. Do you like it? Is it exciting? Yeah, because sometimes the male voice can get a bit boring. But the moment we add in a bit of the touch for the females, it becomes more interesting. So that's the cocktail, and it's going to be today and tomorrow. I want to welcome you. It is important that to start such a conference, we open it with a dance, with a celebration. I am seeing that some of you have looked at the African touch. There is something in the middle there. I think it's a calabash, a gourd, whatever it is, but it is to remind you, depending on where you come from, that particular item can give you thoughts of a Friday setup. But the conference has just started. Tell your colleague that the conference has just started. Okay, so to start this off, allow me invite Nyonyi Culture Troupe to give us a dance for about 3 minutes, and so we should get started. Nyonyi Culture Troupe, you're welcome.
Samba samba tugede, bisemerine naliana, yali kiro kya mukaga, bisemerine naliana, abojo we koletia, bisemerine naliana, o samba samba, o samba samba tugede, naliana, o samba samba tugede dola, semerine naliana, o samba samba tugede, bisemerine naliana. Samba samba together. Semerire jariada. Ebi kamba semerire. Oche. Samba together. Nariada. Ebi kamba semerire jariada. Samba together. Mi semerire jariada. Samba together. Mi semerire jariada. Samba together. Ebi kamba semerire jariada. Samba together. Ebi kamba semerire jariada. Ebi kamba semerire jariada. Semerire jariada. Samba together. Ebi semerire jariada. Ibojo jariada. Jariada. Samba together. Semerire jariada. Ibojo jariada. Semerire jariada. Do wo garo kebirese. Ebi semerire jariada. Urere samba together. Oh were ye. Garo semerire. Ebi jariada. 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 Ibojo jariada. Semerire jariada. Urere samba together. Ebi semerire jariada. Ibojo jariada. Jariada. Ibojo jariada. Semerire jariada. Urere baganye mai baro koita. Ebi semerire jariada. Ebi samba together. Ebi semerire jariada. Ebi nyege ba hiri meko. Ebi semerire jariada. Jariada. Urere samba together. Ebi semerire jariada. Ibojo jariada. Semerire jariada. Samba together. Ebi semerire jariada. Ibojo koita. Semerire jariada. Semerire jariada. Urere samba together. Ebi semerire jariada. Do wo garo kebirese. Oh urere nyege ba hiri meko. Ebi semerire jariada. Ebi mocho dawaye. Ebi semerire jariada. Jojo Semerire jariada. Urere samba together. Ebi semerire jariada. Ibojo jariada. Semerire jariada. Semerire jariada. Samba together. Ebi semerire jariada. Wo garo kebirese. Ebi semerire jariada. Ebi mocho dawaye. Ebi semerire jariada. Wo garo kebirese. Ebi semerire jariada. Samba together. Ebi semerire jariada. Mocho dawaye. Thank you so much.
Wow, wow. Let's give them another round of applause. That is the Orunyege Ntogoro dance. For those who do not know, it is a symbol of togetherness. Someone is saying marriage, but I won't say marriage, togetherness. And so let's give them another hand to just appreciate them. I almost stood up and my neighbor said, hey, it's just Thursday morning. And so, but I think it's a great start to our weekend as we close this conference on Friday. Now, to start this conference, it's my singular honor to invite Mr. Paul Bwitso, the CEO of the Uganda Securities Exchange and chairman of the East African Securities Exchanges Association, ESEA. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Lynn. Allow me to stand on the protocols that we announced earlier, but I will also make some additions by welcoming our director of the board, Mr. Dan Tumuriame, present. The president of ASEA, Mr. Celestine Rabakumba. ASEA is the African Securities Exchanges Association. We've got present CEOs from the region, no stock exchanges, and the Securities Central Depositories present. I will not go by the individual names, but would like to recognize your presence and welcome to Kampala and Uganda and to this conference. Good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, CEOs, representatives of our member exchanges, our regulators present, market participants, friends of the East African capital markets. It's an honor to address you as chair of the East African Securities Exchange Association, but also as the CEO of Uganda Securities Exchange. I begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to all our member exchanges for entrusting me with this responsibility of chairing the association. Your confidence inspires me to continue strengthening collaboration, innovation, and growth across our region. I would also like to extend, in particular, our warm regards to the newest members of our association who are from Somalia and Ethiopia. Your inclusion reflects East African Securities Exchange's expanding reach and reinforces our commitment to regional integration, capacity building, and development of robust capital markets that serve all the people of East Africa. This year's theme, Shaping East Africa's Capital Markets Through Digital Transformation and Sustainable Finance, captures the essence of our mission. Across the region, technology and sustainability are not optional. They are catalysts driving transparency, inclusion, and long-term growth. Our collective challenge is to harness these forces, strengthen East Africa's markets, and create greater opportunities for all participants. I'll speak a little bit into the evolution of the association. In 2009, the Nairobi Securities Exchange, the Uganda Securities Exchange, the Dar es Salaam Stock Exchange, and the Rwanda Stock Exchange came together to establish the association. This collaboration was born out of shared commitment to unify, strengthen, and advance the securities exchanges in East Africa. The association has grown into a platform that facilitates knowledge sharing, regulatory harmonization, and market development. Today, ESA is not merely a coordinating body, it's a strategic enabler. We provide mentorship and technical support to emerging exchanges, ensuring that all our members can fully participate in regional capital markets. Cross-border collaboration and integration are no longer aspirations, they are operational imperatives that enable deeper liquidity, greater investment flows, and sustainable growth across the region. Through cross-listings and shared initiatives, our markets offer investors unprecedented access to opportunities while providing issuers with broader avenues to raise capital. The growth of the capital markets across the region is a tangible reflection of both progress and potential. For example, the Nairobi Securities Exchange market capitalization stands at Kenya shillings 2.7 trillion, an estimated $20 billion in equities, and Kenya shillings 5.4 trillion in bonds worth $32 billion US. In Tanzania, the market capitalization stands at 21 trillion at USD's $8 billion, while in Rwanda, this stands at 3.4 billion market capitalization. In Uganda, here at home, the market capitalization stands at 31 trillion, that is $9.2 billion in equities, and 45 trillion, about an estimated $13 billion in bonds that are listed on the exchange. Looking at our theme and specifically digital transformation and inclusive access, technology is transforming how capital markets operate across the region, making investment more inclusive and accessible ever than before. In Kenya, The Nairobi Securities Exchange mobile app provides investors with real-time market data, company performance tracking, and trading capabilities that empower investors anywhere, anytime. Randa's Stock Market Live app enhances market transparency and investor engagement through real-time data. In Uganda, the USC Easy Portal is bringing the capital markets directly to the palm of every citizen's hand. Through mobile phones and even USSD technology, investors can buy and sell shares from virtually anywhere, removing barriers of distance and complexity. The exchange fully automated its technology and migrated from the open outcry trading to the automated trading systems, bringing greater transparency, speed, and accuracy. Today, we have gone even further with the USC Easy Portal and USSD platforms. Investors are able to participate in all, have got quite a number of features, which include getting their statements, their last transactions, they're able to input their KYC, and it takes less than a minute to open an account using this technology. During the MTN IPO in 2021, which was Africa's first green IPO, all investors nationwide subscribed using the Shares mobile technology and the USC Easy Portal. The IPO raised $535 billion, an estimated $155 billion, with over 21,000 investors participating in this initial public offer. Similarly, the success was seen in the Airtel IPO in 2023 that raised $211 billion, an estimated $61 million. Currently, if I take you back to 2020, we had only 38,000 investors on the exchange with depository accounts. Today, with the use of technology, that stands at over 270,000 investors. It's hard to please this room, eh? Anyway, as we continue to work closely with market intermediaries to expand education, empower investors, and increase access to financial products, we create pathways to alleviate poverty and promote sustainable development. The East African exchanges are continuously expanding the range of products available to investors. In Kenya, for example, the introduction of the Real Estate Investment Trust has provided investors with access to professionally managed real estate portfolios. Similarly, other exchanges are exploring new instruments from government and corporate bonds to derivatives to meet the diverse needs of investors. Through EASEA, we actively share experiences and best practices among these product developments. This collaborative approach ensures that each exchange aligns with the common vision of driving diverse, acceptable, and inclusive investment opportunities across East Africa. The East African Executive Committee in January agreed to set up an index and launched the East African Top 20 Index with constituent member exchanges. We'll be officially launching this index today, and we shall be looking to conduct roadshows in the coming months to create an exchange-traded fund index. And we believe this index has exposed East Africa to the greater investment world across the board. Previously, and when we speak to international investors, Uganda was independent, Kenya was independent, Dar es Salaam was independent, Rwanda. Now, collectively, they look at us as a unit with a market capitalization of over $1.5 trillion. So there's a lot of benefit in having to work at a regional level. Looking at Uganda's market performance, Uganda's capital markets have shown great resilience and strong recovery from growth from 2020 to 2025. The macroeconomic environment, $1 billion paid out by the listed companies on the exchange. I think that is something we should be proud of, because when companies are able to pay dividends, it means investors are interested in participating and there is growth. Today, we've got 19 listed companies with a combined market capitalization of 9 billion, representing a 30% growth over the last 5 years. Domestic market capitalization stands at 15 trillion, an 84% growth over the last 5 years. So a lot of the signals show that the markets are positive and there's a lot of interest in investment. The bond market has continued to surge, and we've seen a lot of growth in that particular aspect. On the exchange, specifically in 2020, we had investments in the bonds at about 6 billion Uganda shillings. This year alone, this number has reached over 52 billion, and these are majorly retail investors. So it shows that if you've got a product that appeals to investors, they will definitely participate. Moving to Islamic finance and green bonds, our regional leadership, Uganda is to introduce the first Islamic bond in 2026. Kenya and the Nairobi Securities Exchange has successfully listed its first public Islamic bond, the Linza Sukuk 2024, valued at 3 billion Kenya shillings. And this was aimed at supporting affordable finance. In Tanzania, the Dar es Salaam Stock Exchange launched the Fursa Sukuk 2022, and over 10 billion Tanzanian shillings were raised, which was oversubscribed by 10%. This signals a strong appetite for Islamic finance products across the region. In Rwanda, the exchange is actively exploring Sukuk frameworks, working with regulators to create the enabling policy for Sharia-compliant instruments. Looking at environmentally friendly and sustainable projects across East Africa, in Kenya, Econs Holding issued a green bond in 2019 of 4.3 billion to fund environmentally friendly student accommodation. In Tanzania, Tanga Uwasa issued a green bond in 2024, raising 53.12 billion Tanzanian Kenya shillings to support water infrastructure projects and improve climate resilience. In Rwanda, the International Finance Corporation partnered with the Rwanda Stock Exchange in 2025 to issue a Rwandese francs 24 billion green bond to support climate-smart private sector growth. This illustrates that both Islamic finance and green bonds are no longer a niche product, but they are becoming integral to the evolution of the capital markets in East Africa. Uganda's forthcoming Sukuk and green bonds will not only diversify our financial instruments, but also position the country to attract new investors and participate in growing regional markets. In terms of sustainability and ESG, the East African Securities Exchanges Association actively promotes the adoption of ESG principles across the markets. And Nairobi launched its Sustainable Finance Center for Excellence in 2025. Dar es Salaam publishes annual sustainability reports and collaborates with international initiatives. The Rwanda Stock Exchange introduced ESG guidelines in December 2024. Ethiopia is integrating ESG practices into its new exchange operations, and Somalia has hosted workshops to build awareness on global sustainability standards. Uganda will be soon launching our sustainability guidance for listed companies, empowering issuers to implement ESG practices, enhance transparency, and build confidence, investor confidence. These were completed and currently with the authority to review, and we did work hand in hand with the issuers and the market to develop these guidelines. Looking at technology, the exchange and other East African exchanges are part of an African exchanges linkage program that enables cross-border trading across participating African exchanges. Collectively, these exchanges represent over 2,000 listed companies with a combined market capitalization of over $1.5 trillion. Complementing this at regional level, we have developed the Capital Markets Infrastructure Project, which will link East African capital markets infrastructure and depositories ensuring efficiency, reliability, and transparent trading. Looking forward, we are all aware of the tenfold growth program of accelerating growth from $50 billion GDP to $500 billion over the next 5 years. We believe that without the capital markets involvement to support this growth, it will be quite challenging. So we need to be quite innovative in terms of introducing the right kind of financing instruments that include both green and social bonds, sukuk. We need to utilize real estate investment trusts, exchange-traded funds, and derivative markets. The exchange, through its subsidiary, has undertaken a pilot in the commodities market, and we are at advanced stages of clearly understanding the challenges within the commodities ecosystem. Despite all those challenges, we believe there's a lot of opportunity and hope to provide standardized products, standardized contracts that can trade on an exchange, but also address the issue of financing farmers, but also providing quality goods for consumption and for export. So as we gather here for this conference, I urge you to share knowledge, explore partnerships, and embrace innovation. Our strength lies not in standing alone, but in working together as a united network of exchanges, market intermediaries, regulators, and policymakers. Individually, we achieve much. Collectively, we can achieve greatness. Let us remember that great minds, when aligned, can go further than any one of us alone. By fostering deeper collaboration, sharing experiences, and harmonizing our markets, we can unlock unprecedented opportunities for investors, issuers, the government, and the region at large. Through ESEA, we are not merely observers of change, we are architects of the future of the East African capital markets. Together, we can build markets that are vibrant. Let us move forward with purpose, determination, and unity, inspiring growth across East African markets, empowering issuers, investors, intermediaries, and the wider economy for today and generations to come. I wish you all a productive and engaging and inspiring conference. Thank you. I'd like to take this opportunity to invite Mr. Sam Mwogeza, our Director and Chair of our Board Audit and Risk Committee.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I must start off by saying that I've had quite an eventful morning at the conference so far. I started off at some point as chairman of the board. At some point, I became director of the board. And we know that whoever announces, whoever controls the attention of the audience, controls the narrative. So for 2 minutes, I was chair of the board, and I whispered some things to Paul there. But I think it does tell us the reality of how quickly things can change. And again, once again, to thank everyone who's here. Thank you so much for sparing the time. A very warm welcome for this conference. I will stand on the protocol that has been established and will not repeat any of that. But just to mention a very special warm welcome to our partners who've come from other parts of the country, or from other parts of the region. Welcome, Karibu to Uganda, and to any first-time visitors, I hope you enjoy your time in the Pearl of Africa. There's truly many wonderful things to see that will be seen after the conference. While at the conference, I'm sure that you will benefit greatly from what the deliberations here will be. I also do recognize Dan, who has been mentioned here, one of our board members. Thank you for your presence here.
The theme that has been shared on shaping East Africa's capital markets through digital transformation and sustainable finance is not just a theme, but it's a reminder that the future and the opportunities it creates belong to those who actively look to innovate and collaborate. Across East Africa, we are seeing remarkable transformation, and the chairman of the association, East Africa Securities Exchange Association, Paul did mention that quite profoundly. But a key thing to note is the role of technology in redefining this context. Our markets and investors are expecting more transparency and more accessibility and more speed. And sustainability is no longer just an option. It's something we must all carry as a responsibility and must propel us to rethink how we operate, how we serve, and how we create value. The story of the East African capital markets has been quite extraordinary, and reading through it, one gets a lot of rich insight around the humble beginnings where this started, from very small trading floors and few listings to more modern and more interconnected markets that do reflect resilience, ingenuity, and vision. And it hasn't been easy. I know there have been many challenges in our markets, and we're all reminded of COVID and the impact of COVID in our different markets as one of the key disruptors. But we're also reminded that smooth seas do not make skillful sailors. And it's precisely why navigating turbulent waters is what enables us to become masters of our craft. Steerers, or people who are steering markets forward towards prosperity and opportunity. As has been mentioned, the strength of the East African capital markets lies in its interconnectedness and harmonized regulations, cross-border listings, regional collaboration that are not mere technicalities, but are really the lifeblood of growth, confidence, and opportunity. On behalf of the board of USE, we want to declare that we fully support the efforts to integrate our markets more closely, and we envision a regional capital market ecosystem that is seamless, inclusive, and resilient. It's also important to look at what's happening in the global capital markets and the state that they're in, and the continuous transformation, again, that is being shaped by technology, evolving regulation, and shifting investor expectations. We see many learnings from emerging markets like China, India, and Brazil, who are redefining the flow of global capital and demonstrating that growth and innovation are no longer confined to traditional financial centers. We also see the evolution of technology, particularly when we think about technology like artificial intelligence that is enhancing the market analytics, blockchain that is strengthening transparency, and other virtual assets that are being created that are expanding what is possible as way of investable assets. But at the same time, we do realize that with great opportunity comes great risk, and we see that evolving, emerging with cyber threats and market volatility and climate-related financial risks. And it's important that we maintain our eye on the ball and understand, monitor, and mitigate these risks in a way that ensures real sustainability. The important thing is that Africa must write its story, but it must learn from the lessons of those who've gone before us. There's many learnings we pick from global peers. There's many learnings we pick from other emerging markets. And of particular interest also, as was shared by the chairman in his earlier address, is the green bond frameworks that we see in other parts of the world. In Asia, where digital exchange platforms in the Middle East are also being seen, in addition to what we see in Asia, to blockchain-enabled settlement systems in Europe. There's so much to learn from that can make our markets more efficient. At the Uganda Securities Exchange, our work is guided by 5 core values: efficiency, teamwork, innovation, integrity, and a real customer focus. And these are principles that shape our decisions, our interactions, and our view of what the future can look like. And we understand the role of good governance in guiding the policies, initiatives, and decisions at the board and across the institution that create a foundation for investor confidence in a real way. So as a board, we are steadfast in creating an environment where issuers and listed companies can flourish, through very strategic oversight, supportive policies, and enabling platforms. But I must say that we recognize the role that other key players in the market play, the brokers, the market intermediaries, who are trusted connectors in the marketplace. And we really recognize your efforts, your contributions, and I see many of them are here, and we really recognize the role that you play. The board values your expertise and professionalism and dedication, and we do understand that it's important to ensure sustainable growth in this market and beyond this market. In addition, we extend our appreciation to all other market intermediaries, the custodians, fund managers, registrars, advisors, every professional playing a meaningful role. And again, I see many here. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being present. Thank you for your role in strengthening our market. I must also specifically recognize our regulators who are here, who play a very critical role in ensuring sustainability in a real way. And I see the chairman of the board and the chief executive. We really do appreciate the steer and guidance that you provide. When no one claps for the regulator, I tend to get concerned. Paul has spoken very eloquently around the USE Easy Portal. And when he mentioned it was the first, is it the first or second green IPO? First, no one clapped. But I'll give us the opportunity to clap for that. That is a power that shows what is possible. It's efficient, it's empowering, it's transformational. It connects investors, it opens up access to investors who previously may not have had access. And we must recognize and congratulate such cutting-edge innovation. Introduction of new products and digital solutions continue to demonstrate that commitment to grow. I also want to reference strategic integrations that solidify our commitment to innovation by connecting us to the broader regional and African market. We have joined phase 2 of the African Exchanges Linkage Project, and we continue in our participation in the East African Communities Capital Markets Integration Initiative, as well as continued collaboration with Bank of Uganda, who I don't believe is here, but is a very powerful support and enabler for the work that is happening in this market. Friends, partnership has also been critical, and with other key partners like the telecos, the MTN and Airtel, who've enabled a digital SCD account opening and e-trading that have simplified market access. The central message here is that the only way that we grow sustainability is by deep partnerships, deep collaborations that collectively work together to create more value. So sustainability is central to our vision, and the board has championed this in every way. ESG has communities and to generations that are to come. At the heart of capital markets are people, entrepreneurs, who are building businesses every day, communities who are accessing opportunities, and investors realizing their aspirations. All of this reflects that this is about improving people's lives. It's about human impact. Digital transformation and sustainable finance are not abstract trends. They're important interventions to make the lives of Africans better and to contribute to community in a sustainable way. So as we look ahead, I'll conclude with 2 guiding truths. First, from Africa, which says if you want to go fast, you can go alone, but if you want to go far, go together. So regional integration, collaboration, and shared vision will propel us into the path that we're looking for. The second quote, which is one that I particularly like, is accredited to Abraham Lincoln, that talks about the best way to predict the future is to create it. And at the board of the USE, we are committed to shaping a future that is innovative, inclusive, and sustainable. So as I conclude, my prayer is that this conference will be not just a meeting of minds, but a real intervention to strengthen our journey, to deepen collaboration and strengthen the call to action, and create a capital market ecosystem that is vibrant, resilient, and transformative. At the USE, we are guided by our aspiration, inspiring growth for our issuers, our investors, and the East African capital markets, driving opportunity, innovation, and shared prosperity across the region. I wish all the participants a productive, inspiring, and truly impactful conference, and thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
I noticed that our clapping is a bit lazy. Is the SC too much? You know, because in the morning, for you to have a lazy clap is not a very good thing. Can we clap for our recent speaker? I know we have many individuals in the room that have come from different countries, from Kenya, Tanzania, Ethiopia, Burundi, and Rwanda. We want to appreciate you. There are so many developments that have happened in Uganda, and of course, many of them that have happened in this market, in terms of securities, in terms of capital markets. So many changes that have happened, and these have been alluded to: growth in issuance of bonds, easy access and adoption of technology, which has fast-tracked access to the IPOs. Certainly revenue collection. There's a lot of growth and development that has happened in this country. The one thing that has not changed in this country is that Museveni is still Museveni. So we want to comfort you. For those of you that are coming here for the first time, please note that he is still the president of the Republic of what? Uganda. And for us who are here, we know that we are still going to go and vote for him come January. Amen? Amen. So be comforted by that, so we can talk about so many other developments as we move along. Ladies and gentlemen, still, before I proceed to the next part of the opening address, allow me make recognition of the Assistant Commissioner from the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Bob Munene. Please stand up for recognition. We want to welcome you here. Because of the role of technology, which speaks to our theme, digital transformation, allow me also recognize Ziana from FITSPA. So we'll keep moving along and we make these recognitions. So still in the opening address, allow me to invite our next speaker, who is a certified public accountant, a fellow of the SCCA, the CEO of Capital Markets Authority, the chairperson of the East African Security Regulators Association, a board member at the Bank of Uganda, a board member at the Insurance Regulatory Authority, but most importantly, a lady who is very passionate about cars, a wife and a mother. Join me in welcoming Josephine Osila.
We want to be an efficient, we want to be a trusted regulator of a regionally competitive capital market. And so, when you look at a conference of a regional nature, I think it rhymes with the theme and our vision as the Capital Market Authority. And this plan focuses on increasing retail and institutional participation. We want to ensure that we broaden the range of market products. We want to enhance the regulatory infrastructure so that we can guarantee integrity and stability in our market. We want to ensure that we create an environment where we dialogue so that we can create an enabling environment as opposed to a limiting one. We believe that is how we can build strong and resilient capital markets. The plan that we are talking about is not an isolated strategy, it's a national commitment, and it aligns with the government's tenfold growth strategy and the NDP4, as our goal is very clear: to make Uganda's capital markets the engine room for long-term inclusive economic growth. But you must note that achieving this requires long-term patient capital that only deep and vibrant markets can mobilize. Therefore, we must leverage instruments such as green bonds, the Sharia-compliant finance, the private equity that has been mentioned, and the securitization of infrastructure projects to unlock the trillions of shillings required for national transformation. Friends, this conference theme that is shaping East Africa's capital markets through digital transformation and sustainable finance reminds us of the challenge of harnessing our markets to transcend borders. So integration is no longer an option if we are to grow the capital markets in the region. It's imperative. And our regional response must be one of agility, collaboration, and technological innovation. We are happy that from what has been said by the chairperson and the board member, a lot of this is going on in our security exchanges. Our colleagues, the regulators in the region, we must harmonize digital approaches to regulation and supervision to ensure that our markets remain safe, competitive, and attractive for cross-border investments. As the board of the Capital Markets Authority, we stand fully committed to providing strategic direction and oversight as we implement this transformative agenda. We look forward to fruitful deliberations over the next 2 days, and we believe this will lay foundation for sustainable, inclusive, and technology-led regional market ecosystem. We must note that capital markets are not just about finance, they are the future. They are about the future. And therefore, I want to deeply appreciate each one of you for being part of this groundbreaking discussion. We believe that this will be a big building block to our capital markets in the region. I thank you, and God bless you.
Let's give our board chairperson at the Capital Markets Authority another round of applause. Thank you for those remarks. Friends, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we have a QR code displayed on our screens right here. It will take you to the pictures for this event. So you do not have to ask anyone for pictures after. Just get your phone out and scan that. You'll be able to be helped get all the pictures, the beautiful pictures of this conference. We are also streaming live on our YouTube channels, Uganda Securities Exchange and the Capital Markets Authority. Please, if there's anyone who wants to be here but cannot, let them know that they can just find us streaming live on our YouTube channel. Yes, now I believe every one of us has been able to get a hold of that QR code. Let's clap us for ourselves again for being able to make it today for the East Africa Capital Markets Conference. Now, the next session really is a big one. Now, to help us demystify our key discussion for today and our theme, which is shaping East Africa's capital markets through digital transformation and sustainable finance, is our keynote, who is the Managing Director of NSSF Uganda, where he also leads the fund strategy function. Since joining NSSF in July 2011, he has played a pivotal role in shaping its strategic direction and operational excellence. Prior to his current role, Patrick served as Chief Financial Officer for 6 years, during which he spearheaded transformative initiatives including the establishment of the strategy function at the rollout of the balanced performance scorecard. His leadership earned him recognition as runner-up at the 2017 National CFO Awards organized by ACCA. Before joining NSSF, Patrick was the finance director at Barclays Bank of Uganda. His career spans over 2 decades across Uganda and the United States with deep expertise in accounting, financial management, and strategic planning. Patrick is a certified public accountant, CPA. We are glad that the immediate past president of ICPAU, our very own Josephine, is here. Please give her a round of applause. She didn't expect that, yeah. He holds an MBA from the University of South Carolina. Ladies and gentlemen, I could go on and on. This is just scratching the surface. Allow me introduce the Managing Director, National Social Security Fund, NSSF Uganda, Mr. Patrick Ayota.
Good morning. Good morning. Okay, I know we've been sitting for a while, so let's do something. Just stand on your feet. And if you remember the old saying, stand akimbo. Now, many of you may not remember. Standing akimbo was you stood like this, and then we'll spell the 3 letters of CMA with our whole body. So we'll start with the C. We go with the M, then we go with an A. Now, you just work what is called the core of your body. Do that every day for 5 minutes. You will not grow old. Please have a seat. Thank you very much for having me. I also stand on the protocols that were mentioned earlier. The only 2 things that I think this conference did a disservice to you is the following. You don't have an accountant come after Paul, after Sam, after Mr. Seremba. Now, the only gleam of hope is we had another accountant just for me, but she's much better than me. So I was struggling with, okay, how do I approach this? Because by profession, I'm allowed to be boring. You guys complain about accounting, so I am allowed to do that. So my hope is this. As I share with you over the next few minutes, your job is to listen. Mine's trying to finish as quickly as possible. Hopefully you don't finish your job before I finish mine. When I was invited, Josephine told me that there was a big struggle going on. And here I was not the first choice to come here. So there was a debate going on, saying, no. Let's get, and they sent this invitation, somebody who was a well-seasoned finance professional, knows everything about derivatives, knows everything about the capital markets, knows everything about all these things with a lot of experience. My understanding is he turned the invitation down. So the scribe there said, no. Okay, let's get someone who is well-read, has gone to universities, has published, has done all these things. They sent the invitation, and he turned the invitation down. So now they're getting desperate. Okay, let's just get someone who has traveled a bit. He's been to the US, he's been to Europe, he's been to different places, he can pretend to know different things, well exposed. I hear he turned the invitation down. So now my friends are in trouble. So I said, okay, what can we do? Okay, let's just go for the physical. Get somebody who is tall, who is handsome, and please send this invitation so they can come. I hear he turned them down. Out of desperation, Josephine just said, please just send an invitation to Patrick Ayota. I know he will come. And the invitation came. I couldn't turn them down 5 times in a row. So I speak here, stand for you. Many of you are members of NSSF. And it's very important that actually now we talk about East Africa. This is just what the fund is as an East African institution. And Paul, you said something, I wanted to add something to your number. You said that over 200,000 investors within the Uganda Stock Exchange. Think of this. NSF represents 2.2 million members. So I hope you're not counting NSF as one investor, but the 2.2 million. So if we add that to the 200, that's 2.4 million investors within the Uganda Stock Exchange. NSSF has invested about $1.6 billion in Kenya. We are the number one non-Kenyan bond holder in Kenya, the number one non-Kenyan stock holder in Kenya. And I'll tell you the implication of that. We have invested slightly about $700 million in Tanzania, both in the equities and the bond market. We've invested now, we are approaching around $50 million in Rwanda. And this makes us very interested in the dynamics of whichever is happening in that country. Right now, we are tracking Tanzania. The elections are coming on the 29th of October. What do the dynamics tell us? Do we need to be worried or not? Yesterday, as many of you know, may God rest his peace, Baba left us. And we spent the whole evening trying to read the mood of the Kenyans. What's the impact? There's a lot of anger, national anger about that, which is expected when people are in mourning. But we're trying to figure out, will that translate to something else, and what does that impact our own investments in Kenya? As you know, we're having a big election coming up in January in Uganda. What is strange in Uganda is this. If you go back in history, this time, over the last 15 years, our shilling has struggled, has actually struggled. This time, our shilling is strengthening against the dollar. What's happening to Uganda? We can't quite figure it out, but we know good things are coming along the way. And the reason why that's important to tell you is, with a local perception of our own markets, it matters. So in 2022-23, many of you know that the Kenya shilling depreciated against the dollar. I think it hit around 180 shillings to the dollar, from around 110. What did for us, it basically meant that we took foreign currency losses in our books, close to 1 trillion shillings in foreign currency losses. But we analyzed Kenya and spent the whole month of May and June 22 analyzing Kenya. And our conclusion was this: the fundamentals in Kenya were strong. So strong that we made a decision that we are going to buy more of the securities as they became available. Many of you that know that most of the non-East Africans who invested in Nairobi, whether it was in the bond market, whether it was in the stock exchange, decided to run out and sold their investments on the cheap. We bought it all. We bought bond yields with the yields of 17% dollars. And this was something. So our perception as an investor, and that's one thing that we do when you look at East Africans, there's a lot of reliance. We think there's a lot of money out there that needs to come into East Africa. Maybe the number one lesson is, how do we cultivate East Africans to invest in our own stock exchange? Because our perception of risk is very different from an East African when we begin to approach those things. Interestingly enough, our market is big, but the potential is untapped. How do we then tap into this market? And I'll go back a bit into history. For many of us who may just forget little things, May 17, 1792, about 250 years ago, 24 traders in New York City came together. They had been trading with each other in an informalized basis, and then signed an agreement, an MOU they called the Bretton Woods Agreement. They only had the initial trades were 5 securities, 3 government bonds, and 2 bank stocks in 1792. Today, 250 years later, the New York Stock Exchange has listed over 2,100 companies with a capitalization of over $32 trillion. Don't worry about beginning humble or beginning small. 200 years later, you'll be the mighty exchange that all Africa comes to if they want to raise capital. And you can say, well, that was an exception. What happened to the other ones? In 1698, a gentleman called John Castings started just selling stocks in coffee houses in London, from coffee houses, and he sold little things. And there was something very common about these things. Sold it to willing buyers, willing sellers. They were there. In fact, necessity made them come for coffee because he began publishing whatever prices, good coffee prices, gold prices, and all these were interested in that. Today, the London Stock Exchange is 1,300 companies listed, boasting over 4.5 trillion pounds in capitalization. Humble beginnings, but the resilience, they stayed there and made it work. And maybe the key lesson for us here is, many times we've taken what New York say, what we've learned about them, London and so on, and we try to replicate it here, but without thinking about the struggles they went through, without thinking what they had to put up to make it work in that case. Pensions have been told a lot. I'm passionate about pension. So I want to demystify some things about pensions. They said, if only NSSF, if there were 2 NSSFs in Uganda, our capital markets would grow. How many have had that argument for liberalizations? That, we just need to have more NSSFs, and suddenly, our capital markets will grow. This is the data. The U.S. Social Security Fund, which is the basic Social Security Fund, the equivalent of NSSF, today is $2.72 trillion. By law, it can't invest in the New York Stock Exchange. And yet that has not prevented the New York Stock Exchange from growing. The London Stock Exchange, when you look at the number, in terms of ownership, the stocks, publicly listed stocks of the London Stock Exchange has now declined. The pension funds only own 2% of the listed stock in London. The non-participation or less participation of these pension funds has not stopped the London Stock Exchange from growing. Singapore Central Provident Fund. Singapore started their stock exchange in 1973 after breaking off from Malaysia. Today, Singapore Stock Exchange boasts slightly over 650 companies with a capitalization of over $600 billion. The CPF, which is their NSSF, has slightly over $300 billion. By law, they can't invest in the Singapore Stock Exchange directly. And yet, that has not prevented the Singapore Stock Exchange from growing. So when we look at our own country and say, okay, what has happened now? In the US, there's something that happened. The US pension fund scheme is layered. And many guys sometimes don't realize this. So on the baseline, what we call the base pension is the US Social Security. It's guaranteed. It basically provides safety for any of the retirees, the first level of safety. And that's why the law said they couldn't invest in the stock exchange. They only invest in one security, US Treasuries, because that's the only way the US government can guarantee that when you become eligible, you'll get your money. But beyond that, they layered individual retirement plans, company retirement plans, to the extent that if you look at the retirement assets of the US, they almost exceed 45 trillion. And part of the drivers of the stock exchange are these individual retirement accounts, because people could take more risks than they could do. I worked in the US for a long time. In 2008, during the financial crisis, I had 3 types of retirement accounts. I had an individual retirement account, the IRA 401k. I had a company retirement account called the 403, and I had my Social Security account. I lost all the money in my IRA. I lost all my money in the company retirement fund. The only money I still have today is the one that was in the Social Security as it was. So part of if we want to use pension funds, let's figure out how do we encourage individual people to save more? How do we encourage companies to save more? Because you don't want to touch an NSSF. That's all what we got. 98% of the people who come for their money in NSSF, that is all what they got. They don't have any other savings. That's why in NSSF, the number one attribute we look for is safety, that your money is safe. When you come for it, it will be there. So even when we've invested in Kenya, Tanzania, and so on, that attribute is the number one thing we look for. Not returns, safety. That your money will be there when you come. It becomes a guiding principle. And our customer proposal, member proposal to you, value proposal to you are three. Safety, convenience, and empowerment. Empowerment we couldn't do until lately when we said, okay, people come. One of the most disheartening things is somebody has 200 million shillings with us. He is 48, has a wife who needs to go for an operation, maybe in Nakasero or in India. But the law never made a provision that, you know what, if your wife is ill, you come for your money. Never made that provision at all. So we cry together because we can't do anything, because we're trying to be lawful in that place and the things that we do. So my point is, as we begin to look at what we need to do with pensions, yes, they can play a role, but there are things that will happen. The US was amazingly, that country does things that are really good. Forget the Trump things. They created incentives that make people want to save. They create tax incentives that do. We don't. In Uganda today, you are taxed before you send your money to NSSF. That money is taxed. Can we campaign, can we advocate that people can begin to save? So we say, if you save within the formal market, then you can deduct or you can defer the taxes that you would have paid along the way. And we begin trying to formalize these things, and we advocate for a lot of things that we need in that case. So what are the lessons we learned from this? And this is where we now come. And it almost goes to what Sam said in quoting Abraham Lincoln. The best way you can be sure of the future is to create it. We all have to create our futures. And I'll give an example of what we're trying to do in the fund. But let me just talk about the capital markets. Are we good for purpose? Or are we serving a small group of sophisticated people who understand what the stocks are, who understand what bonds are? When have we ever made a deliberate decision or intention? How many circles are in Uganda? How many circles are in Kenya? Every other matatu, I think every matatu in Kenya is financed by a circle. Have we ever thought about these guys come together, bring their money together, they hope to get a return? Have we ever thought, can we tap into that and create our own members out of circles? We've been struggling in Uganda to build this Kampala-Jinja Expressway. And all of us are looking at the traditional way, infrastructure bond. Have we thought about tokenizing Kampala-Jinja Expressway and make it so democratic that villager can buy a bit of token as he finances Kampala-Jinja Expressway? Can we rethink and are we willing to try to create our own future by looking at the things we can do? And the moment we are willing to unstrap ourselves from the traditional information we have and begin to rethink, the principles, the concept will be the same as you invest in the stock exchange. But the application becomes customized, becomes localized, and becomes more relevant for us as so the call for the next decade as we guys are getting together is, how do we customize, localize? For many of you have done CFA. I tell my friends, CFA fellow students, you do the CFA, you pass. You will know how the New York capital markets work, how London works. You will know all these things. They have 300 years of data. Come to USC. It's been there for 20 years. With 19 companies, your data within USC doesn't say anything. When you try to read the data in USC, it doesn't tell anything about the company. And you want to apply CFA. Yes, do, but get the concept and customize it to this market, not just try to put it in where we're doing. Because in there, when we're willing to do that, we'll be able to get to the things that we want to do. Educate, educate, educate. Can we begin at high school? Just simplify the concepts of capital markets. So as they grow, they're so familiar with it that the option between buying a goat and a stock is easy to make. Because right now they finish universities, he'd really rather buy a goat rather than a piece of paper called a share. Can we educate? Because in doing that, we'll create our own future customers that we want to do in that case. It will take time. We are competing with $300 companies. The guy who wants to invest in USC, NSC, the option he has is New York Stock Exchange and London. They've been there for 300 years. What do you offer them? How do you message things to him? Tell them, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania are actually good markets for you. But then we did an interesting simulation. We modeled and said, if somebody had got $10,000 from the US 5 years ago, came to Uganda, bought our bond, the bond matured in 5 years, reconverted back to dollars, would have made about, $18,000 more. In the US, would have made $11,000. Investing in the same thing in safety. Do these guys outside the country? No. How can we tap into our commercial centers? Uganda has become now this thing about economic commercial diplomacy through our embassies. To what extent do we go and we're able to share with would-be investors about how good our land can be? Our currency of safety right now in Uganda is the Ugandan shilling. In fact, we are trying to move as much of our money into the Uganda shilling as we can. Safe. I don't have FX exposure. And the shilling is strengthening, which means that, just for your information, on Friday, we had an inflow of dollars, and so we're having a debate saying, no, guys, change everything to Uganda shillings today. Because on Monday, most likely, I think we exchanged at 3,440. On Monday, it was trading at 3,410. If we had waited, we would have lost 30 shillings just by waiting. So our currency of safety is the Uganda shillings. And many of you know say, you guys, you must be deceiving us. No, it's not. It's true. So, as I conclude, the thing I really want to help us understand is there's a lot of movement. The pension funds, we've put money. One of the things that we're doing with the pension funds of Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, this CPF Kenya, NSF Kenya, PSSF Kenya, PSSF Tanzania, NSF Tanzania, Burundi is going to come along. I think RSSB will come along. We want to pool our funds. Because if the 6 pension funds just pool 1% of their funds in the common pool, that's $400 million. Sure, we can leverage that $400 million and attract other capital and put that money in our capital markets, our infrastructure that we want to do. So there is something in Uganda today, in East Africa, this thing about trying to work together. In fact, one of the things I told my colleagues in Kenya, please, if you're from Kenya, you tell them this, that we put $1.6 billion in Kenya, but you put nothing in Uganda. Why don't you come? Bring even $50 million. Let's make this big announcement so people know that you're also investing. It's not just one-way street, but you're also doing that because it will help us as we mobilize our monies. So as I finish, the very concept that I've told you about creating our future, we are trying to do it in the fund. So what happened 4 years ago, we did a modeling of the fund and realized one thing, that the rate at which we're paying out benefits, the growth rate was exceeding the contributions coming in. And that's true, because for many of you, as you became more eligible, you've earned more salaries, you are taking more money. In fact, for each of you who leaves the fund today, I need to recruit 23 young people to replace your contribution. That's how much it was. So when we did that modeling, we realized by 2031, if we did nothing, our benefits we pay will be more than the contributions coming in. Some will tell you at that point is our balance sheet has begun to shrink. You're welcome, sir. At that point, our balance sheet has begun to shrink. When we continue to realize that by 2041, if we did nothing, the NSF is dead. And that's how bad it was. So we don't have an option but to create our own future. So we began looking, where is the future? Where is the future? 2 areas I'm just going to mention to you, and you realize that actually this thing works. We've gone into agriculture, and I'm glad what Paul is doing with USC. We registered a company 3 weeks ago to sort out the gap in agriculture, where every farmer plants, grows. When it comes for them to sell, there's nobody to buy. Or it's so chaotic, the farmer gets demotivated. And in the process, as we allow the farmer to make more money, he will save some money of those earnings with us, creating our own 15 million farmers. If I can get 5 million of them over the next 10 years, the fund goes. We created a high innovator, which was basically just funding startups, which you guys run away from. You don't want to fund startups. You want it done, ready, then you can come and run your numbers, your ratios. Because you think it's too hard. We have funded 438 startups over the last 4 years. Our risk appetite was 90% of those startups would fail. Because that's the stats in Uganda. We've lost 12, 4%. The other 12 are now beginning to crop, getting into the SME space slowly. What was our analysis? That's what I said, we rethink how we do things. I can't run the ratios on a startup. They don't have numbers. So we came up with different criteria, which means we need to rethink. Potential of impact. Potential to scale. Potential for profitability. All futuristic. That's what our criteria was. We looked at 10 of the best business articles, Harvard Business Review, Oxford, Yale, whatever it is, to identify what do entrepreneurs have in common. Those who have succeeded, what do they have in common? And we found 10 attributes common to all these articles, that entrepreneurs who have that attribute will most likely succeed in the business they start. And one of them is perseverance. You know that. You know, you go and start the business, it doesn't work. Just at the top when he should be learning, he drops it, starts another one. So he's always on this curve of learning, and we can do. So in our criteria when we're looking for the businesses, we have an academy we use, actually online academy. We've planted there questions that can tell us, one of that, how does this guy have the attribute of perseverance? If he has 6 out of the 10, we gamble on him. He has chances of succeeding. Hello, analysts, can you do something slightly different? Because that's what will take us to create this. Yesterday, I had a meeting with Boda Boda guys. I'm going to tell something that shocks you about Boda Boda. As I began to understand that industry, you see them riding up and down, and you think it's a very disorganized sector. By the way, don't even use the word informal. They're registered. And they're registered from a stage. On that stage, there's a president, there's a secretary, there is a treasurer. They've submitted their NINs, national ID cards, to that. They've got even LC1 letters recommending them. And then they go up. They have 6 layers, all the way to the district and then to the national. A very, very powerful group. There are about 1.2 million riders in Uganda. And they've committed, and this is their slogan, for the price of a chapati, they'll bring 1 million members to save, which is around 1,000 shillings a day. You think about it. If you get 1 million Boda Bodas saving 1,000 shillings a day, that's 1 billion shillings a day. What happens in this economy when we have this domestic savings that we can now apply to this country to drive our own domestic agenda when we do that? And they're very serious. And the reason why they've done that is we came up with a product called Smart Life. Remember for the last time, NSF, you are our customer. You have a job, wait for every month for the customer to send your 5% and the 10%, and we collect, we're good. But remember I told you we looked at our data and the trend, we're dying. We need to do something differently. So we need to leave you guys alone. You're still good, we'll serve you, but now we need to go into these guys who have never. How do we create something for them? So we came up with Smart Life. And Smart Life was flexibility, that you can actually save 1,000 shillings. It's okay. 5,000 shillings is okay. Make it more flexible when you can get it out. By the way, we made a real decision that for Smart Life, you need to leave your money with us for at least 1 year. Why? We're trying to create a habit of savings. We think that if you save consider for 1 year, at the end of that 1 year, that habit may stick. Rather than putting your money, and that was the distinction mark between us and Unit Trust. The Unit Trust, you can put your money in the morning, take it out in the evening. Put in the morning, take the next day. We thought that would not encourage the behavior we're looking for, which is a bit of longer-term mindset change towards savings. And that's happened. We rolled this on November the 22nd, 2024, slightly over 10 months ago. The numbers today, we have 44,000 accounts opened. Collectively, they've saved 37 billion shillings. There's a lady in Owino. We camped in Owino for 2 weeks. Between March 15th and June 31st, this lady was sending 5,000 shillings, but she made 229 deposits in total. In a day, she would send 3 deposits if she needed to. And she just went crazy with the savings. What also motivated her, thank God for men who are here. The week before we went to Owino, she used to have her money box. So she would go took the money box home with her money, locks it. I think the week before the husband went and raided the money box, which was a good motivator for us. What's my point? My point is if we're willing to look at things differently and demystify capital markets, demystify the investment world, and we make it applicable, all these borders, all these farmers, all these guys you see, bus drivers, taxi drivers, will own shares and will be participants in these capital markets we do. We just need to rethink how we are approaching it. God bless you all. Thank you.
Can I request we give Patrick another big round of applause? As Patrick was delivering his keynote, our guest of honor arrived. And it's at this point that I want to request you to rise so that we officially start this conference. The anthems, please. Let's take our seats. Guest of honor, we are happy that you are here, because now that you're here, we have officially started the event. And ladies and gentlemen, our guest of honor is the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Honorable Matia Kasaija. here represented by the Commissioner of Financial Services, Mr. Moses Ogwampus. Can I request him to stand up so that you show him so much love? Guest of honor, the gentleman seated next to you on your right is the Managing Director of National Social Security Fund, Mr. Patrick Ayota. Can I also request him, because of the people that want to pick their benefits, can I request him to stand up and give him another big round of applause? Guest of honor, allow me also to inform you that in the room is the chairperson, East Africa Securities Regulators Association, who also doubles as the CEO of CMA, Mrs. Josephine Osia. Can I also request her to stand up for recognition? Guest of honor, in the same spirit, we have the chairman, East African Security Exchange Association, and the chief executive officer of the Uganda Securities Exchange, Mr. Paul Buiso. Can I request him to stand up as well? In the same spirit, we have the board chairperson, Capital Markets Authority, who is also seated next to you, a teacher by making, Mr. Saul Seremba. We have two board directors of the Uganda Securities Exchange here present. Allow me to request Mr. Samuel Mogeza to stand up. And also allow me request Mr. Dan Tumuriame to stand up for recognition as well. In the room, we also have the chairperson, East Africa Exchange Association, right? Africa Exchange Association. Can I also request him to stand up for recognition? Very good. We have a number of managing directors and CEOs in the room who, because of time, I'll not be able to read them out, but we appreciate them. Guest of honor, equally in the room, we have a number of sponsors. And because they sponsored this conference, it's important I make mention of them. And if the individuals that represent these institutions are available, I request them to stand up. PKF. Okay, over there, can we give them a big round of applause? MTN. Okay. We have New Vision. Okay, STT. Very good. We have Old Mutual. These ones have just recently rebranded. Thank you very much. We have DFCU. Okay, we have NMB. We have the Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda. And then we have Financial Sector Deepening Uganda. And then we have Cornerstone. Guests of honor, it's important that I also inform you that the East Africa Capital Markets Conference is living by its name. We have delegates from Kenya. Can I request delegates from Kenya to stand up for recognition? There are no females in Kenya. Okay, but guests of honor, they are the ones that have arrived so far. Yes, before I continue, it's important that I also make recognition of another key sponsor, and their MD, Shashida, is here. Bank of Baroda, ladies and gentlemen. Shashi, thank you very much, together with your team. From Kenya, we have delegates from Tanzania. Yeah, I think Tanzania, this is what they call a village of people. Yeah. I don't know what your intention is. You came to conquer Uganda, or? When they call you in a country that is not yours, come in smaller numbers. You know, like Kenyans, what are you trying to prove anyway? But those are the Tanzanians. We have delegates from Rwanda. Yeah. Rwanda, this thing of gender, you take it very far. 2 men, 2 females. I think you've gone beyond, but okay. We have delegates from Burundi. Okay. Ethiopia. Okay. I think that covers it. We have delegates from Somalia. Just to be sure, Somalia sent 1 delegate. I think they okay. More are coming. Okay, I hope that will come to pass and they make their way here. And guests of honor, certainly there are Ugandans in the room. So can I also request all the Ugandan delegates to stand up for recognition? Ugandan delegates. Exactly. Guests of honor, it's also important that I inform you that in the room we also have some exhibitors who are here to share some ideas. As per the program you have that was shared with you earlier, guest of honor, it's important that I inform you that we've listened to the remarks of Mr. Paul Bwiso, Mr. Samuel Mwogeza. We've listened into Josephine, the CEO of CMA. We've also listened into the board chair of CMA. And you came in at a time when Patrick was talking about why we need to educate so that citizens in this country can appreciate the role of investing in securities and stocks rather than buying goats. And I'm sure that this is a conversation that you have heard clearly very well. And I think it makes it very, very evident because ordinarily when you continue to educate people through financial literacy programs, which I'm sure that NSSF is a pillar in that area, many people will tell you that it is better to invest in a border. It is better to invest in pigs or goats or cows. So I think it makes the message very clear that educate, educate, educate. We are glad that you're here, our guest of honor. You came in at the time where I needed to pick a few questions before you come to give your address. So please, I pick your indulgence to make sure that we do this so that you can be able to come in and speak. Now, if there are any questions, it's important that we limit them to the theme, shaping East Africa's capital markets through digital transformation and sustainable finance. If there are areas of mid-term access, this may not be the platform. If you have got challenges, maybe you have not yet picked your retirement benefit or your parent, this may not necessarily be the platform. Let's limit the conversations within the conference. Do we have any questions to the MD of NSSF? 1 or 2 that we can quickly pick that are pivotal to our conversation this morning. Any hand? Okay. Patrick, that shows that you have delivered well. Let me request this audience to give you another big, big round of applause. Before we move to our next part of the program, there was a link that was shared, and many of you, I'm sure that you have picked your photos, and they will continue to share that link. Let's make sure that these photos, we share them through our social media handles and really tweet and X about this conference and share about the good things that are happening here and the information you're picking. But just to make this clear, the photographers of this conference, I have not seen my photos. It's important that you differentiate between a host of an event and a service provider. I am a host of the event. And so it's important that the photos are not segregated. I've seen Paul's pictures, I've seen Samuel's pictures, mine are not, and I spoke before them. So for some people, you need to take them one-on-one and publicly so that they know that you need to see your photos. I told my wife I've gone to work. And that has to be justified. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting any time, allow me now invite the CEO of CMA to come and introduce our guest of honor this morning. Join me in welcoming Josephine to the podium.
Thank you, MC. It's been a great honor for me to introduce our speaker, Mr. Moses Ogwapus. He's the Commissioner at the Ministry of Finance for Financial Services, but he's representing our Minister of Finance Planning and Economic Development. Mr. Ogwapus, it's an honor for you to be here, and we appreciate that you have taken the time to be here, so I welcome you to address the people. Thank you.
Good morning. I will start by tendering apologies of the Minister, Honorable Matia Kasaija, the PSST. It's a very awkward time. It's a big secret to all of us here that it's campaign time. So our ministers are busy in the field doing the obvious, renewing their mandate, and opportunity to come back as ministers in not so long a time. And then the permanent secretary and other officials in the ministry, Bank of Uganda, also out of the country in Washington. And then we have so many programs which coincided this morning. I very regrettably had informed Josephine that I wouldn't be here, even when I wanted to be here. But the spirit of capital markets has kind of pushed me back here. And I'm glad that I'm here. But I'd like to welcome our friends who have joined us from Kenya, Tanzania, Somalia, and the other countries. I don't know whether at the beginning of this session, in the spirit of the ESC, we recognized the passing on of Honorable Raila. Did we? Okay. Otherwise, I was going to request that we stand up. Maybe we should, again, and show our respect in prayer for the repose of the spirit of Honorable Raila. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you. And I missed the speeches of Paul and Mr. Yota, but I was duly represented by my colleagues. Dr. Bob Mnene, if you've not been introduced, is my assistant at the ministry, and Mr. Lambert Olidio is a principal economist at the Ministry of Finance, responsible for capital markets and financial compliance. The governor of the central bank, if you're present, or your representative, the chairpersons and chief executives of the capital markets authorities and exchanges, the chairpersons, East African Securities Regulatory Authority, and the East African Securities Exchanges Association, representatives of ministries, departments, and agencies, investors and issuers present, fintech innovators and data vendors present, development partners, ladies and gentlemen. I'm greatly honored and privileged to address you at this year's East Africa Capital Markets Conference. I warmly welcome you to the Pearl of Africa, Uganda. The East African community is comprised, this is obvious to all of us, of 8 partner states with a combined surface area of 5.4 million square kilometers
and a population estimated at 331 million people, which offers a significant market and opportunities to share prosperity. Our collective vision is to become an upper middle income community that is secure, politically united, and grounded in the principles of inclusiveness and accountability. Within this vision, I am impressed by the integration progress made under the Customs Union, which allows free movement of goods, and a common market that enables free movement of labor, services, and capital across partner states. Distinguished guests, the global financial landscape is evolving and impacting the EAC vision. Funding from our foreign partners, while appreciated, is continuously reducing and becoming more conditional. We can no longer rely heavily on external financing to build the future we envision. This is therefore the opportune time for partner states to prioritize the development of the capital markets to strategically respond to the above revolution. I commend the organizers of this conference, anchored on the theme, Shaping East Africa's Capital Markets Through Digital Transformation and Sustainable Finance, for bringing us together. Distinguished guests, Uganda's capital markets provides many investment opportunities because the country needs to structurally transform the economy from our very ambitious expectations to grow from a GDP of 53 billion to USD 500 billion by 2040. Achieving this qualitative leap requires massive capital injection from domestic sources and shifting from consumption to long-term productive investment as envisaged in our tenfold growth strategy. Through the tenfold growth strategy, Uganda, under the 4th National Development Plan, has prioritized the following key growth areas. 1, agro-industrialization. 2, tourism development. 3, mineral-based industrial development, including oil and gas and science and technology. This is in addition to enablers of growth such as human capital development, which covers health, education, and social protection, infrastructure development, peace and security, and financial inclusion. The NDP 4 prioritizes the role of financial sector, including our capital markets, as a core enabler of this economic transformation. The plan mandates the financial sector in 4 key areas: to increase access and affordability of financial services, to increase access to efficient and convenient financial services, to increase public awareness and understanding of the financial sector, and leverage the use of technology in delivering financial services. The above mandate implies growing capital market assets by attracting issuers, companies, and investors, promoting shared digital infrastructure amongst the partner states, and conducting financial literacy programs focused on capital markets and its products. By achieving these strategies, we shall ultimately increase our regional bloc competitiveness and significantly reduce the cost of capital and improve access to finance for our citizens. As a call to action, we have set the vision clearly laid in our strategy. Now the implementation heavily rests on the shoulders of our market intermediaries, security exchanges, the transaction advisors, brokers, assets and fund managers who provide the linkage between the savings from our people and the long-term capital needed in our national priority areas. We therefore need to, 1, genuinely leverage technology beyond basic automation to reach the unbanked and create simple, user-friendly investment products that align with the digital lifestyle of the modern East African citizen. Second, actively mobilize the vast pool of domestic savings from pension funds, collective investment schemes, and retail investors to robustly support the financial requirements of the tenfold growth strategy. And third, to contribute towards structuring the required instruments that draw investments into the key priority sectors highlighted in our economic strategy, the ATMs. The concrete actions and innovations by your institutions on the above will determine the pace of our economic takeoff, especially in the capital markets industry. Today, the Secretariat will, I don't recall, MC, that you introduced a representative of the ESC. Are they present? Or what is the reference to the Secretariat? I'm sorry to. Is it another Secretariat or the ESC Secretariat? Another one? Okay, I'm sorry. So today the Secretariat will showcase the progress made on the Capital Markets Infrastructure Project, the ESC Capital Market Index, and advancements in digital innovation, which will play a critical role in transforming the industry. Regarding regional cooperation and savings, the presence of the East African community delegates underscores a powerful truth that our markets are stronger together. Regional integration is not merely a political ideal, but is an economic framework for achieving scale and attracting significant institutional capital. We must continue working closely with our regional counterparts to harmonize regulatory frameworks, enhance cross-listing mechanisms, and fully operationalize common trading platforms. A unified and strengthened East African capital market can offer greater liquidity, transparency, and product diversity, making our region globally competitive. This regional strength must be underpinned by robust domestic savings. To fund our growth strategies, we must deliberately focus on deepening the pool of long-term capital within the community. This means prioritizing initiatives that sustainably grow pension savings, expand assets under management under the collective investment schemes, increase market capitalization of companies listing on the stock exchanges, and innovate for the formal and informal sectors to capture additional behaviors and products such as micro-pension. These long-term savings remain the financing muscle required to expand our desirable future achievements. Therefore, we must deliberately deepen the pool of domestic savings, strengthen our capital markets infrastructure, and relentlessly broaden instruments to enable our countries attain the desirable growth in the short and medium term. Allow me to once again appreciate the Capital Markets Authority, led by our chair and CEO of Uganda, and the Uganda Securities Exchange, for hosting this important regional conference. In conclusion, let this conference be the catalyst for actionable commitments and regional collaboration for the prosperity of the East African region and for the socio-economic transformation of our people. It is through this engagement and collaboration that we break the barriers to capital markets operations. Now, before I pronounce as required, I want to give my personal impressions. I had to be obedient and simply read the minister's speech, but I like to take chance to give my own impressions about some of the issues that we are discussing today and some of those which have been reflected in this speech. The first one is, and I think Mr. Yota touched on this, a bit of what I had when you were speaking. I think, and we have been, making efforts with our teams here, led by Bank of Uganda, Josephine at CMA, and Mr. Paul Buiso, about how we recognize that the appreciation of capital markets in the country is very shallow. And just to show you how complicated it can be, there's a loud joke that goes around that once we were presenting a bill on capital markets in our parliament, and one of our honorable members suggested that the market in his constituency had been ignored and needed a response from government. Just show you, I don't know whether our colleagues from the other countries appreciate this joke, but this is our national legislation where some honorable member cannot distinguish between the capital markets we are talking about today and the markets for potatoes in their constituency. So this is a very serious concern and something that we need to tackle. I recognize that Josephine and your team, you worked so hard to make one singular product in Uganda very attractive. And it's amazing how Ugandans are pushing a lot of their savings in unit trusts. But just simply because of, I think, your work to sensitize the community, and people have realized that they can save and invest using this vehicle. And a couple of years ago, Mr. Lutwama, where are you? Where is Mr. Lutwama Joseph? I saw you on the screen. Has he moved out? That gentleman, some years back, I don't see anyone else in that category from the other partner states. He was so passionate at the ESC in trying to drive partner states create an incentives regime to promote this kind of products. And the partner states were not very responsive. And I think one of the reasons this one has been very attractive in Uganda is partly because of the incentives that that eventually government succumbed to and provided. So that takes me to the second point, that our engagement with government, including where I work, should be intensified. So the sensitization should not only be to the public, but also the policymakers to appreciate how critical and transformative capital markets can be as a credible alternative source of funding for our tenfold growth strategy and transformation of our region. The next thing I wanted to touch on is I am familiar with some of the initiatives that we have tried to drive at the EAC, and I would dare say that we have struggled to realize them. We have struggled. So I hope that this conference and any other efforts we are putting together will drive us to actualize some of these interventions. And we failed for one reason or another. The EAC, as envisioned by our president, the late President Moi and Mokapa, I think we've slackened a lot. We should by now be in a monetary union, but we've had to defer for some time. And even under the common market, there are many undertakings that we committed ourselves to implement. We've struggled to implement this. And I know, as a technocrat, that the complications are generated by people in this room, people like us in this room, because we are the ones who think for our leaders. We are the ones who think for the policymakers and create these obstacles. So we have an opportunity, because we fully understand the benefits of working together and creating one regional market. So I hope that as we dialogue today and in the future, we'll be looking at not just creating opportunities for digital financial innovations that can drive the financial sector and capital markets in the region, but looking at all these obstacles that we should get rid of. For instance, it's always very irritating for me, and I believe all of you, that when you have to cross the border, you have to buy another SIM card. As simple as that. I don't know whether you feel the same experience, that if I was in Nairobi 2 weeks ago, and I couldn't use my phone easily on internet. I had to buy a local SIM card. And it's the same when you cross the other border. I don't know whether I just don't know how to use my phone, but I believe this is a common experience. And this is just a simple illustration on how we still maintain unnecessary barriers for the financial sector and business to thrive in the region. I don't know whether it also bothers you that you can't freely use your money, Ugandan money, anywhere in East Africa. And I'm sure you know that it costs a lot of money, or it costs a lot to have. I've seen Ugandans buy dollars, then buy Kenya shillings, go the other side, change into Kenya shillings, and vice versa. The gurus in the banking sector here, some, we have to solve these problems, of course, with Bank of Uganda and people in the treasuries of our country. I thought I should point out some of these issues. But also, it bothers me that in this century, people of East Africa, the majority of our people, should still live under the poverty line. It does. Why should we be poor when we have good land, good soils, we have fresh water, we have a young population? For so long we've been talking about demographic dividends, which is not materializing. I don't know what else we should be speaking about. I also like to point out that I have realized that we compete for similar things in similar way. I know that Rwanda is positioning itself as the financial center for the region. I know that Kenya is doing the same, and I would dare say that Josephine and I are also looking for ways of making sure that Uganda is the most attractive financial hub in the region. So again, I think that we need to harmonize and synergize so that we can optimize the strength that we have and collectively become a strong region. I therefore take my singular honor on behalf of the Honorable Minister of Finance to officially declare open the East African Capital Markets Conference 2025 for God and my country.
Wow, wow, wow. Let's give our Honorable Minister, represented by Mr. Moses Ogwapos, a round of applause. Thank you so much for those brilliant words of wisdom that we have heard today about the future and the present. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ayota earlier on said we spell CMA while standing up. This time we're going to spell USE. So can you please rise on our feet? We've been seated for some time now. And then we're going to start with a U. Come on, give me that U. S. Yes. E. Ah, perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. You may now take your seats. We're going into the main event today, which is really launching of the East Africa Exchanges 20 Share Index. Now, for those who do not know what that is, we'll be having a citation shortly by Mr. David Wainana on what that actually means for us as the East African Securities Exchanges in the region. But also, yes, as my team puts that, I would like to recognize one of our sponsors who was not in the room when we introduced Deposit Protection Fund. Please stand up for recognition. Please clap for him. Patrick Ezaga from the DPF, thank you for sponsoring. Allow me also recognize some CEOs in the room. We have the CEO of CMA Kenya, Mr. Wycliffe Shamia. Please stand up for recognition. We also have the CEO, Tanzanian Securities, George Shumbusho. I hope I pronounced that right. Please stand up for recognition. Okay. Yes. We also have the Chief Executive Officer of Exodus Advisory, Tanzania. Please stand up. Let's clap for them as they stand up, please. Yes, we also have Mr. Vincent Shirima, Precision Air Chairman, Tanzania. Please stand up for recognition. Okay. We also have the CEO Tanzania Mercantile Exchange. Thank you so much, sir. The CEO Tanzania Institute of Bankers, Mr. Patrick Mususa. The CEO NSSF Tanzania, Gabriel Silat. The CEO Market Mosaic Securities, Faith Muhoro. The CEO SPG Securities, Grace Semakula. The CEO National Securities Exchange of Somalia, Mr. Yasin Mohammed Ibar. The CEO Crested Capital, Mr. Robert Baldwin. And the CEO Cornerstone, Simon Mwebaza. Thank you so much. Now please allow me invite Mr. David Wainana to read a citation for us before we can then have our guests come on the stage to launch the East Africa Exchanges 20 Share Index.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I'm Jambo. You know, we have so many Tanzanians, so it's important for us to recognize that we can speak in many languages in the spirit of East African. So my name is David Wainaina from Nairobi, a market that the pension scheme of Uganda has invested in excess of 1.5 trillion. In that spirit, and in the spirit of making our markets regional, through our association, the East African Securities Exchanges, we thought to ourselves, and based on the challenge that has been thrown out to us here, we have had a capital markets protocol that has been in existence since 2009. And that protocol speaks of movement of goods and capital across our region. To date, we are still having challenges trading securities that is weightless across our region. So we ask ourselves, which is the best way for us to be able to make it easy for an investor in Rwanda to buy securities in Somalia? And I must recognize that we have a new exchange in Somalia, and one of the things that we are going to do is to ensure, as part of that index, we have joined all our markets so that investors can be able to get exposure to a region from an index perspective. So what is this index? This index is taking account of all our listed companies, the 5 companies within our regions that have the highest market cap. So for example, in Tanzania, we have taken NMB Bank plus others. Here in Kampala, we have taken MTN and others. In Nairobi, we have taken Safaricom and others. In Kigali, we have taken the Bank of Kigali and others. So we have an index that is looking for our East African region as an asset class. One of the challenges that has been thrown to us here by the guest of honor is that we are competing. We want to be the best within our member states. This index now is looking at us from the lenses of the region. So if you are an investor, and I'm very happy, Patrick, with what you have said, that as social security funds, you want to have a basket that can have an exposure for the region. This is a solution. The East African Exchange Index is going to give any investor that has the lenses of the region an opportunity to invest within our region with one bullet. So what we are launching here is an East African barometer that is going to give us, across our region, it is market cap weighted, it is going to be publicized in all our markets. The effective date for this was April 2nd of this year, so it's tried and tested. The data points are there. So I want to encourage everybody from across our region that we can be able to promote this index. We are challenging the investment bankers in the room that the time now is ripe for you to be able to come up with a regional ETF because the capital is there from NSSF. And if anything, we have heard from Patrick, 1.5 is in Kenya, and he is willing and ready. And you have had the commitments, ladies and gentlemen, to put some money in that basket of a regional ETF. So we look forward to that index. As I have said, it is big. Instead of looking at our markets from our lenses of 30 billion Kenya, 15 billion Uganda, now we have an index that is looking to in excess of 100 billion USD from our region. So please, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite our high table here, led by, or you want to do it, Caesar? Please come and do it. So that is the index, and we look forward for you, investment bankers, to start coming up with an ETF that is going to track and look at our region as an asset class. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much. With that citation, I hope we are all going to be very happy as we launch our index today. Just one more person I missed out on introducing, Mr. Peter Nalitolela, who is the CEO of the Dar es Salaam Securities Exchange. Please, thank you for coming. Thank you for joining us. Now, allow me, with the singular honor, to invite the chairman or the chairperson of the East African Securities Exchanges Association, Mr. Paul Buiso, to invite, together with our guest of honor, to come and launch. And the whole high table has been highlighted. The chairperson of the Capital Markets Authority, Mr. Saul Seremba, CEO at the Capital Markets Authority, Ms. Josephine Okuyo-Sia, our keynote speaker, Mr. Patrick Ayota, the board directors at the Uganda Securities Exchange, Mr. Celestine, the ASEA chairman, please join us as we sign off. We're going to count from 5. The whole room, we shall count from 5, and then... Can you join us in the counting? Let's start from 5 up to 0, and when they hear 0, they'll unveil. That's okay? Can we do some numbers? Let's start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, you know it's not a ceremony without the bell ringing, so please, let's have this bell. Do not ring it, Gava. Only a few people can ring it. So we're going to count again with more vigor this time, okay? And some markers for our people to sign right after. So let's count. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's more like it. And that is the launch of the East African Exchanges 20 Share Index. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let us have those signatures in. As our sponsors prepare to come and join.
Okay, so after the signing, I'm going to request the gentleman and lady that is next to that pad that we have just launched to have a photo right there where we've launched. Let's have the first photo there, and then we'll have one on the stage where I'll also invite now our sponsors to join in. All right, can I request now we ascend right here on the stage. Let's remove that, gentlemen. Let's move here. Okay, so allow me invite the ESA top delegates to also come, and we have a photo moment.
Can I also have the East Africa regulators that are in the room to join in this picture moment? Regulators.
Okay. I say leadership, I'll release you. The rest of us stay, and I'll invite the sponsors. I say leadership, I have released you. Let me stay with the sponsors. CMAUC, please stay. Board members, chairperson, please stay. Guests of honor, and Patrick, please stay. Patrick, you needed keynote. You stay in the photo. Before Patrick even leaves, join me in really appreciating Patrick for our 13.5. Yeah, I think he deserves a big clap. Yes, Patrick, we want to thank you very much. When I saw the value I had made, I almost wanted to write to you personally to pick just the interest, because it would change a lot of things in my life today. Ladies and gentlemen, can you give another big round of applause to our sponsors for making it possible for this year's edition 2025. All right, so thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, allow me request our culture group to take it away as we move for our tea break. I also want to remind you that behind there we have exhibitors. Our tea break is going to take a maximum of 15 minutes. You can actually pick your tea and come back in the room so that we can be able to save on time. Please enjoy your tea break, maximum 15 minutes. We return and proceed with the rest of the program. Our culture group, please take it away. And also encourage you to visit the exhibition space. Thank you very much.
Welcome you to the upcoming East Africa Capital Market Day in Kampala, Uganda, where we will congregate as stakeholders of the capital markets ecosystem, including policymakers, regulators, investors, to deliver it on the ongoing opportunities and challenges that exist in our regional capital markets, and see, of course, what solutions we can bring to bear to seize those opportunities. One of the things that we have done as a beginning of this session is that we are positioning this region as an asset class. For us to be able to achieve that, we have relied heavily on the Common Market Protocol of 2009 that envisioned that there will be free movement of goods and services, including capital. So as exchanges, we came together, and one of the ways that we are supporting that agenda is we have come up with a regional index. That index, we are calling it the EAC 20 Share Index. The index itself is a market capitalization weighted. What that then means is that really by using that index to track our markets, investors and other stakeholders can get a better view of how our regional markets are performing across East Africa. Lastly, of course, is to welcome you to the East Africa Capital Markets Day. More importantly, I'm looking forward to interacting with yourselves as we look to grow our market, of course, share in the opportunities that exist, but more importantly, enable us to put our minds together and see what other solutions we can bring to bear
to the challenges we have as we try to deepen our market.
Finally, allow me to thank our regional regulators. The reason why we are doing all these things is because this market has a lot of confidence. As a matter of fact, all our markets have returned in excess of 20% returns since January of this year. And this goes to speak around the confidence investors have across our market. So allow me to thank our regulators through their regional body, IASRA. We look forward to a very, very successful interactions. And as I have said, one market, abundant opportunities within our region.
Welcome, and I'm looking forward to
the East Africa 20 Share Index is a basket of shares from all the markets in East African community, which is tracking five top companies in all the stock exchanges. I think it was created basically to be able to track our index, our markets, so that we are able to be seen, viewed as a region. You see, most investors out there, outside of East Africa, they want to see us as a region, a regional index. So if you take 5 top companies in Rwanda, 5 top companies in Kenya, looking at them as a basket, it's, I think, big value for us as a markets, but for investors who are looking for East Africa as a block, an economic block, it's very important for us, and I think it's going to attract international investors. Thank you.
Mambo na malizia kiganjani, we unasubiri nini? Hata ukiwa safarini unaweka kiganjani. We mama, wekeza kiganjani. We baba, wekeza kiganjani. Walimu, kwa pamoja tunaweka vijana. We mama ntilie, wote wakulima, tunaweka pesa kiganjani. Watumishi wa umma, mashirika binafsi, wafanya biashara, wekeza kiganjani.
DSE, hisa kiganjani, tunatengeneza nafasi zaidi.
My name is Paul Bwiso, and I'm the Chief Executive at Uganda Securities Exchange. So Uganda Securities Exchange is the principal stock exchange in Uganda. We are licensed by the Capital Markets Authority. We've been operating for over 25 years in the economy. Our core role is to support businesses raise financing and match financing to the savings within the population. We also operate various markets, and these markets provide solutions such as equities, debt, and within these markets we attract companies that want to raise capital because those are capital market solutions that are able to provide patient capital to companies. Our core role also involves self-regulating our members. So we are a self-regulatory organization, commonly referred to as an SRO. And what we do is that we put in place the rules and regulations that ensure that the market is operated in an orderly manner, it's transparent, and we keep the integrity of the operations within the market. We are a stakeholder-driven exchange, and so we have different players within the market. Those include listed companies, which currently stand at 20, with 19 listed companies on the exchange. Of those, 11 are locally listed companies, and 8 are cross-listed companies from the Kenyan market. In addition, we've got stockbrokers. We currently have 5 licensed stockbrokers on the exchange, and these deal both in debt securities and equity securities. We've also got custodian banks who play a core role in custody of securities for investors. Additionally, we've got the investing public that includes both pension funds, fund managers, and the retail investors, who also include investors out of the region and also foreign investors. Currently, the number of investors on the exchange is just over 269,000 investors, and we've seen that the active investors are about 50,000 who participate in the market on an annual basis. In terms of trading, we've seen activity rebound from the time of COVID, where we had all-time lows of about 33 billion being traded, to last year where we saw the trading stand at about 297 billion in trading turnover. The exchange has invested heavily in digital systems, and so where we stand today, it's quite easy to open an investment account using various channels, whether you work with our Easy Portal app or the Airtel and MTN Momo apps and USSDs menus, where it's quite convenient for an investor to access the market. In addition, we've got a cocktail of assets that investors can invest in, which include the listed companies, the local ones, and we've also got the treasury bills and treasury bonds that investors have been able to access over the last 1 year when we invested in the technology, specifically the bond module within the Easy Portal that has seen the trading turnover on the bonds grow from a tune of about 9 billion to currently 52 billion this year in terms of turnover. So to access information about the Uganda Securities Exchange, what we do, and information about the publicly listed companies on the exchange, you can visit our website. It's quite rich with a lot of information, not only for financial literacy and education, but also information about the listed companies, which information is disclosed on a regular basis based on our rules and regulations. In addition, we are in our various social channels, from X to LinkedIn, TikTok, among others. So please visit these channels to be able to access more information, but also to be able to follow the conference and learn more about the capital markets and how to invest. Because there's a saying, an informed investor is a protected investor. My name is Paul Bwiso, and I'm the Chief Executive.
My name is Josephine Okwi Osia, the CEO of Capital Markets Authority Uganda. So what is Capital Markets Authority? Capital Markets Authority was formed by an Act of Parliament in 1996, and the mandate is first to protect investors, secondly to ensure that there's honesty and transparency in the transactions in the capital markets. Thirdly, we do investor education, where we educate investors about the opportunities that are available in the capital markets, and also to promote confidence to those participants who want to come and transact in the capital markets. We also manage the systemic risk within the sector of capital markets. So what are capital markets? You may be wondering, what are capital markets? So capital markets is really like any other market where you go and buy and sell, but capital markets is where you look for capital. So in the market, you have those who have the money, and on the other side, you have those who need the money. So the suppliers of the money and then the consumers of the money. So that capital markets bring the two parties together, and it can be individuals, or it can be institutions, or it can be government. So capital can be obtained in different forms. You can sell shares, where shares is really ownership of the business. You relinquish a bit of your own ownership of the business to receive money from the investors, or through debt, where they are lending you money and you pay it back with interest. But there are also other interesting products that are in the capital markets that can be used to raise capital. So please do participate in the capital markets, that we grow the capital markets. Capital markets are very important for the growth of the economy, for the development of the economy of Uganda, because it provides capital to improve production, to grow businesses, and therefore provide jobs, avenues for taxes, and therefore develop our country.
It's our mission to secure your money.
Protecting your money is as important as earning it. It is for this reason that the Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda, DPF, was established by the government of Uganda to provide deposit protection to customers of regulated financial institutions. In the unlikely event that your commercial bank, credit institution, or microfinance deposit-taking institution fails, the DPF will pay you up to 10 million Uganda shillings. Keep your personal information such as national identification number, mobile phone, or an alternative bank account updated with your banker. Terms and conditions apply. For more information, contact DPF at AHA Towers, Plot 7 Lodell Road, Kampala. Call 0312-206-400 or visit our website at www.dpf.or.ug.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's please make our way in. You can carry your cup of tea to the room. Let's get into our next segment.
I was born in Africa. Sing my song, music Africa. Music is the topic today. Let us down in Africa, the land of the sun. Sing and dance depends on the mood. Music is the topic today. Let us all our in some way. Down in Africa, the land of the sun. Sing and dance depends on the mood. I was born in Africa. Sing my song, music Africa. I was born in Africa. Sing my song, music Africa. Don't worry where you coming from. Wonderful when people meet. Down in Africa, the land of the sun. Sing and dance depends on the mood. Don't worry where you coming from. Wonderful when people meet. Down in Africa, the land of the sun. Sing and dance depends on the mood. I was born in Africa. Sing my song, music Africa. Kamungolo, kamungolo, oh perekereke yo kamungolo, 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 oh perekereke yo kamungolo, kamungolo, oh kamungolo, oh
It's our mission to secure your money.
Protecting your money is as important as earning it. It is for this reason that the Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda, DPF, was established by the government of Uganda to provide deposit protection to customers of regulated financial institutions. In the unlikely event that your commercial bank, credit institution, or microfinance deposit-taking institution fails, the DPF will pay you up to 10 million Uganda shillings. Keep your personal information such as national identification number, mobile phone, or an alternative bank account updated with your banker. Terms and conditions apply. For more information, contact DPF at Aha Towers, Plot 7 Lodell Road, Kampala. Call 0312-206-400 or visit our website at www.dpf.or.ug.
We are the DPF. We protect your money. Protection Fund of Uganda. It's our mission to secure your money.
Protecting your money is as important as earning it. It is for this reason that the Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda, DPF, was established by the government of Uganda to provide deposit protection to customers of regulated financial institutions. In the unlikely event that your commercial bank, credit institution, or microfinance deposit-taking institution fails, the DPF will pay you up to 10 million Uganda shillings. Keep your personal information such as national identification number, mobile phone, or an alternative bank account updated with your banker. Terms and conditions apply. For more information, contact DPF at Aha Towers, Plot 7 Lodell Road, Kampala. Call 0312-206-400 or visit our website at www.dpf.or.ug.
We are the DPF. We protect your money. Protection Fund of Uganda.
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and
Hello, my name is Frank Mweti. I'm the Chief Executive Officer
Thank you, Jacinta.
of the Nairobi
Let's get
Securities
into our
Exchange,
next
based out of
session.
Kenya.
We're
My name
really
is David
running
Wainaina, the
late
head of
on
trading
time.
at the Nairobi Securities Exchange. I'm also the chair of the East
Ladies and
African
gentlemen.
Technical Committee team.
And I'm particularly happy to welcome you to the upcoming East
Let's take our
Africa
seats.
Capital
Thank
Markets Day in Kampala, Uganda, where
Thank
we
you,
will
Jacinta.
congregate as stakeholders of the capital market
Ladies and gentlemen,
ecosystem,
now that we are
including
back, I believe
policymakers,
that we are so
regulators,
energized for the next
investors, and
session, which is the panel sessions that we're going in. Allow me recognize the presence of the board director, CSDR, Mr. Fahad Ahmad. Please stand up for recognition. Yes, please clap for him. Allow me also recognize the chairman of the Tanzania Capital Markets Authority. Please let's clap for him as he gets in. And then Mr. Danny Olesumayan is he in the room. Oh yes, thank you so much, sir, for gracing us with your presence. Now, at this point in time, please allow me call upon the moderator for the next session, who will take us through the introductions and everything. Mr. Isaac Kayemba, the Finance and Revenue Analyst at the Uganda Securities Exchange. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes on stage.
Thank you, Lynn. Allow me stand on the already established protocol and welcome you. My name is Isaac Kayemba, Finance and Revenue Analyst at the Uganda Securities Exchange. I'll start by introducing our topic today, which is shaping East Africa's markets through digital transformation and sustainable finance. So that is our theme. As we've heard from Patrick, really, 250 years that the NSC, the NYSC took to grow as it did. So let's hope, as we discuss today, we will understand or try to see how our chairman today, our leaders, our captains are trying to paint a Rembrandt rather than a much smaller painting. So I'll go ahead to introduce our panelists today. From the Uganda Securities Exchange, I'll start with Mr. Paul Bwiso. Mr. Paul Bwiso, number one, is my boss. All of you should know that. He is the Chief Executive Officer of the Uganda Securities Exchange. He's an investment banker with extensive experience in financial services sector in areas of asset management, corporate finance, and securities trading. Mr. Bwiso has over 20 years experience where he has held various senior roles with supervisory responsibility in the areas of financial planning, value-driven reporting, business analysis, and strategic planning. So prior to joining the Uganda Securities Exchange, Mr. Bwiso was the general manager of Dan Blair Investment Bank, Uganda. Paul is credited for delivering USC's full transition to the automated trading system and steering the exchange to the successful completion of the demutualization process. Please give a round of applause for Paul as he joins us on stage. The next is Mr. Peter Nalitolela. He is the Chief Executive Officer of the Dar es Salaam Stock Exchange and also serves as a board member of the CSD and Registry Company Limited. He is a certified board director and a seasoned finance professional with experience in industry as well as academia with years worth of experience in areas ranging from capital markets, banking, investment management, pension and fund management, power and energy, and telecommunications. So with a round of applause, please welcome Mr. Peter. The next is Mr. Pierre Celestine Raukumba, Rwanda National. He is the current chairman of the YASEA and chief executive officer of the Rwanda Stock Exchange. He is also a non-executive director in several institutions in finance and business development, hospitality, academia, and industry in Rwanda and beyond. Over the past 2 decades, he has been involved in different investment projects ranging from real estate, poultry, and agro-processing, manufacturing to energy. So with a round of applause, please welcome Mr. Celestine. The fourth is going to be Mr. Jesse Kagoma. He is the Chief Executive of the Central Depository and Settlement Corporation of Kenya. He is a seasoned and accomplished business manager. He joined CDSC in May 2018 to take charge of the finance department and later assumed the position of general manager, business support services, and CFO. So with a round of applause, please allow me to welcome Mr. Jesse. And lastly, we will have Mr. David Wainaina. He is the current Chief Operating Officer of the Nairobi Securities Exchange. He has over 18 years experience in the capital markets industry, having served in various capacities at the NSE since the year 2005. He has served in various capital market forums, including the East African Community Market Integration Initiative, Market Leaders Forum by the Central Bank of Kenya, Capital Markets Authority, Lead Master Plan Implementing Working Group, amongst others. So with a round of applause, our last panelist for today. So the stage has been set prior. Our stage now is as concrete as it could be. So we will go ahead and dive deeper into the crux of the matter. So for the CEOs here today, our leaders, our captains. Could you give us a brief overview of your market, pick out some highlights from the past few years, share with us what the past looks like and where do we start from as we shape the future? So starting with Paul from the USC.
Thank you, Isaac, and good morning once again to you all. Looking at the Uganda Securities Exchange and where we've come from, I think the backbone of what we do is based on technology, and we found it to be a very helpful enabler in making significant strides to grow the exchange. As mentioned earlier in my opening remarks, we've had a couple of transactions on the market, and these have not only opened up access to the various stocks, but they brought in a new caliber of investors within the exchange ecosystem. And we've seen that that growth has not only added to the overall trading turnover, but has also created the ability and the knowledge for investors to understand how markets operate. If we look at the performance of the companies on the exchange over the last 5 years, we've seen the average growth of about 37% over the last 2 years. But we've seen stocks more than double in terms of their value. And we've seen consistent payment of dividends and good dividend yields, which are quite competitive to the government bond coupons and yields that are within the government bond market. So for us as an exchange, we think that technology and providing access to tailored solutions is the direction to go. We spoke about ETFs. We've expanded into the commodities market space, and we are at the tail end of our pilot, which has been able to showcase how we can get solutions for not only farmers, onboard financing, but also ensure that quality standardized grains and contracts can be traded on the exchange. And that's an area we'll also expand into metals and minerals in due course. But I also think that as an exchange, we need to rethink the way we do business. I know, yes, we do have quite a number of market intermediaries here, but the exchanges need to play a core role in bringing business opportunities and issuers to the market. I do know that the market intermediaries and advisors do a lot of work on that front. But as exchanges, we've found that a lot of companies come to us and seeking capital. So one of our programs under the USC specialist market is an incubator that has enabled us bring on about 16 companies. And I think we've been able to get one to a funding stage. And there's one that has also provided a prospectus to the Capital Markets Authority for approval. And that discussion is still ongoing. But when you get into that step-by-step process of guiding companies and educating them the benefits of coming to market, patient capital, then as you deal with their boards and their shareholders who have different views and different access, different knowledge, the knowledge they have about capital is generally around loans, family collections, among others. They are able to appreciate that disclosing information around their businesses is something that will enable them access capital. So that's one core area we are looking at, and we'll continue to innovate in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Next, we will have David to give us a perspective from our neighbors in Kenya.
Very well. So for us in Nairobi, the way we are looking at it, first, the reason why we are vested and invested in such forums within our region is because we believe we are bigger and better together. As I said earlier, each of the biggest market within our region is about 60 billion USD for both bonds and debt. But if we combine our assets together, we stream to in excess of 100 billion. And that will trigger investors to look at us from the lenses of developing of frontier markets to a near developed market. So one of the things that we are focusing on very deliberately as a strategy is to ensure that within our region, we are working together so that we are looked at from the lenses of an asset class as East Africa, as opposed to our respective market. So our East African agenda is very, very important to us. The second point that we have to address is that as exchanges, we have a clear role to bring investors into the market. And one of the things that will happen, we have been celebrating that our markets are X% local and Y% foreign. One of the shifts that we must have is that for us to be able to move the needle across our markets is that we must look inward and grow our local appetite to exchanges. If you look at every one of us across the region, including Nairobi, you will find that we have been around 60% foreign and 40% local. There is a deliberate effort for us to ensure that investment starts from the local, because from an economics perspective, these things are not complicated. You start local, you go regional, you go African, and then you go global. So there will be, Isaac, to your question, a deliberate effort to grow our local appetite. And the vision we have in line with our strategy is to ensure that we have 9 million active investors in the next few years within our 2025-2029 strategy. We think 9 million is achievable, and we are going to achieve it even before that 2029, because it's not in doubt there is a lot of appetite within our local space. But now the way they access, right from technology, we have to give them this access, will make us come to the markets, because one of the things that we pride ourselves as exchanges doing is to provide that safety. As was said earlier by Patrick, when someone comes to the exchange, they are sure if you commit your money in there, you're guaranteed that it is safe, and the only thing that can take your money, Isaac, is when the market turns against you. So we are very keen on local investors streaming into the market, 9 million by 2029.
All right, thank you, David, for sharing with us your ambition. Next, we will have Celestine. Rwanda has had commendable transactions, really. So from that point of view and the work you're doing with the IFC and the like, please help us paint a bigger picture of your market.
Thank you very much. You know, the bigger picture that came out was the IFC. But you know, IFC was they came to issue because the conducive environment in local currency bond they issued to fund local businesses. But from an IFC point of view, it's a AAA denominated institution, and it's big enough. It can command and dictate anything they want. But for us, the most important is to address the biggest constituency we have in our economies. Our economies are dominated more than 80% SMEs or startups, and they employ more people in our economy in Rwanda. Actually, it must be the same in Uganda, most countries in Africa. So our main focus, of course, has been to put the conducive environment in place. ESG guidelines, we have green finance frameworks, and all those goodies are there in terms of frameworks. Sukuk, we are working on it, and the others that we've been able to put in place in the past few years. But now bringing the products onto the market has been the main challenge. But we've managed to get a few transactions come through. We've had a few sustainability-linked bonds from one of our banks, the Development Bank of Rwanda, BRD. They've done 2 issuances already by now. They are all oversubscribed. It was north of $60 million around so far. And besides that, in trying to cater for the small and medium enterprises, which they makes up the bulk of our economies, we have created alternative market segments to cater for that, which didn't work in 2018, I think. where we found that the companies still have issues because of them being small and not following the proper corporate structures that normally markets accommodate. So we went a step further. We created something called Capital Market Investment Clinic. The clinic basically, I think it's more or less similar to what Paul mentioned earlier. I think we have Ibuka in Nairobi, but in Rwanda we call it Investment Clinic. That looks after small and medium enterprises or startups to get them to be investor ready. Even Dar es Salaam, I think they will talk about it maybe. They have almost a similar program. That one is yielding results. So we've done 2 cohorts as pilot, targeting 45 companies in the first one. Only 12 made it to the finish line. 3 only got profiled. 2 of them raised money in the first place. The second cohort, we targeted 10 companies, and we profiled 3 of them. They also raised money. So far we have about 5 companies which have raised money, long-term financing from the market, actually through structured products like corporate bonds. Some of them did green bonds. And this year alone, we've had 3 of those companies raising money from the market outside of the IFC bond. So I think putting in place the structures that look after the main market segment of our real economy would add to a lot of value to what we're going to do into the future. Of course, without forgetting the demand side, which is basically trying to promote collective investment schemes and other structures that allow retail investors to come on board. Access is very key. That means technology, basically. So I think in a nutshell, that's what we have in our market in Rwanda for now. I'll pause for you now.
Thank you, Celestine. That's really exciting. Next, we shall have Peter. Tanzania has done commendable work on sustainability issuances. Sukuk, I think they are really the East African leader on Sukuk issuances. So from that perspective, briefly paint the picture as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So before getting into discussion on sustainability in the Sukuk, just to share a bit of background about the Dar es Salaam Stock Exchange. The Dar es Salaam Stock Exchange was incorporated in 1996 on the back of movement from the government to take state-owned entities public and allow the common Tanzanian to also own a stake in the growth of the economy. And we started official operations in 1998 with the first listing of a previous state-owned company. It used to be called Tanzania Oxygen Limited. Now it's called Toll Gases. And over the last 27 years, we've grown to a market that has 28 listed companies, 22 Tanzanian with the primary listing on the Dar es Salaam Stock Exchange, and 6 cross-listed companies, all of them from Kenya. And the current market cap, like Paul shared during his speech, we've grown to a market cap of 21.5 trillion shillings. So it's around roughly $8.7 billion. And we do have around $11.8 billion worth of government bonds. And we do have as well corporate and sub-sovereign bonds that are listed, subnational bonds. The total size of the corporate and subnational bonds, it's around $640 million. We've had some good progress on the sustainability issuances. We have leaders, for example, our largest highest cap bank, NMB, has done very well on that front. They have issued social bonds that are also cross-listed on the Luxembourg Stock Exchange and on the Stock Exchange. And the second largest bank by balance sheet, CRDB, has also issued a green bond. And we had a very good success story with a public utility company that is the Water and Sanitation Authority of the City of Tanga, issued the first subnational bond, which is also green. And we've had success on the Sukuk front as well. The first issuance was 11 billion worth issued by KCB Tanzania. And more recently, this year, we've had an SP that is formed by the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar, also issued Sukuk bonds as well. And a current, most recent one, CRDB has also issued a new Sukuk bond as well. And over the last 5 years or so, we've had every issuance that comes to market oversubscribed. And there's been recent growth in terms of the interest in Tanzanians to start investing on the stock market. That's been a good story. Currently, you have 713,000 CDS accounts. Compared to the size of the population of the country, there's still more that we can do. And as an exchange, working with the regulator, working with market intermediaries, we push efforts to educate Tanzanians so that we get more investors coming in. We do organize a number of online webinars that are usually very well attended to educate Tanzanians. And just to also echo some comments that David made and Paul made earlier, as ASEA, we're looking to go to the world as one common market. And if you look at the size of the population, 330 billion people across the region, and the total market cap, if you look at the combined ASEA region, it attracts international investors because most foreign investors would look at our markets individually and say, maybe it's too small for them to put an effort in investing. But if we do approach the global investors as one common market, then we'll be able to attract a lot more investments. And one of the things that we're looking at, we just started with the Top 20 Index, which was launched earlier this morning. And to start with the founding members of ASEA, which is Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda, we've selected top 4 companies from each market, top 5 companies from each market to form the 20. But the view is that with new members coming to join us in ASEA, we'll grow the index over time.
Thank you, Peter. That's really wonderful. So next we will have Jesse. Our discussion today has centered around digital transformation, access to markets. David mentioned the 9 million investors they want on their market. Patrick mentioned that 2.4 million investors are actually involved in our markets, and what we should be looking to do around retail investors. Peter has shared the same message on access. So how do CSDs and really central securities depositories, how do they handle those volumes? How do you see driving access around the East African markets? Because it's a very key point. Once you buy a security, you want to know that you have it. You want that guarantee. You need that transparency, and you want to know that you have it. So how do we move securities around East Africa for a large population, and how do you envision that being done around East Africa?
Thank you, Isaac. Well, I think depositories infrastructure has changed from being a record keeper to a change maker. Recently, I was asked a question, why do East Africa have 4 markets? Why can't we have one East African market? And what is the depositories doing to have an integrated East African market? Because the market in East Africa or wherever in the world, the core of those markets is a depository. And depository is all about technology that's employed in those markets that are able to allow investors to trade in any market. Quite a number of things that are happening in the market. And if you have looked at what is happening in the global markets, the global trends. Markets are shifting to 24 hours. Markets are shortening their settlement cycle to what we are calling atomic settlement. Markets are looking into tokenization of assets. And markets are looking into what we are calling getting linkage with other markets. Now, how do we get into that? And looking at Nairobi, the Central Depository and Settlement Corporation, we are hosting an upward of 65 listed companies with a combined market cap of about 20 billion, an upward of $20 billion. At the same time, there are quite a number of investors, about 1.5 million customers in the market. So that it's not a small number as far as having a market that's able to operate in such magnitude, not to have a depository that's employed and technology is robust. There are quite a number of things that are happening. And we are seeing depositories upgrading their system each and every time. And these systems are to conform with the changes in the market and what's happening in the global markets. You realize the market, as David has said, for example, the Kenyan market, 60% of the transaction or participation is local and 40% foreigners. Before that, a year ago or 2 years ago, it was actually 70% foreigners and about 30% locals. So there are quite a number of change in how the markets are trading. Now, as we move to shorter settlement cycle, we don't want to antagonize the foreign investors by just moving to atomic settlement. That's what we famously call T+0. We really need to also carry the foreign investors into that. So our market being what we call, it's equally participated by both local and foreigners, we are looking into going to a hybrid model where we have both the T+1 and T+3. That will allow the locals to settle within a day, at the same time allow the foreigners to settle within T+3. The reason why you have a problem, and this is a conversation we have had with global custodians, how our market cannot move to a T+1, all of it, is because there will be trade failed because of the processes that are involved in, for the foreigners to transact in the market. So the technology in the processes is still lacking to connect us to the global market. And therefore, the need to have hybrid markets. And I've seen Zambia, last month they submitted a bid, or rather to review the market on how they can be able to combine the two hybrid. The same case is happening in India. They are looking at retaining the T+1 and also having a T+0 because of obvious reason. Even with their technology, they still feel not able to move to atomic settlement, what the global world is moving to. In Europe, they have given themselves 3 years from last year in October to move from T+2 to T+1. Of course, that means it's not an easy process. In US, they moved last year in April to T+1, and they have quite a number of challenges, which now they are able to correct, and we be able to be running from that. So that's the technology, and that's where the markets are moving to what we call atomic settlement, and the T+1 being the stepping stone towards that. Markets are also moving to longer trading time. Currently in Nairobi, we open between 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. We are in advanced conversation to lengthen the trading hours to about 6 p.m. Of course, there are quite a number of processes that have to happen there because the process of the end of the day settlement take quite a hit when you have a limited time hours. So technology has to be key in trying to do that. And we are hoping soon, in the next 12 months or so, we'll be able to move that market to a longer trading hours, being a stepstone to what we call 24 hours, like in the US and the other developed market, where they're able to trade 24 hours. But that also will come with technologies issues, and that's why AI and DLT are becoming key to conversations on how the market will be moving forward. So quite a number of things are happening, and we think the systems have to be changed. And I know there are a number of system developers in this room, but unfortunately, it's becoming expensive for the technology providers, to accommodate us with the regular changes that the depositories are making. And another thing that may make the developers of the system have a problem with the depositories is because now depository and exchange are moving now to building their own system. A good example is Mauritius, which now have their system. Turkey also have their system, and they are selling to other depositories. So that's another thing, because we need also to make sure that we sustainable models that can sustain the market going to the future as far as the system is concerned. And I can go on and on and on, but I'm sure I'll get another chance to give more development in the depository world. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. It's quite broad. As Josephine spoke from the CMA, she mentioned quite a bit of work around private markets and venture capital. The need to fund SMEs has been the discussion from Celestine and Peter. So David, how do exchanges in East Africa really attract, in a few seconds, really how do exchanges in East Africa attract private capital, venture capital, and how do we go about it to make it more robust?
Good, Isaac, thank you. I think your question is around how we as exchanges and capital markets can synergize with private equities and venture capitals. So traditionally, as capital markets and as exchanges, we have viewed PEs and VCs as sort of not in competition. But going forward, we are looking at it differently. As capital markets, we have to provide solutions for the PEs, one, by giving them the deals with regard to the companies that they need to invest in based on their risk appetite. So one of the things that we are doing is to ensure that we provide that platform where PEs can come and get into a company that has been vetted, that has gone into a program, be it Ibuka or what they're doing in Rwanda or the other markets, after which they can sink in capital by way of equity or debt into that company. Equally, PEs and VCs are very, very keen in terms of their exit mechanisms. So for us as exchanges, we have to provide that exit mechanisms for these PEs, because once they sink in capital into a company, the next conversation is once they get their multiples, they need to exit. So the exit mechanism therefore has to be the exchange platforms, and that's why we have to work extra hard to provide that constituency by having the investors who can take up these companies. Traditionally, what we have done is that we have focused on companies that are ripe to come to the market, and we all want to put our money in there because it's a good company. Now, with us working with the PEs and the VCs, you see a lot of deliberate efforts for us to have different boards, like the Ibukas of this world that is being done in Nairobi. The next conversation, therefore, is that we will need to work with our regulators and policy makers to ensure that there is that sort of guidance around how this is done without exposing any investor based on the capital that they put afloat. So to your question directly, one is that we need to provide those platforms, and two, we need to provide that exit mechanisms, and the role of exchanges will be to provide that constituency, and that's why we are saying for us, 9 million investors can take up any company that a PE has invested in when they want to exit. So those are the two areas that we want to collaborate. But as a matter of strategy, PEs going forward and exchanges must work as partners, not as competitors. I thank you, Isaac.
Thank you, David. So for Paul, briefly, a few reforms, regulatory changes that you believe would significantly benefit our markets in East Africa and the region.
Yeah, so I think a couple of things need to be looked at, both from the demand side and the supply side. But if we're to look at the regulatory reforms, I would say one is around tax. Withholding tax across the region is really varied. In Uganda, on one side, the corporate bond withholding tax is higher than the government bond withholding tax. So of course, it's easier for investors to participate in the government bond market as opposed to the corporate bond market. But if you cut across, I think Tanzania has the best tax policies within the region. But I believe harmonization across the region, so that if an investor is looking at East Africa, they can collectively get the same tax rate without preferring one market over the other. The next would be advocacy, and I think the keynote speaker spoke to this, and also the guest of honor. How do capital markets actually support infrastructure projects? I think there was an example given as the Kampala-Jinja Expressway. I don't think the problem in the region is capital. I think there's sufficient capital. If you look at the pension funds in Uganda alone, if you add the collective investment schemes, that's over $9–10 billion. So capital is available. But how do we put in place the enabling policy environment that this capital can be provided to these companies, and government can deliberately look at the capital markets to provide solutions for their large infrastructure projects? I think if the policies at that point, including education and training of policymakers, comes out clearly, we should be able to see an improvement or a surge in capital market solutions that can provide either tokenized solutions or funding of whether it's a railway line or whether it's a dam within the region, because the capital is actually there. So I would say that also ensuring that owners of companies are continuously engaged in this solution as opposed to the short-term solutions in terms of capital, so that they can access patient capital, but really appreciate the benefits of both managing their balance sheets in terms of short-term solutions for capital and long-term. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. So, Celestine, briefly, on sustainability, the future of capital markets, incorporating ESG, because it's a very key theme for us today. So, sustainability and the future of our capital markets, and incorporating ESG factors in our operations. A brief discussion.
Thank you. I think it's one of those, I wouldn't say necessary evil, because there are different schools of thought. But where the world is going, sustainability is key in everything we do. The ESG guidelines have been published all over the place. Nairobi has guidelines. I think Dar es Salaam, we have already been issuing that. So it has to be embedded in every aspect of our life now. The central banks are asking for that, the lenders, investors out there. So we've made a few strides. I think we have to keep pushing for that in our respective markets. Although, you know, there's some resistance. There are ratings starting now for sustainability integrated reporting on different companies, different jurisdictions. Some of them are more advanced than others, but where we are heading, it has to be part of what we require people to do. Of course, in some markets, they have started making them mandatory. Others it's voluntary. So that the question is, what do we do? What is best for our markets? I do believe that people should be looking at that. You know, we should be taking step-by-step approach, I think, in our markets, because not everyone sees it the same way.
Thank you, Celestine. So we are pressed for time, but I think we can have one question that's exchange related for Peter from the audience, and then one question that's really depository and access related for Jesse, and then we can wrap up the conversation. Any questions from the audience? One or two?
Okay.
All right. So I think Peter will give us a few seconds, wrapping shots on direction, and then we can close up this session.
Okay, thank you. My one remark would be just to echo what Paul said about around harmonization across the region when it comes to regulations, etc. Because when you have different regulations between our markets, then sometimes it creates regulatory arbitrage, or investors choose to avoid certain markets because it makes it a challenge. Second remark that I'll make, like Paul said, capital is there. Capital is there. If you just look, for example, the two largest retirement schemes in Tanzania, because you have two. There's one for public sector, and also have an NSFO that covers primary private sector. If I remember correctly, as at the last audited numbers, the combined asset under management between the two funds is north of 18 trillion Tanzanian shillings. And I think because the reporting years July to June, so I'm pretty sure the funds keep growing. By next year, they would have been north of 20 trillion shillings. So if we do create right incentives for the funds to come and invest in exchanges, then there's a lot of opportunity. There's been a revolution across the region with a lot of retail investors also, local retail investors coming to the market, because most of us were used traditionally to invest in maybe property, etc. But now people realize that there's an opportunity to grow your wealth by accessing exchanges as well. So if we do produce the right solutions, we do the right advocacy work, there's a lot of capital that can support the region. And one of the areas that we also need to look at, I appreciate a lot of investment that NSF Uganda, for example, does across our different markets. And our regulations should allow for all retirement schemes across the region to invest in each other. Because like I said, we are developing one market. So we cannot have, for example, one jurisdiction doesn't allow retirement schemes to invest in another jurisdiction.
All right, thank you, Peter. So as I can summarize, access, togetherness, combined regulation. So it's a very good takeaway for us here. Thank you to our panelists, and one last round of applause for our captains as we end the session.
Can I request that we also give our moderator a big, big clap? It's not very easy to moderate your CEO because it can cost you your job if you ask wrong questions. Because the panel is a manual, allow me to invite Josephine to make sure that this panel is gender inclusive. Yeah. So are you standing next to your CEO? Yeah, get close. It may be the only opportunity you have. Josephine, please be in the middle so that the picture can be. All right, so thank you very much. I think that one of the messages that came out very clearly is that one market, infinite opportunities, so we can be able to explore those as we continue to move along. It's also important that we recognize the regulator Bank of Uganda, because they also felt it worthy to invest some money as sponsors. Can we clap for Bank of Uganda? Do we have some representatives from Bank of Uganda? Josephine, you wear so many hats. Yes, can we clap for Bank of Uganda? Thank you very much. I don't know how I can be a sponsor and I sit very far. But sir, we thank you very much. Me, if I was a sponsor, here is where I... Okay, so our next speaker, we've agreed that he's going to be able to speak for next exactly 15 minutes, talking about IPOs and investment opportunities. Why should companies in the East African community go public? Join me in welcoming the CEO of Bank of Baroda, Mr. Sashi Da.
Very good afternoon. Good afternoon, very good afternoon. So in the interest of time, because my MC has given me exactly 15 minutes, so please allow me to stand on the protocol set before me. And first of all, please allow me to convey my thanks to CMA and USC for bringing this platform to Uganda and allowing us to stand before all of you. We have prepared a small PPT presenting the journey of the bank, because Bank of Baroda was first because Bank of Baroda was the first bank to be listed in Uganda Stock Exchange. In the morning when MC was introducing Patrick, NSSF MD and CEO, and he was reading his illustrious profile, I was just thinking that how I am going to stand over here. Because while speakers are so illustrious, they have masters, CPAs, CFAs, and all that, and I have very humble bachelors. And then thereafter, when Patrick delivered his address, and I saw the massive scale of investments that he indulged into, then the kind of initiatives he has brought in. So the numbers for Bank of Baroda are going to be difficult to be presented after that kind of illustrious and fantabulous numbers. And then the third problem that has come is now I am just before your lunches. So managing such a complicated trajectory is something which is not easy. But still I am standing before all of you. This is called resilience for Baroda. So not only we are the first bank to be listed in Uganda Securities Exchange, we are the longest standing bank with the same banner and same name in Uganda. We had started our journey in 1953, and by building a foundation of trust and reliability. Since 1953, for 72 years we have been here continuously. and we were corporatized in 1972 and then listed on Uganda Securities Exchange in November 14, 2002. Our IPO, not only it was the first, but I think it was one of the few IPOs in the history of the exchange which are oversubscribed. And that too, in those years of 99, when we didn't have these massive social media and other advertisement tools. And in those days, it was oversubscribed. So how is this story of value creation happening? So there is a continuous story, and that we had listed the bank with a share capital of just 4 billion Uganda shilling in 1999. And since then, today our capital is 150 billion Uganda shilling. And if you can see here that it is not by additional contribution by the shareholders, not by involving new shareholders, it is just by rewarding shareholders. So this is the bank, this is the company that increases its capital by rewarding the shareholders, a new concept. There was a COVID volatility, lots of organizations came down. As a lender, it was really a hard time. But we came out with flying colors by sticking to our core values. And I can share with you that those numbers are not here. But actually there were 170 businesses which, who are our customers, out of our customer base, who are in trouble. And we handled them deftly, and only 12 businesses, those accounts were degraded. Rest everyone could survive COVID. They came out with flying colors and they paid the bank dues in full, and that is how bank is able to reward all of you, each of its shareholders. And in 2023, we gave our latest bonus issue in the ratio of 1:5. So what had started as 4 billion capital became 150 billion capital. In 2023, what was 25 billion, and for each one share, we gave 5 bonus shares. That is the kind of reward in terms of increase in the number of shares, notwithstanding the continuous dividend payments every year. How do we maintain our customers' engagements, our shareholders' engagements? So this is a story of continuous, transparent communications with our shareholders, and which is less spoken in words, more delivered in numbers. There are various channels for investor relations engagements, be it hybrid AGMs, be it online AGMs, but no matter what, whether COVID, non-COVID restrictions, we have continuously been engaging with the shareholders. And that has put the bank in the strong footing, and this is reflected in the share price. So we have plotted the share price from 2020 to 2025, and you see that in spite of COVID, there is hardly much dip and a continuous standing in the share price. This is the story which we not only as Baroda, but as an institution in Uganda, because 72 years is a long time. It is the life of an individual or a corporate. So this Uganda is now our home. So as a Ugandan company, this is the story we want each of you to mull over and to decide, to adopt, enact, and keep reenacting. This is the same price movement captured. The previous one was by adjusting the bonus shares. This one is without adjusting the bonus shares. So at one point of time, it was 130, and then when we issued bonus shares in 2023, it came down. But since then, again, a linear, singular increase in the share price. Now here, what I want to talk about is that if you, because since morning we are hearing about lots of developed worlds, Europe and the other stock exchanges, like Patrick was talking about NYSE, New York Stock Exchange, LSE, London Stock Exchange. So this is a process of evolution. In developed world, whenever shareholders are rewarded consistently, continuously, share price keep getting a fillip. Here, since we are in the process of evolving, still equity is many times compared with debt. And that is how, when we issued more number of bonus shares, we were expecting the share price to further go up. There should be more interest in the public for those shares. But rather, the share price took a dip because people thought that the total net worth continues to be the same, and therefore the price must come down. But actually, it is the reward of the shareholder which should drive and propel the price. I am very sure with all of you sitting in this room, that too from the whole of East Africa, market will evolve faster than later, and then these kind of aberrations will get cared for. This is the market capitalization, and what was in 2022, in 2020, close to 300 billion shillings is now 670 billion shillings. And like in the previous slide, I can show to you that share price has virtually doubled over last 1 year. So this is what has to be welcomed by the shareholders. It is just not the rate of return in terms of dividends, but it is the growth in your investment value that should propel. And once the more it is adopted among the investors, the more investors start welcoming this, the growth of the stock exchange, the growth of the wealth of the individuals and the corporations is not going to be anything which can be numbered. Nonetheless, we kept pace, and like I was mentioning, that in 1 year we doubled the share price, which can be seen from the market capitalization during the last 1 year, from somewhere around 334 to 675. Now this journey of IPOs, wealth creation, value capture in stock exchange doesn't come automatically. So this comes with these numbers, whether it is price to equity, P ratios, price to book value ratios, share price, low and market cap and all that. And that is where we talk about the resilience of Baroda. So again, the same numbers given in with some different elements or constituents of our balance sheet, like business, book value of equity, total loans, assets. So I can just take this opportunity to say that for the last 2 years, we are the 4th largest loan book running bank and 4th most profitable bank. For the last 2 years, we have been doubling the dividend. So it was 30 billion, was made in 2023. It was made 60 billion shilling in 2024. And for 2025, I want to ask all of you, what should it be? And like you saw the share price, so it has reached from 27 to 45. So 1 year down the line, when again we'll be sitting on a platform like this, what share price for Baroda would you like to see? Any guesses? Because I cannot say that I am under certain market disclosure obligations. So it is only you people who can talk about dividend and share price. I cannot talk about that. These are the growth numbers and the market shares in some of our parameters, last 5-year performance, and with a steady performance, delivering or doubling of the share price. That is a different story to be understood. It is not that my business is doubling. It is not that just everything will double, but dividends are doubling. Share price is doubling. Because we value the stake of the shareholders and we ensure that all the shareholders must be rewarded, all the stakeholders must be rewarded, and one of the important stakeholder is shareholder. So thank you for being the part of Bank of Baroda, for allowing me to stand before all of you and continuing this journey of excellence, innovation, and service to the Uganda community. We'll keep building on our legacy of resilience, growth, and financial integrity as we strive to deliver lasting value. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So, MC, I think I have taken less time. You can give me some award for that. Thank you. So, this is delivering value in shorter period of time. Thank you.
Can I request we appreciate the MD Bank of Baroda one more time? Now, all speakers that are coming to the podium or to the panel, please copy Shashi's model to make sure that you deliver value in the shortest period of what? We're going to play a simple game called Stand Up, Sit Down. Can you say that again? The game is called Speak as if we gave you breakfast. Stand up, sit. All right. Can we stand up? So the game one more time is called stand up. Very good. So now you are standing up, so you now sit. Then you stand up. Okay, very good. So we are going to add one more element, which is clap. Which is what? Clap. So it's stand up, sit down, clap. Understood? Sit down, stand up, clap. No. Single clap. Clap. All right, very understood. So we're going to tweak this a bit. To stand is to sit is to stand, to clap is to stamp. Understood? I'm dealing with highly knowledgeable citizens of different countries across East Africa and the globe. To stand is to sit is to stand, and to clap is to stamp. Understood? All right, so as I reverse this, you should be able to act accordingly. Stamp. Yeah. It shows that teaching is very difficult. But it comes to say that when I say clap, you will stamp. When I say stamp, you should do what? All right, sit, stand, stamp, clap, sit, stand, clap for yourselves, clap for yourselves. Yeah. Some of you at some point stopped here in the middle, saying whatever he says, I'll be close to the answer. Without wasting time, allow me to invite our next panel. You will pardon us, we've extended our lunch up to 2 to be able to catch up on the lost time that we lost in the morning. Allow me to invite the following individuals. Allow me to start with Mr. Bob Mosingozi, the Manager Securities Central Depository from USE. Please give them a big, big round of applause. It's important that we are clear. You cannot be here or here. You are either somewhere. You cannot be in between clapping. You are either clapping or you are not clapping. You are either happy or you are not what? Happy. You can't be in between. So if you want to clap for people who are coming, clap for what? Clap for them. All right. The next individual I want to invite is Mr. Arnold Baguwaje, the Deputy Director of Financial Markets Development at the Bank of Uganda. Okay, I want to invite the Chief Operations Officer, Nairobi Securities Exchange, and Mr. David Wainana. David, are you a sponsor for everything? Anyway, please appreciate David for... Okay, I want to invite the Chairman, Tanzania Stockbrokers Association, Mr. Godfrey Marauri. Now our clapping has really standardized. And I also want to finally invite the Chief Business Development Officer, Dar es Salaam Stock Exchange, Mr. Emmanuel Nyalali. Do you see the problem? Eh? Yeah. The good thing you are here, you will find a way. So this is a panel that is going to take us on a conversation around technology and fixed income securities on the East African capital markets. Allow me to invite the moderator, who is the head of operations IT, Rwanda Stock Exchange, Robert Twanjira. Please give him a big, big round of applause. Robert, you have 30 minutes. Please make do.
Thank you very much, MC. I'll not disappoint you. Okay, I'll make it 20. Ladies and gentlemen, again, a round of applause to our panelists. Our side fire chart topic is technology and fixed income securities in the East African markets. To quickly roll it out, gentlemen, this topic is so fundamental to the future of our region's economy. Think of it as a meeting point of tradition and transformation. On one side, we have fixed income as the bedrock of financial system. Then on the other side, we have technology that is the relentlessly force reshaping everything that it touches. technology and fixed income in East Africa are no longer a futuristic concept. As we all know, it's happening right now. It is transforming our markets from exclusive club into a vibrant, inclusive marketplace that can truly fuel the economy engine of our East African capital markets. Starting from home, straight to you, Bob. Government bonds are the undisputed backbone of the East African fixed income market. What would you say is the single biggest success story of this regional market?
Thank you, Robert. So I think that statement is in affirmative, and I believe from the introductory statements we got from our CE, I think he was reading the numbers. And most of you, if you were keen enough, you had, in terms of capitalization, I believe if I'm to go straight to Uganda, we're talking about figures around $45 billion in market cap for government, specifically, government fixed income. So you see the exposure and the kind of activity on that market is really something that is crucial for us to move as the public sector, but also importantly, as the private sector. So just in a nutshell, in terms of numbers, if you're to run them comparatively, you see the impact and the need that fixed income plays in the way we try to finance our businesses. So I can't put it any better than that in terms of numbers.
Thank you, Bob. Then I'll go directly to Chief Executive, Orbit Capital, and also as the chair of the Brokers Association in Tanzania. Mr. Godfrey, we well understand they mentioned about sandboxes the capital markets are setting up in our different jurisdictions. And we are looking at them as pilots to different innovations and ecosystem. I would pose a question like, have regulatory sandboxes been effective in fintechs, innovation? And if so, is there any success story that you can share with us from the market perspective? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, speaking of the innovation technology in our market is very crucial. To develop our market, we need to have that kind of sandboxes so that we can develop our market. Technology is very key in terms of developing our market. We have, for instance, in our market in Tanzania, one of the key milestones that we have now driving in the market is to bring in the liquidity in the market for being financial inclusion. How do you bring that in this market across, not only in Tanzania, but across the East Africa? So the only way, the other ways to do it is to use technology. So for instance, in the market we have used, speaking of the equity market, we do have the ISA Kiganjani, which has been doing a very good role in terms of bringing retail investors in the market and therefore creating liquidity in our market. Of recently, you could see a lot of retail investors participating in the equity market space because they have access to their mobile app and they can be able to place and buy and sell order in that mobile app. But also speaking of the collective investment scheme going around those as well in the market, we have seen a number of intermediaries, banks, issuing collective investment scheme. But how do these people access those collective investment scheme? Is through this using of digital platforms, the mobile app, that are helping a lot to get into the investors and be able to access the market. But again, on the fixed income space, if you need that to be more to transform that space as well, is to have the mobile app, the mobile digital transformations that will allow participants to be able to access the market and be able to participate in our market and therefore create liquidity and access the product. However, so far so good in terms of social media campaigns that have been going through in the markets that have increased participations in the markets. That is happening because we have the regulators allowing us to do innovations, to allow digital transformation in the market. And that's now we see a number of participants in the market, both in fixed income, particularly retail investors, onboarding the retail investors in the market. But now a lot needs to be done so that we can be able to bring more players in the market. If you want to have a bigger market in East Africa, one thing I think we should look at is to create liquidity. How do we create liquidity? How can technology help us to create liquidity in this market? I think this is the way we should be looking at and seeing. And how do we bring our local participants, our local investors? We have been speaking about the 40 to 60% of the foreign investors in our markets. But how now do we ensure that these local participants are now being able to access our market and be able to participate through use of digital innovations? If that are now being created in our market, then we'll see our market being transformed and going to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Coming to you, David, we have seen, from your perspective, we have seen relatively few issuance in the corporate bonds in our markets and compared to the government bonds. One would pose a question that is it either because of the cost issue? Is it because of the regulatory hurdles that you go through? Is it because of the low appetite of the investors to this corporate industry issuance? What do you think about that? What's your take on that?
Yeah, very good, and thank you, Robert. So the question here is that if we look across our markets, you'll find that you have 99% of the bond activity coming off the government bonds traffic. So what is it that corporates are not coming to the debt space? And there are a number of issues. One, from where we sit, as a matter of fact, and based on the experiences for Kenya, the exchanges and the capital markets regulators must provide that avenue and ensure that whatever is trading from the government side, number one, is being traded in a manner that is fair, transparent, and there is what we call post-trade reporting by way of a very, very credible yield curve. What that does is that it fires up the corporate side of things because you know the government bonds are used as a reference point for corporate. The bank we have just seen here today, for example, the Bank of Baronda, if they want to issue, for example, a 5-year paper, a 10-year paper, there has to be a reference point. That reference point has to be a government debt, depending on the bond that they are issuing. So to answer your question, I guess the challenge that has been there is because we are operating these fixed income securities in a manner that I would say it can be better in terms of transparency. If you look, for example, at markets that have adapted a secondary trading model where these bonds are listed as exchange, as much as it can be better in terms of the corporates that are accessing the corporate bonds, they are there. We have seen in the East African market where companies came to issue notes that were not even secured. The reason why that was happening is because, one, they had a reference point from a government point of view. So the rally call here for us as East Africans, and this is the challenge that we want to throw back to ourselves, is that fixed income securities need to trade in a manner that is transparent, in a manner that is fair, in a manner that is sustainable. And for us to be able to do that, we foresee this as adopting a sort of a hybrid sort of trading, where our retail investors, and as he has said, accesses the exchanges directly. If you do have institutional trading that happen by way of OTC, then all those must aggregate at the exchange, either by way of reporting or by way of trading directly, so that you have one central repository entity, and that is the exchange, and settlement can either happen at the central bank or it can happen at the private depository. So the biggest challenge I foresee here, to answer your question directly, is the opaqueness that is there in these fixed income assets after issuance, either by the government through central bank or by body corporates through their registrars. Transparency is the key to unlock that challenge. And the moment we have an effective secondary market for bonds, especially for government paper, you will see a lot of corporate bonds coming to the market because they have a reference point. So the solution is to bring everything to the exchanges through the capital markets.
Thank you very much. Coming to you, Emmanuel Nyalali, Dar es Salaam Stock Exchange has been the champion in terms of green bonds, Sukuk bonds issuance program. And in order to attract more these diversity products into our markets, what's the success story behind Dar es Salaam Stock Exchange? And what should we learn from Dar es Salaam Stock Exchange in terms of attraction of Sukuk products?
Thank you, Robert. One is, of course, the key is education. Education for the issuer to understand the opportunities which is available from this instrument, but also education for the market participants who will play a huge role in structuring these instruments, and also education for investors. So that is the first step in introducing this diverse product. But also we need to have a proper framework which align with the international standard in recognition of the fact that our markets are global markets. They are not isolated. And definitely we need to attract international investors to come to our market. So for that to happen, we need to put in place proper framework of issuance of this instrument and attract foreign or international investor. But the other key aspect also is on transparency, particular disclosure of information. Most of the investors who invest in this innovative product, particularly the ESG based product, they are very sensitive on compliance to the framework, the required framework, and that requires continual monitoring and disclosure of information to investors to be able to see that they ongoing compliance.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Back to you, Bob. We have seen a rise in mobile trading applications across all the markets. How do you see this boosting our exchanges regionally?
Thanks, Robert, once again. I think I would look at it in three forms, and all of them will result into improved liquidity, which is really something all of us as markets look to. So the first one is around information, and I believe Emmanuel hinted on it in his previous submission. So technology will make the dissemination of information both to issuers and to also the investors. And you know, I think there's a slogan that comes from our regulator that an informed investor is an empowered investor. So and that is achieved by these platforms. So if I know what is trading, when it is trading, and how it is trading, really this empowers me. Now also from an issuer perspective, if an issuer, you know, bonds or fixed income are also products. The way you would say, I have, let's say, like I'm selling a pen like this. The more I know that my potential clients can easily access it will also drive me to put out this product. So technology and these platforms drive that kind of business. The other key and important one is where or how far the outreach is. I think previously we used to talk about channels of representation, I think, from the financial world. Now it left brick and mortar, it left things like me having to travel. So, for example, I think Paul read for us the figures, where we came from 6 billion to 51 billion of retail participation. So I don't need to be in Kampala, as way back as Chisoro, as way back as me even using, I think for our foreign participants, we have the smallest, simplest phone that can use USSD. You can just dial a star, something and a code, and you participate. You're able to place your bid from your telco wallet. So that accessibility that we get from these financial innovations make it easier to participate. And lastly, cost. You remember initially before we went this way, you had to have a bank account. You know what is involved in having a bank account or opening one. Then you need to transfer money, then you need to do that. So now it lowers the cost of participating and accessing these particular asset classes. So by doing those, ultimately we deliver liquidity, which is something that drives any market. It's the ability to buy or the ability to sell. The moment you fix that, and that's what this technology is doing for us across board, and I think you've heard the testimonies, then it means we have what I think the economists normally call perfect markets, and that is our aspiration. And through using these channels, then we are coming close to that.
Thank you, Bonk. Back to you, CEO. Godfrey, as the East African community, what you're doing now, it's a capital market integration. From perspective of introduction products like fixed income, introduction of the regional market making, whether different markets are championing. How do you see this boosting or bringing our markets together, like the NSSF CEO mentioned? How do you see this working out for our markets?
Yeah, thank you. At the region, we need to work together in harmony, harmonize. One, I think, is key on our platforms that we are working to, we are trading for. If also make our platform link together, that will make it easy for us probably to trade in this market and be able to mobilize resources in our markets. But again, also, the issue of tax is very critical in this market. Let's try to harmonize. I'm very thankful that the previous speakers also mentioned it about the tax issues in this market. We have a different tax structure in Tanzania, but when you go to other markets in East Africa, it's different. So our investors are being hit by those kind of taxes. So if we try to harmonize those, I think we're going to have a very good regional cooperation in this market. And now we'll see our people trying to trade freely in this market. Otherwise, other thing is in terms of digital transformations. How do we access our product in this market? I'm told Rwanda and Kenya, they're working on the blockchain pilot, interesting on that as well. Also, that could also help us to assist our members to trade in this market. The infrastructure bond, the NSSF mentioned here that they were looking together to put our infrastructure, put together the basket for the fund. We could have a regional infrastructure bond being financed in both markets and inclusively allowing other retail, corporate, institutional investors to participate. So if you can use technology, this will help us to integrate easily in this market. So a number of initiatives that need to be made, but should focus only on the digital, our platforms, and also look on the tax structure that we have in the region. That will make give incentive to our investors, but as also our issuers in our market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In addition to that, David, I want you to build from that. We have seen the rise of fintechs and digital bonds. We have seen introduction of platform like M-Akiba, and we have seen it being successful and being implemented. And what lessons should we learn from that? And for the next generations, in terms of bond platform developers, what can they learn from that for sustainability purpose?
So I guess we really need to embrace technology. Some of the products that have come in, especially from a retail perspective, is products like what you have mentioned, the likes of M-Akiba, that is bringing to the product to the comfort of the client through the phone. So going forward, we expect that there will be a lot of those fintechs that are pointing to our market. So one of the things we want to call upon the exchanges, the depositories, is to open up this roundabout in terms of systems, probably through the APIs, so that developers are able to connect into our system so that they can distribute these products to the investors. So we are looking forward to a situation whereby, one, the products that are sitting in from where we sit as depositories and exchanges are going to be tokenized in a manner and form that they can be consumed by these fintech companies. The second point is that for us as exchanges and the capital markets, we need to provide capital for these fintech entrepreneurs so that they can build into these platforms and be able to do what I have said earlier. And that's why it's encouraging to hear that most of the markets are having sandboxes where some of these concepts can be tested. So to your question, the future of distribution of our products is through fintech platforms. The rally call I have, and I'm happy I have a senior broker here, I have asked him whether I should say this, is that the brokers, and I also acknowledge that the CEO of the brokers in Africa is here, you have to rethink how we are distributing these products, because these fintech are coming to, strictly speaking, distribute what you distribute. So you also have to be innovative enough as brokers to see how you remain relevant with regard to distribution of these assets that are sitting with the exchanges. Otherwise, my good friend, the word broker may be replaced by fintech, and I'm saying this with profound respect and with your permission. I thank you.
Thank you very much. To our audience, as our theme says, shaping East Africa capital market through digital transformation and sustainable finance. Of course, if you embed technology and with the products that we have, we can see that our markets, through integration and introduction of different diversified products, it's the way to go. In conclusion, for each panelist, in a word or a phrase, what best describes the future of our fixed income in East Africa? We also, when you're doing that, also include also one word for technology in terms of digital transformation. So in the future, how do you see our fixed income in the region and also vis-a-vis our digital transformation? I start with you, Nyarari.
Thank you, Robert. I'll say that the one word I'll use is resilience. Resilience in respect of having a deepening market where you have very strong local players, both institutional and retail investor participating in the market, but also have diversification of product to attract wider investor base, both in the region and from the global market.
Thank you very much. Next to Godfrey.
Thank you. Yes. For me, I can say technology can lower barriers, can increase transparency, and deepen participation in our East Africa capital market. But achieving this requires investing in digital technology, smart regulations, and cross-border cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next to David.
I think for me, the future of our fixed income as a region and in Africa is one in the corporate bond space. We have squeezed enough juice on the government side of things. Every market here has had significant portion of the government paper. We all know that now government is looking for other ways to raise their funding, which will have an impact on us. So for me, the future is on the corporate side space of the fixed income. And with regard to how technology can support us in that space, is that these fixed income assets by our corporate issuers need to be packaged in a manner that, one, it makes sense for a retail investor to acquire a corporate bond, and that's where technology comes in. Two, it will be cheaper for the corporate to issue such a paper, because when they go for a bank or they go for other alternatives like commercial paper, it is cheaper. So for me, the future is on the corporate side of the space, and the distribution will be through the retail investors of exchanges. Thank you.
Bob, to you.
Yeah, so we might take on the future. One, I think the prospects are not in doubt. We believe fixed income has a place to continue playing in the markets and also for investors. But I would look at it from what I would call smarter issuances. And here we're saying, okay, we have known you as a company, you can raise through maybe commercial paper, you can raise through a corporate bond. And I think from the keynote speaker, he threw something at us and says, do we actually need to only use those? Because assuming we attack it from a fractionalization side and say, maybe no minimum to participate. Can we say anybody puts in whatever they have, and at the end, we aggregate? Won't we meet our goal? I think I was looking at the numbers last night and I was seeing, if we, for Uganda, about 28 million accounts spread across tech and banks, assuming each gave us 10,000, how much money can we raise? The other one is around broader access. Whether we want it or not, the way we have been accessing markets has to change, and technology is here to support us. So that should also go a long way in supporting this. And ultimately, regional integration and spreading out the market, not as one, but rather as one instead of 5 small disintegrated entities. I think for me, that's my parting shot.
Thank you to our audience. In summing up in 2 words, as we introduce different diversified products into our region, we need to think about long-term financing in different ways, but also this needs to be accompanied by digital transformation. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Not so fast, please. We need a group photo. Don't miss out on that opportunity. Okay. Let's give them a big round of applause and thank them for breaking that down for us. Just one quick photo, and then we can move on to our next panel so we can beat our deadline of 2 p.m. I don't know if many of us know the slogan of the East Africa Security Exchanges Association. When I say, before they say our members here, when I say one market, okay, you're there. So when I say one market, the rest of us please say infinite opportunities. One market, one market, infinite opportunities. Infinite opportunities. Superb. Please clap for yourselves. So quickly, allow me get into the next panel. Let me invite, and before I invite, I needed to also recognize the presence of some other CEOs that have joined us today. It would be a shame if we walked out and were seated to our next person to give us the next opportunity that we need in the East African region. May I please recognize the presence of the CEO CSD Kenya, Mr. Jesse Kagoma. Let's clap for him. Thank you. Then the CEO of CSD Tanzania, Mr. Benito Chando. Let's clap for him. Thank you so much. We also have the Chairman Board DSE, Mr. Daniel Olesumayan. Are you there? Oh, again, yes, thank you so much. That's double blessing. We also have the CEO of Orbit Securities, Mr. Godfrey Malauri. Yes, let's clap for him. And then we have the representative chair of CSDR Tanzania, Mr. Fahad Hamid. Thank you so much for gracing us today. So for the next panel, please allow me invite on stage Mr. Dennis David Ongom, the Manager Information Systems at the Uganda Securities Exchange. Please give him a hand clap as he joins us. We also have Ms. Amanda Bossa Raboni, the Senior Manager Investor Relations, MTN Uganda. Please join us. Let's clap for her, please. Then we have Mike Krug, the Director and Product Owner of Custody Trading Systems and Automation, CSD, and Central Bank Management Systems, Securities and Trading Technology, STT. Let's clap for Mike Krug, ladies and gentlemen. We also have Mr. Davis Chando. I hope I pronounced that right. Wow, you're going to have me on this one. Hisa Kiganjani, ICT Manager, DSE. Thank you so much. And then we also have Mr. Edgar Ndani, the Senior Manager, Investor Relations, NMB Bank. Let's give him a round of applause. He's in charge of retail participation through banking and capital markets linkages. And to moderate this panel is Mr. Peter Ndikuwera, the Director, Soft Edge Uganda Limited. Let's give him a hand clap as he takes us through this panel on shaping East Africa's capital markets through digital transformation and sustainable finance. Peter, 15, yes. He knows the drill.
Wow, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Doing the panel just before lunch is not the easiest, but we shall stick to the 15 minutes. Luckily, we have mainly technology professionals who are better with computers than with people, so I hope they shall speak quickly. Again, to save time, we're not going to get into the long introductions. All the profiles of our panelists are available, and our MC has introduced them. So we'll just jump straight in. I'll start with the lady because we have had very few ladies on these panels. So Amanda, just to get straight into it, MTN Uganda's IPO was notable because it was the first digital-first approach to IPOs. How did you, I think it was the first near paperless IPO in the country that we've done so far. What were your primary drivers behind prioritizing digital channels, and how did this impact retail, participation, investor reach, and what lessons did you learn from managing a digital-first IPO?
Thank you. I bring greetings from MTN Uganda Management. My name, as introduced, is Amanda Bossa-Raboni. I'm in charge of investor relations at MTN. For us, we wanted to answer a question where a person with a $10 phone can be able to access the same opportunity with someone who has a $1,000 phone. So most of you here have, iPhones and all. We wanted to make sure that the person with a $10 phone, at the comfort of their home, can be able to buy shares. And to answer that question, there was a lot of active collaboration in that time. I'll say that when we IPO'd, it was in the COVID era, 2021. How do we provide a solution for people who want to, at the comfort of their homes, be able to access shares? As from the different panelists, you can tell that our markets still have a long way to go for people to appreciate shares. So, one, we wanted to make it easy and convenient for people to buy these shares. Two, we wanted to make sure that the word goes out there that this share thing is not an elitist thing. It's for everyone. And so we had to really play our role there to make sure that it's easy, it's convenient, and also the journey is short. How did it impact retail participation? Before the IPO, we had about 39,000 accounts, CD accounts in the market. With our IPO, we were able to bring on board 74,000 accounts. And 90% of that was done through the USSD, okay? When we look at the actual people who bought shares, about 21,000 people, 94% of that was done on USSD. So for us, it was, a pat on the back on trying to achieve financial inclusion as MTN, but also to the credit of the exchange and also the other ecosystem players, we could see that the collaboration with the brokers, the collaboration from the regulators who really wanted to make sure that this actually works. And I think it's just a clarion call to the rest of the East African markets, or Africa as it were, for that support on all corners. I'll say that as I conclude in the interest of time, the key thing we needed to address was the KYC. I mean, from your phone, as a telecom company, we had people's KYC. How are we able to let the exchange, be able to simplify this journey? Because as long as you have the KYC, as long as we have the wallet that we can take out money from people's wallets, then it's easy to, transact. So we had a lot of support from the UCC, from the CMA as well. And I think if we have that collaboration, from all fronts, from everyone wanting to make this thing work, then it makes it easy for, retailers to come on board. Yeah.
Thank you, Amanda. Davis, jumping to you and to the Dar es Salaam Stock Exchange. Yes. Tell us about the Hisa Kiganjani. You'll have to help us to pronounce it. About the app. How did you, I hope I'm not preempting you, but what were your financial inclusion challenges? How did you deal with young people who are all using smartphones now? What led you to create this, and what was the main vision in creating the app?
All right, thank you. Yes, we have a platform, as you said. It was branded as DRC Hisa Ganjani. That is a Swahili brand. Actually, we have a reason why we came with DRC Hisa Ganjani as a platform where investors can access the market easily. Reasons was, first of all, it was geographical barriers, where the stock market was in Dar es Salaam and all the brokers are in Dar es Salaam, but we need investors from everywhere in the country, so there was a reason why we need to have a solution where every Tanzanian can participate. That was one of the reasons why we decided to go for that mobile trading platform. But on top of that, we said, okay, our investors need information, right information, but at the right time. It was a problem because investors were trading via brokers, and brokers were to seek for information on their behalf. So you see, many investors were asking for the right information at the right time, but it was an issue. So we said, let us expose the market to the investors so that they can see what is going on to the market. Because at that time, we were experiencing an issue with the immediacy of order. So to tackle that issue of immediacy of order, we had to come with a solution where an investor can see the market, can make a decision based on the information. And what people do not know here is the DRC Hisa Ganjani is a complete package. Like a person can do a full cycle of what a person expects from exchange. Currently, we have only on the secondary market we have only equity. But when I say the full cycle is you can open an account, you can trade, you can sell. You can buy, you can sell, and you can view your information, you can get your statement and all that. So it's a full package. So that was the reason why we came with a mobile trading platform. But on top of that, I would like to share a bit on the impact of DSE Saganjani currently. We have seen since the introduction of DSE Saganjani in 2020, we have seen an increase of more than 100K new CDS accounts, and we do receive almost 120 plus CDS accounts every day.
I think that deserves applause.
Yes, and for the year 2025, we have registered more than 75 billion turnover contribution to the market. Contribution just from the mobile, not the total market, just from the mobile. Wow. 75 billion currently. Moreover, we have allowed a platform to integrate with the big banks and big telecoms and other fintechs. So we receive traffics not only from our platform itself, but we receive traffics from the banks and other telecoms and other fintechs. And we keep strengthening so that we can have a very strong platform that can speak to almost everyone who can bring traffic into the stock market.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Thank you. We're going to pivot a bit to strategy and partnerships. We bring in the money people. Edgar, NMB is one of Tanzania's largest banks, and already Davis has shared with us about their partnerships with banks. How do you view your responsibility and your strategic role in growing capital markets? And how do you mobilize from retail investors and everyday Tanzanians?
Thank you so much. First of all, I'm grateful for this opportunity to sit in front of a cohort of highly successful individuals in the capital markets. Some of individuals here who used to be my mentor, and I really appreciate this opportunity. Now, to respond to your question, I'll make it quick and short, is for NMB, we define financial inclusion beyond account opening. We define financial inclusion in terms of also access to capital markets. Now, let me give numbers so as you understand this I put this into perspective. NMB has more than 9 million customers, 240 plus branches, more than 60,000 agency wakalas, and so forth and so forth. Now, this creates a big opportunity to transform these 9 million customers into active market participants. Now, I have a few examples whereby, as of recent, we were able to issue the sustainability bond dubbed Jamii Bond, where we raised more than 400 billion shillings. To convert that in USD, that's roughly $180 million. 99.7% of the subscribers came through our branch network. That is a massive success because this is not a common phenomenon, especially when it comes to these particular IPOs. But for that kind of experience, we've been able to cultivate learnings and help us to be more confident in how we can embrace and transform existing customer base into active market participant. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, Mike, STT has a reach. From my notes, I see that you've been in at least 15 countries where you've implemented solutions. What would you say are the most significant challenges, especially within the African context, as you go to the different markets? What challenges have you met in implementing these solutions and tailoring for local markets?
The most difficult challenges, I'm not too sure. Every installation we do, there's always something interesting. There are little nuances for each of the markets. So once you think you've learned something about how a market works, another installation, it's totally different. Interfacing with central banks is different between one country and the next. Regional integrations are different. All of those things are unique challenges to the actual installation. So most of the time, whenever we take on a new client or go into a new country, it's a lot of time spent understanding the actual market dynamics, what enhancements, the gap analysis, and all of that. I would say each country has had its own particular nuances. And in terms of technology, volumes have also been an issue, things where we've had to enhance our software to make sure it caters for larger volumes, integration with other third parties, mobile networks, this kind of thing. All of those have had their unique little challenges. I don't think I could really put my finger on one particular item that's more challenging than the rest, but yeah, it's fun. There's always new challenges, always new things. The distributed ledger technology, blockchain, ISO 20022, all of these things that are coming along. The market's always changing, and it's always things to embrace. So those are things from an SET perspective that we thoroughly enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you. Because of time, I won't ask you your favorite market, because I know it's Uganda. We'll just continue to Dennis, who you've worked closely with. Dennis, talking about the Easy Portal, a lot of the panelists have already spoken a bit about it, but I wanted to ask you that from a technology point of view, what were the objectives when you came up with the idea as the Uganda Securities Exchange to do the Easy Portal system, and how did you overcome those challenges?
Okay, to overcome those challenges, I think I'd give a short answer to that. A lot of coffee and sleepless nights. But to begin, one of the things that we had to overcome was that we had to take a leap of faith in what we were doing. We had very few people to benchmark with. A lot of the things that we were doing were new, and we were kind of uncertain on how to achieve them. But with these partnerships that we've been having with the telcos, the fintechs, and the like, we realized that everyone has their unique skill set. Now, like you see, someone will have the ability to move money, someone will have another skill set, let's say, with customers. Then the exchange also had its skill set with the industry that we were in. So in order to bring all those together, we had to do a lot of collaboration. And at the end of the day, you find that with these combined skill sets, we were able to achieve all that we could. So yes, I would say that would be it.
Okay. I'm really sorry that we have little time, but I'm going to ask each of the panelists just to have a 1-minute statement on all or part of these pointers. What would you say is your strategic vision for the evolution of information systems, especially in the areas of integration of new technologies, risk management, AML, and maintaining trust? Then I'll also add financial literacy. So each of you, I'm sure, have one of those has stood out to you. But in a minute, what would you say is what's your final word in terms of a strategic vision moving forward of how a digital platform can deal with risk management, AML, maintaining trust among retail investors, and financial literacy? So we'll go in the same order which we started, starting with Amanda, and then we'll come around the panel.
Thank you. I'll just say that our mandate hasn't changed. We still want to make it easy for retail investors to continue engaging in the market. For our counterparts in the other regions, if you meet anyone with an MTN Uganda phone, you can ask them to dial *165 *65#, and then you'll be able to appreciate the journey that we've been able to create. As a telecom company, obviously, we make sure that data privacy, making sure that AML and all those regulatory obligations are intact. But how do we make this a continued journey? So after the IPO, we said no, let's just maintain this platform that we have that is working well, and we've seen that. A lot of trade is happening on the secondary market on it, not only in the equities space, but also on the debt markets as well, partnering with the unit trust providers, but then also Bank of Uganda has a product that will be on our phone, on our platform, where they can be able to buy and sell shares, buy and sell bonds, fixed income securities. So I don't know if I've answered your question, but the long or short of it is we're still here. And our platform is secure. Yeah.
Thank you. Davis?
Thank you. I think what I can share is we need we have our investors. Our investors have capital, but our investors also need simplicity. In this 5 years of rolling out Isaganjani, I have noted that our investors do not need hassles to invest. But when you simplify too much, it means you're also exposing yourself to the risk of cybersecurity and privacy issues. So it's a challenge that as a capital market we have, like how are we going to balance between simplicity and simplicity and security matters and privacy matters. So that is a challenge that you need to work on. But what I can leave as a message about it is simplicity is what can change the capital market in East Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go to Edgar, but when I was sitting at the back, I was speaking to a young man, and I was asking him if he owns shares on the stock exchange, and he told me that shares are for the rich. So there's a lot of education we still need to do. So Edgar, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll put it very short. Firstly, is about simplicity, as the previous panelist mentioned, as well as control. So start with simplicity. You have to make sure that your systems and access to the markets are extremely seamless for investors, especially for the first-time investors. Now, to make it even interesting is for the Gen Zs, you want to make sure that they have frictionless experience when they invest. They remain within the ecosystem. So if you have a digital platform, they do not get out of that digital platform and go elsewhere, look for solutions. So for instance, for NMB Bank, via our NMB app, the depositors not only save and take loans, but they can also invest. So everything happens within the ecosystem. So on that area, I've already checklist or tick that box. Now in terms of compliance, I think any institution or provider of the access to market have to invest heavily on governance and cybersecurity. You have all this integration happening so fast between fintech, MNOs, and banks, but you want to have a very strong, robust controls within the ecosystem and value chain. So I think by being able to invest your CapEx, you'll be able to protect and remain relevant in the market. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike?
One of the things that I've always found is a little bit difficult in different regions is AML and KYC details. So generally you need the same kind of information, but there's no standard API or anything like that. There's nothing like a GLEIF or anything like that, that you have for companies, for individuals. So I think a way to make things a little bit more streamlined going into the future would be to have more dedicated APIs, more standardization for AML and KYC products. That would be my input.
I hope the central bank is around. They can help us to push such legislation. Dennis?
Okay, thank you, Peter. So a lot of these have already been embedded into the systems of the exchange, and like what every other panelist has said here is that we need to continue investing in systems and applications that can make these as robust as possible for both the security of our clients as well as the security of the different exchanges and participants.
Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate our panelists.
Wow, wow, wow. I must say you've done a brilliant job delivering value in the shortest time. Can we please give them a round of applause? Let's have a quick photo moment. A quick photo moment before we go for our lunch. You'll be having a lunch coupon subbed. Just stay where you are. You'll be having your coupons brought to you. And we're going to have a quick, you can join them. We're going to have a quick interlude with culture dance. For those who do not know, there is what we call a Maganda dance that's coming right up after this photo session as you receive your coupons. I hope that as you go outside, you would have had a double lunch, first with your eyesight and the ear as you enjoy what is going to be delivered in form of a dance. And so, yes, we're ready for you. Wow, wow. Let's clap for them. I can see some of us didn't want to even stand up to go for lunch. But please, I must force you now. Let's go eat some food. Now that we are done with the optical nutrition, we are going to, as you can see on the program, we're going to Paradise Restaurant. Please just walk there for about 1 hour. So if you're leaving at 2:17, actually just be back at 3. We shall resume at 3 p.m. we shall resume. Yes, CEOs of the different exchanges across the region kindly remain behind for a mini press conference. But for the rest of us, we can proceed to the Paradise Restaurant. Please be back by 3 p.m. Thank you very much.
It's our mission to secure your money.
Protecting your money is as important as earning it. It is for this reason that the Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda, DPF, was established by the government of Uganda to provide deposit protection to customers of regulated financial institutions. In the unlikely event that your commercial bank, credit institution, or microfinance deposit-taking institution fails, the DPF will pay you up to 10 million Uganda shillings. Keep your personal information such as national identification number, mobile phone, or an alternative bank account updated with your banker. Terms and conditions apply. For more information, contact DPF at Aha Towers, Plot 7 Lodell Road, Kampala. Call 0312-206-400 or visit our website at www.dpf.or.ug.
It's our mission to secure your money.
Protecting your money is as important as earning it. It is for this reason that the Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda, DPF, was established by the government of Uganda to provide deposit protection to customers of regulated financial institutions. In the unlikely event that your commercial bank, credit institution, or microfinance deposit-taking institution fails, the DPF will pay you up to 10 million Uganda shillings. Keep your personal information such as national identification number, mobile phone, or an alternative bank account updated with your banker. Terms and conditions apply. For more information, contact DPF at Aha Towers, Plot 7 Lodell Road, Kampala. Call 0312-206-400 or visit our website at www.dpf.or.ug.
For nearly 4 decades, we've been at the forefront of financial market innovation, delivering software solutions that power exchanges, depositories, and market participants across Africa, Asia, South America, the Caribbean, and Europe. Our mission is simple: to be leaders in financial market solutions. And our vision? To revolutionize financial markets. Today, STT supports over 50 active clients, including stock exchanges, CSDs, reserve banks, commercial banks, clearing houses, trading firms, and brokers. From our exchange solution, which delivers a complete trading and clearing solution, to Fortress CSD, providing secure and automated securities settlement, and Fortress Custody, empowering banks and custodians with seamless post-trade processing. We also offer Clarity Surveillance, our real-time compliance and market monitoring tool, trusted by exchanges and brokers across the continent. At STT, we believe every market is unique, and that's why we tailor each solution to fit our client's environment, ensuring scalability, flexibility, and long-term value. We're excited to be part of this year's conference, and we look forward to connecting, collaborating, and building the future of financial markets together.
Buying and selling your shares is simpler with USSD. To buy shares using USSD, dial *165*6#. Choose Buy Shares. Select your broker from the list provided. Enter the number of shares you wish to buy. Enter the price you wish to buy each share at. You'll be required to enter your mobile money PIN to authorize the transaction. If you want to sell shares, select option 3. Then select your broker from the list provided. Enter the number of shares you wish to sell. Enter the selling price for each share. Enter your mobile money PIN to authorize the sale. If you want to check order status, dial *165*6#. Select option 5. Select a broker. Enter your mobile money PIN to authorize. You will then be able to view your transactions. Together, we're unstoppable.
Welcome to Rwanda. The land of 1,000 hills and one big opportunity. Where heritage meets innovation and tradition inspires transformation. (26 to 28 November 2025). The world of African capital markets converges in Kigali, Rwanda.
Welcome to Rwanda. From the heart of Kigali, we proudly welcome you to ASEA 2025 annual conference, where Africa's resilience meets Rwanda's spirit. This is more than a gathering. It's a commitment to shaping capital markets that are innovative, inclusive, and ready for tomorrow. Join us as we showcase Africa's strength, potential, and the partnerships that will define our shared future.
ASEA Conference 2025, hosted by Rwanda Stock Exchange, unites visionary minds shaping Africa's financial future. From culture to capital, from hills to high tech, Rwanda leads by example. Join us in Kigali. Be part of transformation. Be part of the future.
right. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can each one of you reach out to your neighbor and tell them thank you for coming back? Reach out to your neighbor and tell them thank you for coming back. Yeah, because when you send people for lunch, some of them find an option to go and continue relaxing, but we have to find a way to be able to continue. So I will kindly request everyone to take their seats so that we can be able to begin in the next 1 minute. Okay. Can I request for your attention, please? Thank you very much for coming back. The challenge I have found with the conference is that there is a lot to discuss that is very critical. We have also put a lot of fun and interesting activity so that you can be able to enjoy your experience at this conference. And so you'll find that I am torn between making sure we run on the program to make sure that we have the fireside chats, we have the panels that continue to demystify the conversations that we are having around securities and exchange. But at this point in time, let me allow myself, and if you can agree, we give ourselves 7 minutes of relaxing, but also as other people coming into the room. Before I bring back the culture troupe, I want to bring a very known character in this country called Joseph Sachs. For the people that are coming beyond the borders of Uganda, this is a gentleman that has performed with our top artists in this country, the likes of Jose Chameleone. How many of us here know Jose Chameleone? Very good. How many of us here know Bobby Wine? Yeah, and how many of us here know Eddie Kenzo? Yeah, how many of us here know Tipu Swizi? Okay. So at least for the top names, you know he has performed with them. We've agreed with Joseph Sachs to give you about 2 good ballads, and then from there we shall be able to also call back the culture troupe to take it us away, and then we'll have our first panel in the next 10 minutes. Joseph, your time is now. Where I have been, they usually clap for people like Joseph Sachs. So thank you very much, Joseph Sachs. We'll continue to have entertainment as we go along. Allow me to request the following people to be able to take up their panel seats. Allow me start with Caroline, Miss Caroline Mbangizi. Can I request her to come to the stage? Caroline, are you here? Okay. Mr. Albert Katunji. Is Albert here? Please come. Please give Mr. Albert Katunji a big clap. A retail investor. And then we have Miss Caroline Mbangizi. Please move to the stage. The next person I want to invite has a slightly complicated name. For fear of wrongly reading out this name, just allow me to say Penklin T. Yeah, because I will tell her to tell you the other name so that you know the challenge I have had. But let's clap for Miss Penklin as she comes. She's the Business Development Officer of Brokerage OMIG Uganda. We have companies that have listed. We have JHL, EBL, and NMG. I want to request their representatives, if they are here, to also come to the stage. And I want to invite their moderator, Miss Esther Kakiza, the General Manager, Dan Blair, Uganda. Can you give her a big, big round of applause? This is a fireside chat that is going to share with us success stories from issuers and retailers. So this being it, allow me to start from the other side just to give you a minute to introduce yourself fully to these people. 1 minute, 1 minute, as your moderator comes over.
Thank you. Protocol observed. Good afternoon. My name is Penklin Tuginamasko, the one that was had for the MC, and I'm a Business Development Officer in charge of brokerage at Old Mutual Investment Group. It's a pleasure being here. Thank you.
Okay, very good. People, in the first half of the morning, we agreed we are either clapping or looking. So let's agree. Are we looking or clapping? We are clapping, yeah. Yeah, let's see. If we want to show people love, we show them love. That is clear, yes.
Caroline Mbangizi. I'm a director at Octagon Financial Services. It's an investment administration company. I'm here as a retail investor.
Okay, let's clap for the director. Yes. Can you switch on? Switch there, yes. Switch on. Exactly.
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Katunji Albert. I'm an accountant, but I'm also an investor on both the Nairobi Securities Exchange and the Uganda Securities Exchange. I'm honored to be here. Thank you all.
So Esther, I don't know if this constitutes your entire panel, but in the event there's someone I haven't called, feel free to call them over. But I'll also allow you to introduce yourself as the moderator of the panel and then take it away for your next 30 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, dear host. My name is Esther Kakiza. I am the General Manager of Dan Blair Uganda, as introduced. For those that don't know Dan Blair, it's a subsidiary of Dan Blair Investment Bank, a fully fledged investment bank back in Nairobi. So before we begin, allow me to tell you a little story. My panel is going to really tell stories because our topic is success stories and investor perspectives. Allow me to tell you a little story about how I've personally lived
the theme today. Shaping East Africa's capital markets through digital transformation and sustainable finance. I joined the capital market space in 2015. That was my first job, and on a Monday morning, I had to go to the trading floor to basically match my sell and buy orders. When I reached the trading floor, then at Nakawa Business Park, I found very many men wearing red jackets and only one lady. I was like, wow. So what happened? We had to shout on top of our voices to match our sell and buy orders. And you can imagine I had to shout and outcompete these men. 2 months later, we transitioned from the open market outcry to the automated trading system. It was a sigh of relief, but also I miss the adrenaline. So that shows you how much our market is evolving. With that story, Albert, kindly tell us how your investment journey has been.
I first got introduced by this issue of stock market investing by a colleague of mine at university by the names of Philip, who also happens to be an investor. He's the one who we were studying together in business administration. And I also started doing some research about stock market investing, understanding it more and more how it works. By the year 2014, I had gained some good level of understanding. And when I graduated in 2014, the following year, 2015, that was now 10 years ago, that's when I started investing in the Uganda Securities Exchange, after I had opened a brokerage account with the now defunct Equity Stock Brokers, from where they later transferred me to SBGS Securities. So far my investment journey has been good because I've invested with understanding while researching and gaining knowledge, identifying what companies are good to start with. And in 2018, I also decided to extend and invest in Nairobi Securities Exchange after I opened another brokerage account there. And so far the journey has been good. I've been seeing a number of companies that I've invested in, appreciating in value, giving good dividends. Even capital gains have so far increased on both here, Uganda Securities Exchange and in the Nairobi Securities Exchange. I believe I'm heading somewhere good because I'm investing in what I understand. And I urge other people, they should also first understand before investing in anything, even if it's stock market. Yeah,
thank you, Albert. Caroline, is it the same experience for you? Would love to know your story as well.
My story, I think, spans across institutional clients before going to retail investing. In 2000, when the stock exchange was introduced, the company I was working for, Barclays, decided to introduce custody. And we had institutional investors inquiring about the market, wanting to understand how we traded. And at that time, the market was purely physical. So they'd come to Uganda, we'd go to the stock exchange, the capital markets, to understand how the market worked. And there was no online trading, so we'd go, just like you said, you went to UAP. At that time, the Securities Exchange, I think, was at Workers' House. So we'd go there for physical trading. They wanted to understand. They used to call it a call-out market. But now we've moved away from all that, and we're onto online broker portals, banking investment platforms, and mobile apps. So like Amanda said from MTN, we can now transfer money digitally from the bank to the wallet and to the broker. Place an order and have your account debited and have your securities statement sent to you digitally. Brokers also don't need you to pay a physical visit. You can sign an indemnity for them, and they accept online orders. Through these platforms, we can also monitor our portfolio and receive corporate actions. So for me, I've seen it transform from physical to digital, which has become very easy. And you can invest wherever you are and access your records. That's it from me.
Thank you, Caroline. Let's now cross over to Penklin from an institutional lens, Penklin. How has been your journey as Old Mutual Investment Group?
Thank you, Esther. Yes, the investment journey has been good. I'll start with the personal before I go to the institutional level. I count myself lucky to have had exposure to investments theoretically while at university, and then it became much easier for me when I finished university, and it was easy for me to then navigate on which investments to make. So it was easier for me to compare whether to invest in a gold, like the earlier speaker had mentioned, or maybe do stocks or unit trust. So I was so much interested, and what really triggered me into was the unit trust investment. The fact that it was coming with withholding tax exemption, the daily compounding of interest, and all that made sense to me and made my investment journey quite a good one. And along the way, I've learned also to diversify, not only to keep eggs in one basket, and I've been able also to diversify into equities, both on the Uganda Securities Exchange and the Nairobi Securities Exchange. And yes, on the institutional level, as Old Mutual Investment Group, we've also moved the journey of investment from the time when things were manual, at the time of trading, to now when systems have been digitized and account onboarding has also been done electronically. So that way it has increased the activation of the accounts that we onboard, and then also the way we serve the clients. Because we realize that clients keep evolving, and as technology comes on board and digital transformation, clients need more or demand more. Therefore, on our end, we made sure that we automate most of our processes, right from onboarding into trading and then also settlement, because the client at the end of the day demands to have a seamless process while transacting, with the transparency of their investments, so they can be able to make an informed decision as and when they need to liquidate or even buy more. Thank you.
Thank you, Penklin, for that story. As we can all hear, these stories are different but quite encouraging. It shows the diversity that we have in this market, and that different investors have different stories. Albert, back to you again. The previous panelists have been talking about digital platforms. We want to know, what digital platforms have you used, and how have they changed how you interact with the market?
Some of the digital platforms that I've used include EasyPortal, and then there's also Starling Plus. That's a digital platform associated with the Starling Capital Limited, where I also happen to be a client. And then there's also HisaLink app. Those are very informative apps that keep you updated about stock market and even offer guidance about what good companies to invest in, both now and for the future. They also give you tips on how you can grow by taking advantage of available options like bonus split options, Like for instance, HISA Link app recently gave me updates on what good companies to choose for now, some of which I've already invested in Kenya, and they've issued offers for existing shareholders, like bonus issues, things of that kind, and even share splits, which all help are very crucial in building a successful investment portfolio. Then there's also Easy Portal here, which I normally use for Uganda Securities Exchange, that keeps me updated with how the Uganda Securities Exchange is performing and how the securities I'm holding are performing. Like recently, they showed me there was an increase from 4 million to 6 million point something, which is a good investment. Digital platforms also build efficiency in as far as investing is concerned, because some of the things you would have done physically, like going physically to the broker to make orders, that expense is now reduced. You can do it online. You can even do money transfers online, which all helps build efficiency. Secondly, they also provide useful content that you can read if you're someone who wants to get to understand the stock market very well. Those very platforms I've mentioned, like Easy Portal, HISA Link app, and Starlink Plus app. Yes, basically that's what I can share.
Thank you, Albert, for that. I'll tell you another story of a client who approached my desk some time back. This client was a Safaricom client. She came and asked me about an interest for her dividends. I was shocked. I was like, Safaricom, you have Safaricom shares, but you're asking for an interest. So I got to know more about this client. I asked questions, and one of the questions was, how did you buy the Safaricom shares? This is what she told me. She told me she found a long line. People were actually lining up from the Dan Blair offices that are at Trenzori House. There was a long line from there up to like City Square. And when she got there, she asked people, why are you lining up to buy Safaricom shares? What are the benefits? We don't know, but we shall see from there. So she said, okay. The next day, she woke up early. She also got into the line to buy Safaricom shares. And imagine, she got into that line to buy Safaricom shares worth 180 million. At that time, 5 million Kenyan shillings. So this, when she walked into office, the shares were trading at 40 Kenyan shillings. I think that's the highest Safaricom hit. And her portfolio, her market value for those shares was worth around 40 million Kenyan shillings, an equivalent of 1.2 billion. And I was shocked how an investor can just invest 180 million. They don't know what is in it for them. They don't know that instead of asking for an interest, they're supposed to be asking for dividend. But that brings me to the next question. And Caroline, this question is for you. I know I have dealt with you. You've almost invested on all the IPOs on most of the stock exchanges. You invested in Safaricom, you invested in MTN. Could you please kindly tell us what your experience was with Safaricom then, the IPO, 2008, 2007, and MTN 2021? What was your experience like?
Thank you, Esther, for that question. Safaricom was a cross-border listing, and it was purely manual. So one had to buy Kenya shillings and send them to Kenya. Or we had, at least in this instance, I gave Darren Blair an order. They bought the Safaricom shares, transferred the Kenya shillings, and we didn't get the full allocation, so there was a refund. Now, because there was a lot of demand for Safaricom, the Kenya shilling appreciated a lot. After the allocation, the Kenya shilling depreciated. Funds had to be returned, so there was a loss with Safaricom. Fingers got burnt. But that came right after the Stanbic IPO, which traded at 70 shillings at the IPO and sold at almost triple the amount. So a lot of people had gone into Safaricom with that anticipation. So from that time, I stayed away from cross-border investments. Thereafter, MTN came. MTN was a local investment. Everything was in Uganda shillings. And MTN was simplified because you could transfer your money from a bank to your MTN account, to your MTN wallet. You could open the CDS account. Of course, I already had a CDS account, but then you'd put in your order, and all the shares applied for at the IPO were allocated. So MTN was less risky and more profitable than Safaricom was.
Thank you, Caroline. That's quite encouraging. It shows how digital access is leveling the playing field for retail investors, but not only retail investors and institutional investors. Penklin, we'll cross over to you. I know for a fact digital transformation is very important to manage key aspects of your business. I know you manage portfolios. I know you have to manage risk as well. What are some of those digital platforms that have helped you manage risk, at the same time manage portfolios, and also serve your clients very well?
Okay. Thank you, Esther, for that question. Yes, at All Mutual Investment Group, we've recognized and appreciated that the trends are changing, and technology is now everything, and it sets a pace for how investments are done for clients, whether retail or institutional. So with that, we've automated processes, right from onboarding, how we manage the client's portfolios, and then also this helps in assessing the risk. Traditionally, one would need to have Excels maintaining portfolios of the funds that we have. So meaning we need to have someone to be there monitoring these investments on an Excel. But with the system that we are using, the Unit Master, one is able to keep track of all the portfolios under management and assess and ascertain on which portfolio it's making profit and where the risk can be shifted to. And this also has helped us in our optimizing our resources. Instead of having someone being there the whole day trying to look at what funds, at what market is performing and how investments are done, here the system helps you do that as the other person is concentrating on making more informed decisions about the investments to make so that you can get a client a good return at the end of the day.
Penklin, before we end this discussion, we cannot go without speaking about the other part of our theme, which is sustainable finance. Could you please tell us what is ESG to you? Is it something you're discussing in your boardrooms, and how has it impacted you as Old Mutual?
Yes, thank you. ESG is now the talk of investments and everywhere. So also I told Mitchell, you know, they say that a journey of 1,000 miles, you start with a single step. And we are doing that. We've embarked on that journey of ESG to help us also as we assess investments. So here we are saying that we don't only give you capital returns over the long term, we also assess the impact, the investment that we are making, whether socially, environmentally, and the likes. And then with that, last year I told Mitchell we were able to launch a product which is a private wealth management. That product doesn't only look at the capital gains or only the financial returns, but we also assess and see what legacy you want to leave behind. So here we help you build and sustain that legacy. If you're interested, for example, in doing something, for example, that is environmental, we shall streamline your investments and your portfolio to make sure that it matches with that. And then also that aside, we are intentional on what collaborations and partnerships that we do. Over time, Old Mutual has been partnering with organizations that don't only look out for financial gains, but then also the impact on the people within the community. And here we are talking about the women, the orphans, and then also the environment. We make sure that we partner with those organizations that also consider that kind of return. And then also we realize that for this sustainable investment to be done, the community or the investors need to be informed. And with that, we've embarked highly onto financial literacy so that by the time the client comes to invest, they already know what they're investing in and what impact this can have depending on what their beliefs are, if they're environmental or social, and the client is able to make an informed decision. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Penklin. Indeed, your stories tell us one thing, that our market is evolving, but there are also challenges. In your parting shots, I'll start with you, Albert. Tell us what next innovation could change our market in the next 5 years. Not just our market, but also our investor experience.
With the rise in technology advancement, I believe one of the things that can help the Uganda and East Africa's markets in general, including even stock markets, to grow through embracing the modern technology. They can continue developing more stock market related apps, just like other growing or other powerful stock exchanges are doing. For example, Kenya, they have apps like HISA-Link and Starlink Plus that help grow their stock exchange. Already even Uganda Securities Exchange, with the modern technology and digitalization, they've developed apps like Easy Portal, which is a good step. And they can use modern technology to improve it upon, like boosting communication, because even the line of communication is very important if you're to grow a market. So you don't only stop at using apps only or developing more apps, but you need to improve upon communication, because with better communication you can market your stock markets, even other growing markets in East Africa and large.
Caroline?
I think like your Nairobi office, where they have the Dare and Player Edge app, Uganda needs to adopt that application. That trading platform has various features like real-time quotes and buy and sell orders, so then we wouldn't have to send you email orders. And it would also improve our trading experience. Thank you.
Penklin?
Yes, thank you. So before I give my ending shots, is maybe to recommend and appreciate the role that USE has done in enabling digitalization of the process of trading. And on our end, what we need to do as brokers and the market at large is to make sure that we embark on the journey of financial literacy so that the market and the country at large is in the know of what investments are, when they can invest, so that they are able to make informed decisions and make a return at the end of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Penklin. A round of applause to the panelists and to you, the audience.
A big thank you to the Fireside Chat panelists. Let's give them a round of applause. Please stay there for a photo moment. Yes, just a minute. I'm sure you have all enjoyed our Fireside Chat. As you can see, was the fire burning enough? Yeah. So as we are getting done with the Fireside Chat, we'll have a quick announcement to make. There is a phone here, lost and found. If it belongs to you, please, after this, come and approach me and tell me the password and which picture is on this phone, so I know that it is really your phone. Let's give them a round of applause as they come down. Thank you so much. Those are the success stories that we have in the capital markets. As you can see, there's so much to tap into. And for those who are watching us live on our YouTube channel and you're wondering, how can I start? As you have seen and been able to, understand that there are so many capital markets players in the ecosystem across the region, even here in Uganda. And in Uganda, please, as the Capital Markets Authority, we keep telling you, do not invest your hard-earned money in unregulated or unlicensed investment firms or persons. If you do so, you risk losing it. Always check the regulatory status with the Capital Markets Authority using our website, www.cmauganda.co.ug, and you'll be able to see a whole list, full list of all those that we have given approvals, licensed one market.
Open an investment, the activation token.
One market.
Step 7. Inquiries.
Infinite
Please do not
opportunities.
hesitate to contact us.
Buying
I'm
and
going to
selling
borrow
your
Gava's
shares
joke and I'm
is
going to say
simpler
we're going
with
to play
USS.
a game called Sit, Stand,
This
Clap.
one is a special type of account. Enter your
Stand.
mobile money PIN.
Oh, please, I know you're from eating lunch and all. So I don't expect this to the test. Let's see who is pleased and who is not. That shouldn't stop you, surely. Yes, you need to keep the figure.
Open an investment account.
What are we spelling this time round?
State your personal details required.
Yes.
Drop down options provided.
Yes, sir.
Buying and selling your
let's start
shares
with this.
is
Yes,
simpler
sir.
with USSD. To buy shares is the transaction. If
We're doing
65
people
star
who are
6
doing small
hash.
letters are cheating.
Select.
Let's do again. E.
Hello. Today we are going to talk about how to invest money
S.
through the stock market.
Has
to go through these stock. One, to accept the terms and conditions.
Hey. Clap for yourself.
And finally,
Thank you so much.
Buying and selling your shares.
Also, just to echo that we have
Buying and selling your shares is simpler with USSD.
2025,
To buy
organized by the African Securities Exchanges Association. So please mark the dates, 26th and 28th of November in Kigali. Now we're going to have a short interlude before we go into our next panel. This is a Kinyarwanda dance. So all those from Kigali, Rwanda, this is you. We're bringing you back home. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There is a simple twist to do dance from the southwestern part of Uganda, and it's called Echitaguro. It's a dance that praises the beauty of a cow. So please come with us. Let's go to the southwestern part of Uganda and let's watch this beautiful dance. Chinyarwanda will be coming up tomorrow. aibobo bongabwa ainunu kenyonyozi mukeize buhoro buhoro te ruchira byona abeneimwe ibobo bongabwa ainunu kenyonyozi yabara mukeize buhoro buhoro te ruchira byona abeneimwe kamba kambire bagenzi banje omwana w'omwishyine kirabo reba wa muzaro tsimba amajwi uyebazo ngo nyamuha umwete izina ngabwa imyaka yagenda nakura amazina ge yahiziba ejefukana kwatana mani nasera haruringo ibobo bongabwa egalo sirai ibongabwa ainunu kenyonyozi mukeize buhoro te ruchira byona hazamutahunga kabasara hazamutahunga tuguruke hazamutahunga tuzane yabare hazamutahunga tuzane hunga tuguru yabare bobo bongabwa ainunu kenyonyozi mukeize buhoro te ruchira byona otobatenda te otobatenda ne banake mkono yabare karase otobatenda te bakarukate otobatenda ne banake mkono yabare batenda te bakarukate otobatenda ne banake mkono otobatenda te bakarukate yabare batenda ne banake mkono otobatenda te bakarukate otobatenda ne banake mkono okamukuya barebire akatenda nanake mkono otobatenda te bakarukate yabari otobatenda ne banake mkono yasemera nerkarwakasa kanyanya nakatkera akabosobezesa meino yasemera ainunu yego ainunu ogunuko munyankore enukwazana mazima yego enu mukora ngoma tuzane yego enu mujukwate kaza mumurembine mazima uraye yebana bamawe eyakuni bambine yego yemutaritina kaza murubatenkete mazima uraye abakazi bitu enyimwe mwimuke kaza mumurembine
mineru maninduma enyamurumi
manindima
eyaruma naruma mineru maninduma
mineru manindima
mineru mo mutene mineru mo mushuti ura
mineru manindima
eyaruma naruma mineru maninduma
mineru manindima
ekwanza mukowisha zaye kushabatisha boroka
ekwanza mukowisha zaye kushabatisha boroka ekwanza mukowisha zaye kushabatisha boroka kushabatisha boroka
nimureba bakazi bashamarire yuko
nimureba bakazi bashamarire bimba byasorora eshamu yaburo monyo banyana bacu zaramira maruki gatamba kirere na kikambe cyakazana nyanjeri umwana yazana muramuwe
mushishe tari muramu
utari tembera kitabo ndasitendora ndasinda murere kirere na kikambe cyakazana nyanjeri umwana yazana muramuwe
naba urra
nimwenda kunira ekumze tiritiri kakumazanya mitanga kirere ndakigambe cyakazane nyanjeriro mwana yazana muramuwe eire nesinokaba
mwiho bunyansi
It is clear and evident that some jobs you can't do without first eating. Because if you try them, you can collapse for no reason. But also some jobs, it's clear you can't have graduate trainees. Because especially for the last part where the man was trying to rotate the stick. Imagine a graduate trainee who is here to learn and throws the stick and it hits a delegate. The conference can't end well. So really, some jobs, they bring you when you are an expert in dancing and you know what you're doing. So Nyonyi Culture Trip, we want to sincerely thank you very much for really taking us that way of Chinyaranda to appreciate what's going on. Away from that, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's too early for us to be announcing lost and found. Yeah. It's too early. Yeah. So you need to find a way to make sure that you don't find yourself losing what is important. So one of you have left your iPhone somewhere. I think the chicken was more important to you than the phone. But when you remember that you have lost the phone, especially if it's your wife or your husband looking for you, come when you have the necessary information that shows this person is married, because the first message I'm seeing the husband with a lot of love. You know how you save your husband and you put those hearts? You can imagine these people on the camera may be recording this information. Also, some of you, the service providers, we need to give you KPIs that are thorough. So whoever owns this phone, come when you have necessary information like passcode, you have to evidence that you call it and I am with you to see that it's ringing. The delegates from other countries here in Uganda, we don't pick things for free and we give you back. Think Tanzanians, Kenyans, and Rwandese. The people that I doubt that we share usually character with are Kenyans. I also don't think Kenyans can pick and give you back in ease. Eh? Hey, Kenyans also them, they are close to us. Tanzanians are a bit, they are a bit related with Rwandese. They can be very humble, calm, they can give you back. Here is your phone I picked. Here in Kampala. So come when you have a gift that you'll give me, that I will be happy to give it back to you. Okay, away from that, allow me to make mention that the USE Academy is organizing an ESG Integration and Sustainability Disclosure Masterclass. And if there's anything you need to note, that on the 25th to 26th, this is when this will be happening. And it will be happening in Johannesburg. I want to take more time to read it once again because it's critical for us, given that every conversation that is happening in institutions today rotates and revolves around sustainability. So the USE Academy is organizing an ESG Integration and Sustainability Disclosure Masterclass, 25th to the 26th. Please note, I want to ask some of the individuals that come from this organization to raise their hands. So if there's any one of you who wants to pick more information from them, you can be able to pick it. Can I request them to stand up for recognition? Okay. We have Sarah over there. She should be able to help you. But in the event you can't find her, you can be able to find Lynn, who we are hosting with this event, and we should be able to move on. So our final panel for the day, before we have it, I'm going to tell you to tell your neighbor to stand up. Tell your neighbor to stand up. Tell your neighbor, we don't have time, stand up. Tell your neighbor. Yeah, sometimes information comes faster when someone sitting next to you tells you what to do. Yeah, can't be hustling. Yeah, that's why I can't be a teacher, because even if someone is just telling you to stand up, you take ages to stand up. Very good. In the morning we played a game called Stand Up, Sit Down. A game called Stand Up. And we say to stand is to, and to sit is to, and to clap is to. All right, we are mixing them up immediately. Sit, stand, clap, stamp, sit, clap, stamp, sit. Take your seats. Some of you, like Mr. Wainana, tried once and said, this young man will not play with me. I will take my seat. Let him do what he wants. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's proceed to our final panel for the day. And allow me start with the Legal and Boards Affairs Manager at Capital Markets Authority, Mr. Alison Kwikiriza. My apologies. Miss Alison Kwikiriza. Can we give her a big, big clap? Alison, you'll pardon me, they didn't add the titles. But by your body shape now, I fully know you were Miss. Thank you very much. Okay, so allow me now move and invite Mr. Charles Lutimba, the Director, Standards and Regulations at the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Uganda. Okay, not here. Okay, allow me move to the Manager, ESG and Sustainability at this institution that says everywhere you go, and what are we doing today? Allow me invite Ms. Lydia Nachigude. Can we give her a big clap? Lydia was among the first people in this room. Can we give her a big, big clap? Yeah. By about 7:15, Lydia was already here. I think, Lydia, you take life very seriously. And then you want to make us feel like we are not serious with the way we run our life. But we want to thank you very much. Allow me also invite the Manager, Legal and Compliance at the Uganda Securities Exchange, Ms. Jacinta Aquino. This one you'll give a special clap because tomorrow we shall be moderating together. So appreciate her. Yeah, there are some of you from the time you came in the room, you have not clapped for anyone. Even you, they will not clap for you. Yeah, it's just, there is a way, karma. And then allow me finally invite the Senior Manager, Investor Relations at NMB Bank, Mr. Edgar Ndani. So very good. I think this one has attended military school. Even when we put stairs, it feels like that's very far. Military workouts where. Okay, so the moderator for this panel happens to be my friend and a colleague, and for him, allow me give a bit more flesh, and I'm sure that he will be kind enough to also allow his panelists at least a minute to introduce themselves. This gentleman has studied so much that some of the things I meant to talk about, I don't know what they mean. Allow me start with the things I don't know what they mean. He has ACCI, CFCS. Those ones, Paul, you will tell us what it means. But he has a master's in business administration, and he has a postgraduate diploma in tax and revenue administration. And that one I could know it because I also attended that. He's a financial economist, an investment professional. And for the fields that I've really known Paul for, that he's into climate and sustainability. So when it comes to issues of ESG and supporting institutions adapt but also prepare their internal documents to be able to speak to ESG, Paul is an expert. With that, he has also managed to support institutions like Macquarie University Business School to host their second climate conference. And so anything to do with the climate, ESG, and sustainability, this gentleman, Paul Mugerwa, has been very critical. He supports organizations navigate the journey of sustainability. As far as I know, Paul is happily married. No, I can't add happily, but he's married. I don't know if he's happy. He has children there. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming my very good friend, Paul Mugerwa. After this panel, please don't leave. We have a tea break where we want you to network more. Paul, I hope I have not painted you very wrongly. Please enjoy yourself at the end, the extreme end. You can really reintroduce yourself, but also allow your but also allow your team at least a minute to fully introduce themselves because I just read them by their title. Thank you.
Many thanks, Ibra. The truth is that I'm happily married. So my full-time profession is being a husband and a dad. So thank you for that introduction. A very good evening or afternoon, depending on where you come from. I would like to thank you for braving and keeping around. I would like to thank all the parties that have contributed to this. And before we do anything, Gava has cautioned me that I'm going to give each one 30 seconds to give a simple background about themselves. So I think let me begin with that, then we can go into the discussion. Beginning with my brother from NMB.
Thank you so much. My name is Edgar Afandani. I'm with the Investor Relations Department. I joined NMB for about 2 years now, and before joining NMB, I used to work for United Nations, and since then I've garnered enough experience when it comes to sustainability, and that kind of helps me to excel the sustainability agenda within the NMB Bank. I'm happy to be here to being part of the panel. Thanks.
Thank you, Edgar. Thank you. Over to you, Nachigude.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lydia Nachigude. I work with MTN Uganda as the Manager Sustainability and ESG. I joined MTN last year, but previously I was doing consulting still in ESG, and my experience spans across banking, oil and gas, and infrastructure, as well as renewable energy. And I'm very excited to be here to be part of this discussion because it's a timely discussion, and I'm looking forward to these deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, and good afternoon, fellow panelists and the distinguished audience. My name is Alison Kuchiriza Serichacha. I'm a lawyer by profession, over 12 years in practice, 10 of which have been within the capital markets. My principal responsibility right now with the Capital Markets Authority is really regulatory framework development. I assume there was a criteria of other things that we're supposed to disclose, but I think whether I'm happily married or not, we shall discuss at the tea break.
I love that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Val.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
My name is Jacinta Aquino, and I'm very excited to see all of you here. I am the Legal and Compliance Manager at the Uganda Securities Exchange. I'm also the company's secretary, and I've been very involved in setting this as well together, as we also handle the secretariat for the East African Securities Exchange. And I'm really excited and looking forward to the discussion we're going to have. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, on a daily, we serve 3 masters. How many? 3 masters. And the first master is called environment, or E. And the beauty with it is that we are all products of the environment, beginning from us, whatever that we have there. And there is a critical statement that if you don't serve it well, if you don't manage it well, it doesn't forgive. This is the master that we serve, from the CEO, the president, the housewife, a maid. We all serve it because it produces all that we need. And that is the discussion we're going to be having, but this time around in the context of reporting. And the second master that we serve is called society. And society is a function of external stakeholders, who we can call our clients and the community, and the internal, who we can call our staff. And how we manage them will go a long way in helping us to achieve our objectives and be competitive. And there is another statement that society, once you don't manage it well, it doesn't forgive. We have the third one called the investors, who are embodied in what we call governance. Those ones, they are keen on 2 things. They are keen on risk and return. They would like to know whether you have a deep appreciation of your risk universe, the frameworks you've put in place, but also whether you understand their return expectations. And the good thing is that for those ones, they might somehow forgive, because for them, they vote with their money. But the first two don't do what? Don't forgive. So when we talk about ESG, we are talking about the business anchors, and the end product, what we can call it, the result or the impact, is sustainability. And for Master A, environmental stewardship, Master 2S is social responsibility, and Master GOI is essentially what we can call good governance. So as we're going to go into this discussion, the topic, as you have it in your program, is why ESG and sustainability reporting is critical to East Africa capital markets. Allow me give you a simple background about this before we can go. In today's evolving financial landscape, integrating ESG factors into strategic decision-making is no longer optional, but it's essential and existentially imperative. And I would understand why USE has been organizing these master classes, and I would like to tell you that it has gone a long way in pushing the green agenda. And please subscribe to the November masterclass in Johannesburg that has been mentioned. Stakeholders increasingly demand transparency. This has been stated. And accountability regarding sustainable practices, which directly influence one, strategy, very critical, two, risk management, as I've mentioned, three, stakeholder value, all the way from shareholder value now to stakeholder value, four, reputation, long-term profitability, but above all, competitive advantage. Thus, ESG and sustainability reporting is so critical, not only to the East African capital markets industry, but the regional financial system at large. Given that background, allow me quickly begin with Jacinta. Jacinta, from where you're seated, how does USE ensure that listed companies adhere to ESG reporting standards, and what enforcement mechanisms are in place to ensure that these can be effectively integrated?
Right. Thank you, Paul. I want to start with the most recent agenda or initiative that we have been involved in as the USE for a period of probably 7 to 8 months. We have been in the process of coming up with ESG guidelines for listed companies. And indeed, as Paul has just communicated to us that ESG is no longer optional, it is something that has become very crucial in the environment that we operate in today. And I'm glad to say that a number of people in the room within the investment community who have been part of these discussions as we've been handling these consultative sessions to get feedback on what these guidelines should entail, and also with the aim of ensuring that we keep an eye on reporting, but from the overall strategic perspective, which is to ensure that we are incorporating ESG, but also sustainable finance, which is one of the key aspects that the USE is very passionate about. And we have made significant progress with that from the consultative session. I am glad to also confirm that we now have the guidelines. They are not yet operational. However, we have received approval from our board of directors at the USE, and the guidelines are currently with the CMA for consideration, and we are confident that this will come back with approval. And why I chose to mention that specifically, because it's a unique aspect that we've done. Many times we have been reliant on international reporting frameworks, the GRI, among others. And during this process, we came up with something that's organic to cater for the Ugandan market, but of course borrowing from the international ESG reporting frameworks, and have also taken into consideration the different sectors within the listed companies. So that's the main aspect I'd want to emphasize. But aside from that, the trainings have already been talked about, and the purpose of those trainings that are conducted within the USE arm is to build awareness about ESG and encourage also the public, especially not only the listed companies, but the public as well, to gain an understanding of what ESG is, to demystify it, and also to equip with sufficient tools on how you can incorporate ESG into your business and how you can derive value from that as well.
Thank you, thank you. Allow me go to the regulator, that is Alison. How is CMA Uganda integrating ESG disclosure requirements into the market regulations so as to promote transparency and investor confidence?
Thank you, Paul. But before I delve into the how, allow me share some perspective on the why. I would hate for people to leave this room thinking that the regulator is a busybody that just jumps in onto every trend. In terms of providing foundational context, when you look at securities market regulations, we are guided by specific principles. These principles are developed through the International Securities Commission Organization, which is the global standard setter for the securities markets in terms of regulations, and has a membership of over 160 jurisdictions. And at the core of these principles, we have the foundational guidelines for why we should regulate the securities market. One is investor protection. The other is ensuring that we have fair, efficient, and the other is ensuring that we are managing systemic risk. Now, prior to 2021, we did not really have guidance on how to manage this ESG matter. And yet, world over, we saw developments and appetite from different investor groups in terms of investing in sustainability-linked products and taking into consideration the risks that come with products structured around some of these the ESG-related products. In 2021, we saw that turn, and we got recommendations from IASCO, guiding us on what we should look out for as a regulator, but at the end of the day, trying to ensure that the core principles as to why we regulate the markets are actually covered. One was making sure that asset managers, as they are promoting the different products and as they are classifying their specific portfolios, they are actually disclosing their methodologies and they are disclosing how they are assessing the risks as well as the opportunities that come with these products. The second was around enhancing the level of disclosures at product level. We already know that we majorly operate disclosure-based regimes within the capital markets, and I'm talking about within the region. But the question is, to what extent were the ESG disclosures and sustainability-related disclosures being disclosed at product level? The third recommendation was for regulators to look at their supervisory environment. What tools do you have at your disposal to actually ensure compliance in these areas? Do you have capacity post-assessing compliance to actually enforce when there is breach? And then finally, there was the issue of literacy. How do we make sure that the investors for which we are trying to regulate, who we are trying to protect, actually have the capacity to appreciate the different disclosures that are being made, not only in terms of the quantity of disclosures, but also the quality of disclosures that is coming up as a result of the ESG factors. And so in terms of how we are actually implementing, going back to your question, it is guided by these recommendations. And what we've done so far, in January this year, we issued Offer of Securities Regulations. These Offer of Securities Regulations introduced a broad provision on enhancing disclosures or being able to come up with guidelines that provide disclosures, that provide for disclosures for those products that are unique. So we're able to rely on these provisions to come up with enhanced disclosures, and this is at product level, so that we're able to ensure that these are captured. And of course, we expect that for the ESG factors, this will be covered through this approach. The second incorporation is, again, early this year, we did have corporate governance guidelines issued to the market. We transitioned from a guidelines-based regime to a regulations regime. And what these guidelines have introduced is a firmer commitment on governance reporting that is aligned to international reporting standards, that takes into consideration the requirements under the King IV. And we believe that this goes a long way in terms of enhancing the governance reporting environment as far as the governance factor is concerned under ESG. Finally, we are currently working on an ESG disclosures and sustainability reporting guidelines. These guidelines will now look at harmonizing the expected reporting requirements across the different players in the industry. And we are doing this jointly with market players, with standard setters like IGPAO, with experts, knowledge experts within the field, so that by the time we issue these reporting standards, we are all on the same page, and they essentially cover what would be relevant for our market and what will push the ESG and sustainability reporting agenda forward within our market.
Thank you. Thank you, Elson, for that. Now let's go to the listed company, beginning with USE, rather with MTN Uganda. MTN Uganda, how do you incorporate ESG metrics into strategic decision-making and reporting processes? Lydia.
Thank you, Paul. So I'll start by talking about the regulatory framework in Africa, but even for East Africa. And at this point, I would like to commend the work that the CMA, the USE, and the Bank of Uganda are doing to create standards that are localized for our market. And I think it's a major step in this, because as publicly listed companies, we've been, of course, relying on the GRI, the IFRS that is coming on, but we do not have something that is targeted to what we are doing. So boiling down to what MTN is doing, at MTN, how we incorporate ESG in our metrics and everything is that we see ESG and sustainability within our strategy. It's in our core strategy. And the strategic priority is called creating shared value, and this is what drives our business. So creating shared value means that we're after doing business to grow the economy, yes, but also while being cognizant of the social and environmental nuances that are happening. And how are we doing this? At our board, we have, at board level in terms of governance, we have a board that is that critically looks at ESG matters, but also in its decision makings, if we are rolling out networks in different areas, we are cognizant of all those nuances that are actually happening. Then boiling down to, we recently released our first sustainability report in August, and I'm so happy.
Which is very commendable.
Yes.
Can we give them a loud applause? It's beautiful.
Thank you. So, and yes, Mr. Paul Wiso was there, and it was a momentous occasion for us, because previously, yes, we have been doing all this, but because of the investor pressure and the regulatory mandate around it, but even doing right, we felt it was good for us to actually put our best foot forward and report on what we are actually doing. And also in terms of what we are doing, we are, and in the report we also mentioned our IFRS S1 and 2 adoption journey, and we're very key on this. And to do this, we are working with our financial teams to ensure that we are reporting rightly according to these standards, because I know that these are the standards that, and the beauty with the standards, in our opinion, is that they drive, apart from just reporting numbers in our reports of maybe our carbon emissions at the end of the day, our thought process is, what does it actually mean for the business? If we've told you our carbon emissions are this, what does it mean? If we are saying that, are we considering, when we are reporting on our climate risk, are we, when we are going to talk about, is it something that we factor in when we are going to roll out a network in a particular area? So it's something whereby we are not just reporting, but we are trying to make it relevant to our investors to show our thought process that yes, we are not just reporting, but we are also factoring it at the end of the day, the bottom line, what does it mean? So this is the journey that we are going on at MTN Uganda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lydia. Edgar, this is personal. I first interacted with NMB Bank in May when I was training some of your people in climate-related financial risk management, and I was thrilled by the level of the reporting that you did. Please share with this audience, how does NMB Bank communicate its ESG commitments and performance to investors, and what feedback have you received so far?
Thank you. All of us here, we're investors in one shape or form. Either you invest in your kids' school, or you invest in advanced markets, such as capital markets and so forth. We do have two key principles to approach to investment, and that is we invest on something that we can measure, and we invest on something that we can trust. And that's what investors are looking for. So in this context of sustainability, when you want to attract an impact investor, you have to tick those two boxes. And the NMB Bank has done a tremendous job in making sure that everything it reports, as far as sustainability is concerned, is measurable, as well as is being provided an assurance. And over the years, when our journey started, we used to do general GRI reporting. And then we fast forward, we advanced to IFRS S1 and S2. And our adoption towards IFRS S1 and S2 was an early adoption compared to the competitors in the market, and that made us to stand out in the region thus far. So when you look at the journey itself, investors have really appreciated what NMB has done, and that can be proven with the recent accolades NMB has been winning for the last few months, including Africa-based Sustainability Bank. I think that's something that it's not an easy job to achieve, yeah. And that's been, that happened because of our approach to sustainability. We want it to be science-based, and if you want to be if you want to use the science-based approach, you have to make sure that you adopt the IFRS S1 and S2 reporting standards, as well as TCFD and SASB. And you have to make sure that your investors understand what you're reporting, and that brings an element of comparability and verifiability. So these are typical accounting principles when you do accounting reporting. So for that reason, an investor in London can read your report and understand and make an investment decision. And that's what we've been striving for a very long time. Thank you.
Thank you, Edgar. Thank you. And let's give them a louder. Back to Jacinta. Please share with us, in your opinion, how can legal frameworks support the development of a sustainable and transparent capital markets in East Africa?
Thank you, Paul. In answering this question, I'll pick up from some of the ideas and the concepts that Alison has spoken to, of course, from a regulatory perspective. In the morning discussions, much mention was made about the role of the law and the role of our policies and principles and how they influence the way the market operates. And so from this discussion and the way that it is quite clear that ESG plays a very significant role, and it's something that is not going to go away. And we've continued to see ESG reporting and investor confidence being heavily based on a company's ESG compliance. And so from a legal perspective, the role that the law plays is to provide clear guidance and also a framework that will be followed by the different companies or mostly the listed companies, but as well as issuers on how to integrate these. And much of this has been on a voluntary basis, and we are continuing to see an evolution in the law. So this is now providing a clear framework, a clear guidance, and speaks to the comparability and verifiability, but also a uniform standard or framework that we can continue to see across companies. So the role of the law cannot be overstated, because you're not operating in a vacuum and you're not operating on in an unregulated or a disorganized environment. And so the role of the law in this particular instance, and why there's a lot of effort in coming up with an organic and unique ESG framework that supports the market that we operate in, not from the UK-based or the international legal frameworks that we've relied on, but to have an organic, generic legal framework that guides the listed companies within the East African region, and specifically even for the Ugandan market and how we operate. And I'm confident that we're going to see even an improvement. While the laws develop and improve, we'll see also an increased uptake of sustainable finance products, green bonds, among others. We did have a bit of discussion on this during the morning sessions, especially on the green bonds, but also it's something that many investors are picking interest in, and so that emphasizes the role of having a robust legal framework. And I think the unique thing about ESG is because of the aspect of bringing people together, but also taking into account both the environment, social and governance aspects from a financial and sustainable finance perspective, but also the involvement of the community and how we can bring them all in together, which is very key. So I think I've tried to put it together from both of the investor side, but also from the legal and regulatory perspective.
Thank you. Thank you for doing justice to that. Alison, from where you're seated as a regulator, how can CMA, what are the key challenges and opportunities you foresee in aligning the ESG reporting standards across the East African markets?
Well, in terms of challenges, we want to have, I'll start with the issue of harmonization. On one hand, we want to make sure we have a framework that is tailored to our market and that actually makes sense for our market. But on the other hand, we have to take cognizance of the international standards. And my colleagues have talked about comparability. How do we strike that balance? How do we harmonize across industries? How do we harmonize even the basics of terminologies that are used in the different reports? How do we harmonize the frameworks across the regional markets? We've talked about a unified market and infinity opportunities. An investor needs to be able to assess as a unified market, make their analysis, but it will be difficult if the different markets have different frameworks that are for reporting ESG factors and for disclosing sustainability-related matters. So the first thing I would highlight that we are cognizant of is the issue of harmonization of the frameworks across the region, and then the issue, still within that same context, the issue of striking that balance between a tailored framework that makes sense for our market vis-a-vis what has been set as the internationally acceptable standards in terms of reporting and disclosure. The second issue, obviously, is capacity. This is a new area, and capacity twofold. Capacity within the market, even us as a regulator, we have a long way to go in terms of being able to truly appreciate the reporting frameworks and being able to build that capacity to supervise around the ESG disclosures and sustainability reporting. And then capacity in terms of our investors. We already have challenges. and I believe across the markets we face a similar classification of investors. Not too sophisticated. We already have challenges in trying to make sure that the conventional products are well appreciated and the disclosures that come with them. How do we make sure we build capacity so that even as we're requiring people to disclose, there is an appreciation of what those disclosures actually mean. So for now, I'd highlight those two challenges that are top of mind and that we will try to address as we come up with these frameworks.
Thank you, Elson. To Lydia. Lydia, what are some of the biggest challenges that you've encountered in measuring and reporting on social and environmental impacts, basically in the telecom where you play?
Thank you, Paul. So on this, I think we cannot mention ESG without talking about data. Yeah. So the main challenge, especially because the telco industry it has very many players in terms of our supply chain, in terms of the people that operate within the business. So the main challenge has been around, or is around data collection, data verification, and accuracy at the same time. So, and this is a challenge because sometimes, for example, if we are measuring our scope 3 emissions, we find that some of our suppliers do not have the capacity, or they don't even know what it is. So on our side, it brings a burden, or should I say a responsibility on our side to make sure that our suppliers are on the same page with us. Yes, so from the collection perspective, but also from scope 3, but also the third is around social impact. So social impact sometimes is hard to measure. For example, if we set out to bridge the digital divide and digital inclusion or financial inclusion, what metric are you using to measure that at the end of the day? So these are things that trigger our minds to help us to really frame our reporting so that it's not just numbers I had mentioned, but impact at the end of the day. So this has been a challenge that we are trying to navigate, and my colleague here mentioned something around assurance. And report assurance is something that is very critical in the market, because at the end of the day, when our investors or stakeholders are reading our reports, how do they know that we are telling them the truth? So that assurance perspective will come in to help us to align better. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Lydia, for that. And Edgar, basing on your impressive journey as NMB, what role do ESG factors play in your bank's risk management and lending decisions?
Thank you, Paul, for a very interesting question. So that question is purely in terms of practicality. You know, we have this notion about sustainability is just an option. But when you move sustainability from just an option to something that is strategic to an institution, the whole game changes. That needs a massive articulation and buy-in of the institution. Now, for NMB, as far as risk management is concerned, NMB has established, has put climate risk as key enterprise risk, and it's part of ERMF framework, meaning that this is a fully fledged risk that's been monitored and managed on a daily basis. And interesting enough, from top down, the board, through its committees, do discuss on a periodic basis all the matters regarding ESG, all the way to the ESCO level, where through different committees, ESG matters have been discussed. On the issue about the lending side of things, now this is very interesting, this conversation gets, because first of all, banks always support bankable projects. Now, when you try to add in ESG factors, it becomes a little bit complex. Now, with our ESRIM frameworks, the bank has been able to apply ESG factors efficiently in its credit approvals. Now, from the credit point of entry, where the loan origination happens, Each RM knows what they have to do when it comes to ESG, all the way to the back office where they do the vetting of those particular credit applications. Now, this involves things like ESG scorecard, ESG risk scorecard. They look things like all these criteria under sustainable finance framework, all the way to do other further due diligence. We also have an exclusion list whereby there are certain sectors we do not fund, especially those sectors that we believe are not massively detrimental to the environment. So all those checks and balances go through the lending process, and we can even go far to involve the legal team in terms of putting covenants in the contracts before the credit has been approved. So the robustness of this approach towards lending, factoring ESG, is very paramount to what NME does on its daily basis. And furthermore, even when we issue these sustainable bonds, the use of proceed, we are very careful in how we disburse those funds, because they come with a lot of criteria and requirements. So every time we work as a team through different departments, from the retail function, where we have the business bank, who are the champions in terms of disbursements of these funds, with the credit team, we make sure that the proceedings of Jamii bond, for instance, follow those criteria that we signed with our investors. So I hope I answered your question in terms of the risk management and the lending side of things. So that's how, as NMB Bank, holistically, we deal with the ESG factors.
Shukran Kaka. Let's give him a loud applause. He has done justice to it. I would have loved to continue with this discussion because ESG is so critical, but we should be alive to the fact that we need to end this now. But in matters of summary, I began with an illustration that we have three masters that we serve. The first one is what? Environment, and that is nature. If we don't manage it well, we can't survive. The second one is society, that is the social issues. And the third one is governance, which is essentially about investors' risk-return considerations. Thank you for doing justice to the questions. And allow me call Gava to come and lead the next session. But I would like to thank this panel, because all the panels we've had, I think this one is more ESG. Do you attest to that? Because it has more what? Ladies. We've been struggling with ladies. So I would like to thank the organizers for having fully appreciated ESG to this point. Thank you. Have a good time.
Yeah, so the panel has 3 ladies and 1 gentleman. Okay, 2 gentlemen. I think it's a balanced panel. So let's appreciate the panel one more time. I also think the moderator deserves a big clap. I think he has done a good job. Paul, is that called positioning? Okay, so I wanted to tell you to rise so that we have a photo. I want to invite the team leader, Uganda Securities Exchange, and the team leader, the CMA, to come and join in on this photo. First have your photo as panelists, then you have one. No, stay there. The bosses will find you there. Bosses will find you there. Create some space for them in the middle so that the photo is balanced. As for Alison, do you want to stand specifically next to anyone? It's been quite a day, but I want to think that you've enjoyed yourselves. Have you enjoyed yourselves? It's not very easy to come here in the morning, and even when we give you lunch, you indeed return in the afternoon. Let each one of you exchange a right hand of friendship to your neighbor and tell them, thank you for staying. Tell your neighbor, thank you for staying. If your neighbor has not done it with laughter, tomorrow when we return, change seat. As a matter of fact, don't change seat, change table. Yeah, really just move from one table and go the other far and, create a different network that will appreciate you differently. All right, to really end the day, our day one, allow me invite the CEO, Dar es Salaam Stock Exchange, Peter, to come and give the closing remarks. And I return here to give the modalities of how we end the evening and how we start tomorrow morning. Join me in welcoming Peter to the podium. He's coming. Okay. I hope he's aware that he's on closing. Sometimes it's one thing being on the program, but you also remember that you're on the what? On the program. Let's allow him some time and then see if he's not caught up with our office assignments. I will take an interlude and then I'll be guided. The culture group. Okay, you prepare to give us the closing when we are departing. So as this is happening, it's important that I remind you that tomorrow, who of us here didn't receive the program? By show of hands. If you didn't receive the program, raise your hand. Okay. I don't know about the delegates. Okay, the delegates from Kenya, Tanzania, Somalia, Ethiopia, Burundi, Rwanda, those ones I don't have a problem. Ugandans. The program starts at 8. You should be the first here. So let's agree that tell your neighbor tomorrow we begin at 8. Tell your neighbor. Yeah, we have to have a brother's keeper or sister's keeper conversation so that as you're heading here tomorrow, you find it within you to make sure that you at least invite the people you're seated next to make sure that we are here in time. It's very, very important. Okay, really, yes, sir, you have come. I was going to call you again, but you have not given me enough time. Clap for the man has arrived.
Okay, thank you. Good evening once again, ladies and gentlemen. And before I get fined by the MC, I need to apologize because I thought, according to the timetable, there was going to be an entertainment fest before my session. Okay. Good evening once again. My name is Peter Natoyola. I'm the CEO of the Dar es Salaam Stock Exchange and Vice Chairman of ASEA. I wish on behalf of the ASEA Exco, my fellow CEOs of the exchanges and the CSDRs, to start by thanking the guest of honor. I know he's had to move to other responsibilities due to calls, but hopefully the message will go through to him, that we thank him dearly for officiating our ceremony. I also want to thank our hosts, the Uganda Stock Exchange and CMA Uganda, for hosting the first conference for the ASEA conference. This will be the first of many that will be coming through, and we hope that we'll be going around each market every year to have these kinds of positive conversations that we've had over the course of the day today. Next, I do wish to thank the organizing committee. There's a lot of work that went through from our teams that we manage. Us as CEOs will get the glory, but the tough lifting was done by our teams. We wish to thank everyone. There was a lot of many sleepless nights, and to be able to get the kind of speakers that we got today, congratulations to the organizing committee. And to my fellow speakers and panelists, I also want to thank you for the valuable contributions. It's been a very enriching day of discussions around how we can leverage on digital to grow our markets, how we can access financing through ESG issuances. Some very healthy discussion in the last panel. And I know when you're doing the closing remarks, you don't need to add in your thinking, but one of the things to our regulators that we need to look at as our markets, as we develop our ESG frameworks and regulations, let's make sure that we adapt it to our local requirements based on the size of our markets. Because sometimes it can be a bit of an expensive exercise to do this reporting, which some of our listed companies may not necessarily be able to shoulder, which may end up disincentivizing issuance of these ESG-related financing. And last but not least, I want to thank each and every one of you for being here, and thank you for staying, as the MC said. And tomorrow, like I said, for those that left us before, we'll move the tables, we will stay with you. We do wish to wish you, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening. We do have some entertainment afterwards. Hopefully you can stay for that. And for those that maybe if you need to rush home or go to other responsibilities, we wish you a safe drive back home. Thank you once again, and see you tomorrow morning.
I see you already charged, but just give me 1 minute so that you really work for your money. Trust is very, very important, and each one of you here in the room needs to trust one another. Tomorrow, who is not coming? Raise your hand so that we know we have only 2 tables, 3, 4, 5. We don't overplan for you when you're not coming. So it's very, very important that tomorrow you really come early. Our plan tomorrow is to open with remarks from Mr. David Wainana, and after that we will jump into a panel presentation that will talk about policy and regulation. And it's important that we come early so that we are able to start at exactly 8, because the beauty of starting at 8 is that we finish at 3. Now, this is the reason you should be here by 8, so that we finish at what? At 3. For the Ugandans, I don't want to labor to tell you what happens on Friday in the evening at 5. You know exactly what will happen to you, because if you leave now and you stay in probably Ntinda, it will probably take you 2 hours to get home. And then, for the people that flew in, I'm not sure all of you flew in. Maybe some of you came by boat. But whichever way you came into Uganda, the people from Kenya, Tanzania, the people from Ethiopia, Burundi, Rwanda, we want you to finish early, because when we finish at 3, you will enjoy time to do some shopping around African Village, do some shopping. But most importantly, Kampala has what we call the nightlife. That is the most interesting part. We shall take you to places like Kabalagala, where you can't create the difference between night and the day. Yeah, people, you clap because it's a very good thing. Some of you have probably the problem, some of you are very, very serious with life, but life deserves a bit of, calming down to know that it's not a do or die. We want to take you around. I am sure that, I'm not very sure that for some of you who came when the only person you know is Paul, you are in a big, big problem because Paul and Josephine may not help you to make you tour around Kampala. Lynn, please stand up. You will not help people. Okay, for the delegates that are not very convenient and comfortable with internal circles, me, I'm external. Yeah, just talk to me, MC. You said Kampala nightlife. I'll be your plug-in. I'll get the car. I will take you around so that you enjoy what it means to eat a Rolex with Nyanya Mbisi. Okay, so that's for you to tour. As I finalize, we are going to share another QR code. This one I've tested. My photos are in there. If you are struggling to scan, if the moment you point your camera and it cannot show you the browser, ask your neighbor what the problem is. I don't talk about it here. But you're going to get another dose of the pictures for the day. Why we give you these pictures is not for you to store them in your phone. It's to make sure that your LinkedIn, your ex is alive and well talking about the East Africa Capital Markets Conference. So if there's really not much that you want to talk about, at least just post your picture and say, we enjoyed the day. But just make sure that you're active. So this is a minute for you to make sure that you are downloading so that you make use of these images. That's why we give them to you instantly so that you can tweet, so that you can share on your handles on how your day one was. But also certainly tomorrow we'll do a bit of the recap to be able to appreciate what nailed it for you day one. As I finalize, it is important that we give a big, big clap to all our sponsors. PKF, we want to thank you. MTN, we want to thank you. New Vision, we want to thank you. Bank of Uganda, we want to thank you. STT, we want to thank you. Old Mutual, we want to thank you. DFCU, NMB, the Deposit Protection Fund, Bank of Baroda, Cornerstone, we want to thank you very much. Can you give our sponsors a big, big round of applause? Certainly, day one would have been a problem if our service providers were not aligned, but can we also clap for our service providers from the entertainment to the productions team? Thank you very much. It's important that we also appreciate my co-MC Lynn for doing a super job. Can you appreciate Lynn with a big, big clap? As for me, you probably had no choice. I am the one available. So if you didn't enjoy, my apologies. I'll make well tomorrow. Thank you very much for day one. We have tea and snacks, which we want to make sure that you can be able to move the conversation along with. So please don't leave the snacks and the tea as you continue to network this evening. Please be here by 8 tomorrow. I wish you a blessed evening and see you tomorrow. Our culture group, the time is now. Okay. Just a minute. My apologies, I was not supposed to come back there, but I want to request Team Leader USE and Team Leader CMA, the entourage from the delegation from Kenya, the delegation from Tanzania, all of them want to have some pictures to remember this day. So as you came in the different countries, we can now come and have some pictures as we continue to enjoy ourselves. Thank you. But let's continue with the entertainment.
Sapere tumia bola, sapere tumia.
E ononge sapere tumia bola, sapere tumia. E ononge longe sapere tumia bola, sapere tumia. Sapere tumia bola, longe sapere tumia. E jambo, jambo wana, habari gani, mzuri sana, wageni wakaribisha. Uganda yetu hakuna matata. Jambo 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 wana, habari gani, mzuri sana, wageni wakaribisha. Uganda yetu hakuna matata. Oh jambo 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 bwana, habari gani, mzuri sana, wageni wakaribisha. Kenya yetu hakuna Uganda nchi yetu, Kenya nchi yao, Tanzania nchi yao, Tanzania nchi yetu.
Uganda is a fairy tale. You climb up, and at the end, there is a wonderful new world.
Hakuna matata, hakuna matata. Kenya nchi yetu, hakuna matata, hakuna matata, hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
The scenery is different. The vegetation is different. Climate is different. And most of all, the people are different from anything elsewhere to be seen in the whole range of Africa. I say, concentrate on Uganda. For magnificence, for variety of form and color, for profusion of brilliant life, bird, insect, reptile, beast, and for vast scale. Uganda is truly the pearl of Africa. Uganda is a fairy tale. You climb up, and at the end, there is a wonderful new world. scenery is different. The vegetation is different. Climate is different. And most of all, the people are different from anything elsewhere to be seen in the whole range of Africa. I say, concentrate on Uganda. For magnificence, for variety of form and color, for profusion of brilliant life, bird, insect, reptile, beast, and for vast scale. Uganda is truly the pearl of Africa.
Hello. Today we are going to talk about how to invest money through the stock market. Now, when you want to buy shares in any company, you have to go to a market called the Uganda Securities Exchange. And here you will find people that are authorized to help you buy or sell any of those company shares. And these people are called stockbrokers. And anyone who wants to buy or sell shares in any of those companies in this market has to go through these stockbrokers. Now, when you buy your shares, they are kept in an account called an SCD account or a Securities Central Depository account. But this is not a bank account. No, this one is a special type of account that is created specifically for keeping your shares. You don't need to go anywhere to open this account. You can even do it right now on your phone. Let me show you. Dial *165*65#. Then select option 1 to apply for SCD account. Enter your national ID number. Select your preferred broker. Enter 1 to accept the terms and conditions. And finally, enter your mobile money PIN. You will then receive a confirmation by SMS with your new SCD account number. That's it, and it's free of charge. Once you have your SCD account, you are ready to start buying and selling shares using your selected stockbroker. Oh, by the way, you can also open this SCD account using my MTN app on your smartphone.
Buying and selling your shares is simpler with USSD. To buy shares using USSD, dial *165*6#. Choose Buy Shares. Select your broker from the list provided. Enter the number of shares you wish to buy. Enter the price you wish to buy each share at. You'll be required to enter your mobile money PIN to authorize the transaction. If you want to sell shares, select option 3. Then, Then, select your broker from the list provided. Enter the number of shares you wish to sell. Enter the selling price for each share. Enter your mobile money PIN to authorize the sale. If you want to check order status, dial *165*6#. Select option 5. Select a broker. Enter your mobile money PIN to authorize. You will then be able to view your transactions. Together, we're unstoppable. Buying and selling your shares is simpler with USSD. To buy shares using USSD, dial *165 and selling your shares is simpler with USSD. Buying and selling your shares is simpler with
Welcome to Rwanda.
It's our mission to secure your money.
Protecting your money is as important as
Welcome to Rwanda. The land of 1,000 hills and one big opportunity. Where heritage meets innovation and tradition inspires transformation. (26 to 28 November 2025). The world of African capital markets converges in Kigali, Rwanda.
Welcome to Rwanda. From the heart of Kigali, join us as we showcase Africa's strength, potential, and the partnerships that will define our shared future.
ASEA Conference 2025, hosted by Rwanda Stock Exchange, unites visionary minds shaping Africa's financial future. From culture to capital, from hills to high-tech, Rwanda leads by example. Join us in Kigali. Be part of transformation. Be part of the future. Welcome to Rwanda. The land of 1,000 hills and one big opportunity. Where heritage meets innovation and tradition inspires transformation. (26 to 28 November 2025). The world of African capital markets converges in Kigali, Rwanda.
Welcome to Rwanda. From the heart of Kigali, we proudly welcome you to ASEA 2025 Annual Conference, where Africa's resilience meets Rwanda's spirit. This is more than a gathering. It's a commitment to shaping capital markets that are innovative, inclusive, and ready for tomorrow. Join us as we showcase Africa's strength, potential, and the partnerships that will define our shared future.
ASEA Conference 2025, hosted by Rwanda Stock Exchange, unites visionary minds shaping Africa's financial future. From culture to capital, from hills to high-tech, Rwanda leads by example. Join us in Kigali. Be part of transformation. Be part of the future. Welcome to Rwanda. The land of 1,000 hills and one big opportunity. Where heritage meets innovation and tradition inspires transformation. (26 to 28 November 2025). The world of African capital markets converges in Kigali, Rwanda.
Welcome to Rwanda. From the heart of Kigali, we proudly welcome you to ASEA 2025 Annual Conference, where Africa's resilience meets Rwanda's spirit. This is more than a gathering. It's a commitment to shaping capital markets that are innovative, inclusive, and ready for tomorrow. Join us as we showcase Africa's strength, potential, and the partnerships that will define our shared future.
ASEA Conference 2025, hosted by Rwanda Stock Exchange, unites visionary minds shaping Africa's financial future. From culture to capital, from hills to high-tech, Rwanda leads by example. Join us in Kigali. Be part of transformation. Be part of the future. Welcome to Rwanda. The land of 1,000 hills and one big opportunity. Where heritage meets innovation and tradition inspires.
Open an investment account on the Uganda Securities Exchange with your smartphone or computer. Step 1. Visit the USE Easy portal at scd.use.or.ug and click Create an account. Step 2. Enter your email address and password to sign up. Step 3. Check your email for the activation token and click on the link to activate your account. Step 4. Log in using your email address and password you used to sign up. Step 5. Click Link or Create SCD account. Step 6. Click Open an account. Step 7. Fill in your personal details required. Step 8. Upload your photo. Step 9. Upload a photo of the front and back of your national ID. Step 10.